in the Thursday/Friday stimulus race. So neighbor 505 the dial in. Funny Car Chris out of Boise, Idaho. 669 for team Guess Who. Neighbor giving up a hunt on the starting line north of, watch that note where the Camaro drop. 670 for Funny Car Chris. 006 in front of the finish line, 6 thou for Chris Northup. Neighbor was 42 green, dead on 8 and short. Dave Mazier, Scott Strum. Mazier in the Cavalier Roadster out of Escondido. For Mazier Enterprises, 506. The dial for Dave Mazier, Scott Strum out of right over there in Tucson in the 64 Nova. So several folks have come and picked up their prizes. Matt Larson, we have a prize up here for you for the first perfect reaction time in Super Pro. Dave Mazier in control and going to get the win. 510 on the 506 with 17 green. Scott Strum was 66 on the green light start and 3 above, and it's not going to work out alongside Dave Mazier. Angelo Sanchez and Bill Pollock. Bill in that radical chop 48 Anglia. Got to get me one of those. Litchfield Park, Arizona. I think the only thing that would make Bollock's Anglia cooler is if it did about an 18-inch wheel stand. Now let's call it 20-inch wheel stand out to about 130 feet. It's like the only thing that would make that thing cooler. So Bollock 592 going to be leaving first. Angelo Sanchez, the 67 Nova over the National Auto Collision Center side. We'll be waiting for almost a full bulb. We're trying to chase the Anglia down. Angelo a little better on the starting line. Bollock in the Anglia is going to go down in round number 1. Wow, Angelo Sanchez. It's just not nice to Bill. 19 green, dead 1 is 20 total. Bill Bollock was 34 green and had no shot of lighting up some electricity in that American walk-in cooler lane. That's Chris Gabbard and Jason O'Terry. Terry out of Norco, 706 the dial. He's running basically in Super Street trim. They're on the stop. Chris Gabbard, 504 the dial for the flamed 79 Corvette, 504. So a full tree plus a bulb. 2-second head start for Jason O'Terry. You'll see O'Terry's car leave under power, and then throttle stop will kick in, and we go from there. O'Terry is 006 green. Gabbard is 30 green, but O'Terry going to get the win. 708 on the 706. Chris Gabbard got to the finish line first by a 25 thou, breaking out by 20 thou. Needed to take 4 or less. Jason O'Terry be back up in round number 2. Side-by-side 69 Camaros, Andy Morris and Dan Bain. Andy has already picked up a prize this morning. Well, technically, he hasn't picked up a prize. He has won a prize, but he has yet to come pick it up. He's already taken one of his entries into round number 2. Andy and Dan Bain. Dan out of Lake Havasu City, the Camaro, 69 model year. So there's a few things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, and a 69 Camaro is going to win this pair. red light start for Dan Bain as Andy Morris goes dose for 2. 6-16-6 on the 6-18 for Andy was 12 green. Dan Bain is 34th out in front of green, which is not good. Well, unless the guy in the other lane is 35 in front of green or worse. Then with true start, that all works out in your favor. And that was our last pair of Super Pro door cars. Are we going tag your it? Tag your it. All right, I'm going to slide out of the way. And the man who has many roles in life, but I think his favorite role that he plays is that of Carter's dad, Mr. Nathan Hershey.
All right, as we do move into our Super Pro Dragster category, round number 1 is underway here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Thank you very much, Mike Eames, for taking us through a good portion of the Pro and Super Pro door cars. And as we've got dragsters rolling up, our first 2 happen to be Kevin Heffington and Lane Desper. Again, we have got a lot of prizes that we've been giving away. We've got like pick'em prizes still up here for Andy Morris, Dan Fiello, Matt Larson, Ryan Mangus, Jeremy Jacobs. All kind of were 10 or better on the tree. They were kind of our first 5 that were out there. We'll do some of the same with our dragsters, but we've got some big prizes that we're going to be giving away. We've got California Car Cover Company dragster covers. And our first 2 dragsters that go red and lose. I know people are like, wait, what, if red you automatically lose, right? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But the first 2 dragsters that end up going red and lose, we're not going to send them away empty-handed. They're going to get California Car Cover Company car covers, which is pretty cool. Lane Desper was 009 on the tree to Kevin Heffington's 024, and Desper takes too much at the big end of the racetrack. Taking 61 thou, he goes 516 on the 518 and breaks out on the loss. Kevin Heffington 24 green and 453. On the 450 dial, gets the win light as Morgan Rose and Logan War. Logan dialed in at 464. Morgan Rose dialed in at 464. Morgan, why am I saying Morgan? Morgan, who was sticking around late into the night last night in that stimulus race, made it all the way down to the semifinals on the Super Pro side of things before she bowed out. So having not been in the car for a while, taking care of her mom duties and all of that, made a good appearance last night. Unfortunately, this morning, Miss Morgan Rose goes red. So Morgan Rose, 004 on the red side, takes the loss. But it's not like all for naught, because that first red light in Super Pro Dragster, Morgan's going to get herself a brand new dragster cover from California Car Cover Company. So Morgan gets the first one. So now Dustin Wirtz and Trevor Harkema going to be the next 2. It's going to be kind of off and on the mic here as we're taking care of prizes, handing things away. Dustin's down 457 and Dustin Wirtz, boom, just like that, the dragster covers are gone. Dustin, 008 red. As he goes 454 on the 457, Trevor Harkema gets the win, the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho-based car, 30 on the tree. And that's it. The covers are claimed. Not the way they wanted to claim them, because now they're going to have to make their way back through the buyback round. But our first 2 red lights in Super Pro are done. That's dragster side. Morgan Rose is getting herself a brand new car cover from California Car Cover Company. Dustin Wirtz is getting a brand new dragster cover from California Car Cover Company, finished. Now we'll focus on Trevor Harkema, or we'll focus on Greg Hicks and Keith Winters. Couple of Vegas cars. What is it about the Vegas cars that roll up here in round number 1 and race each other? It's like you guys need to wait till later in the day to end up pairing up side by side. I'm just saying. Keith Winters down 469. Greg Hicks dialed in at 480. Hicks made his way into the final of the stimulus race last night. He's going to make his way into round number 2 this morning. Was 15 on the tree and goes 479 on a 480. Breaks it out 2 thousandths of a second. Keith Winters breaks it out 12 thousandths of a second as he goes 467 on the 469 dial. Winters was 2 thou better in reaction time with the 013 bulb, but it was Greg Hicks who will walk away with a win light in that matchup. As we'll now bring out Dan Lafferty and Carl Canavo. Canavo over on the right side, 490. Going to be the dial for Carl's ride, and Carl yesterday was, I guess we could say, slightly frustrated in the fact that his car was moving around a lot as far as the numbers were concerned. Wasn't exactly thrilled with that. Dan Lafferty had some serious things that needed to get figured out on the starting line, as that car just had a tendency to leave really, really, really early. We'll see if he got that figured out as the tree begins to drop. He got that figured out. Away goes Carl, and here comes Dan. Finish line. It's going to be Dan Lafferty. Lafferty, 032 on the tree and 458 on a 455, taking a 3 thou stripe to get the win light. Carl Canavo was better on the bull with an 017 reaction time, but ends up 48 thou above the dial and just that little 3 thou behind. So again, for those of you that are joining in on the Bank Shift live feed, we are certainly happy to have you watching in from across the country. Thank you to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, Hughes Performance, Holly for being part of the sponsorship and bringing you the race today. Of course, thanks to K&N, our title sponsor of the Southwest Showdown. We are here live in Tucson for the Southwest Showdown, and things are pretty darn good. Win light's going to belong to the dragster on the right side, 14 on the tree and 486 on a 480. Let's just say it's breezy out here today. A lot of folks are kind of playing the guessing game with some of the dials that are out there. 6 above gets the win light for the dragster on the right. Pat Marbach was 33 green and a full 10th off of where he thought it would be. Ends up 520 on a 510. All right, so once again, just a big welcome to those of you that are watching online. It's glad to have, we've heard and seen folks from all over the world that have been watching in on that Bank Shift live feed to see some of the drag racing that's happening here. As our pair on the starting line right now, Chad Weber and Ethan Bourne. Big E over on the right side. Took that couple of entries into, I believe he bowed out like rounds 4 or 5 yesterday. So he was keeping the Big E rolling. The Riverton, Utah-based car dialed in at 487 over on the right side. Chad Weber dialed at 479. That's right, Mopar man. It is the desert. It gets breezy here. At one point it got windy last night, but so far it's just been breezy. Down goes the tree. 2 thou separate him at this end of the racetrack. Big E's car moving around just a little bit there in the breeze. He goes 488 on the 487. 22 was the reaction time for Big E as he takes a 7 thou stripe and ends up 11 thou above the dial. Chad Weber was 24 on the tree and 16 thou above the dial. So Weber will have to race his way through the re-entry round if he would like to get back into the game. Ethan Bourne continues his charge as Austin Downing and Larry Beckner will be our next two. Beckner in that first call dragster here on the left side. Getting a little help from the Bayer crew as he rolls up to the starting line, dialed in at 5:03. Austin Downing, the racer out of Tempe, Arizona, dialed in at 6:25. What's up, RTC? Mopar Man, glad to have you guys joining in with us in the chat bleachers. Hey, by the way, we did announce yesterday that we had a very nice little surprise in the fact that we were going to be opening up to a limited amount of spectators today and tomorrow. The tickets for today are pretty much sold out. There are still a few left for tomorrow. You cannot buy them on property. You need to buy them online. So if you are thinking about sneaking your way out here when the wind dies down this afternoon, well, tomorrow I should say, you can go to TucsonDragway.com and pick up your tickets for tomorrow. They're pretty much done for the day, but tomorrow we've still got some left. Austin Downing was red by 0.02 of a second, goes 6:25 on a 6:25. I mean, dead on 8, red 2 thou and done. Larry Beckner was 69 in reaction time, 4 above, and moving on to round number 2. Cortland Carter and Johnny Carter, no relation. That's what? Is it? You're pretty sure one's from Hobbs, New Mexico? They're father and son? It's father and son? Okay. Well, I was looking at like the guy from like one being from New Mexico, the other from Texas. I guess that's close enough. Got it. So it is the Carter crew. Johnny on the left side, that's Dad. Cortland on the right side, that's son, and Dad gets the win light. Dad gets the win light. Listen to this. Dad was 144 on the tree. Cortland missed it by 5 thou and goes red. So Johnny Carter moves on. Cortland Carter will have to race his way through the buyback round. Wow. 5 thou on the red side, and Johnny Carter gets the win with a 144 light. Goes 497 down the racetrack. Interesting. Interesting. Here's J.R. Learcamp and Jack Sadler. Learcamp out of Washington over on the left side, dialed at 477. Jack Sadler from Las Vegas, Nevada, dialed at 490 in that big speed car. 3 thou the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light will belong to Learcamp. 25 green and 478 on the 477. Jack Sadler was 3 above, 493 on a 490, was 16 thou behind at the stripe on the loss. So Learcamp picks up the win light. And as we continue to make our way here through the day, again, we've got some bounties that we're going to be giving away. Thank you to the folks at Specialty Fasteners. They're going to get a nice little product bundle from them if you are able to line up against Kyle Rizzoli and his white Camaro and take him out, and if you are able to line up against Mark Darsow and take him out. Brandon Lynch lined up against Sean Page and was able to take him out. Lynch, 20 on the tree. That gave him a 75 thousandths of a second advantage, as unfortunately Sean was tardy leaving the starting line. Had that 095 bulb, not good, and it cost him. Cost him big time. Lynch goes 489 on the 486, gets their first 0.2 of a second, as now Dylan Haug and Parker Theobald. You know, for Dylan, for Brian Haug, the morning started off a little rough as far as let go, as far as the buttons were concerned, but Dylan found himself a groove later on in the day, and I want to say he made it into like round number 4, I believe is where he might have bowed out. Could have been round number 5, but he went several trips down the racetrack last night, and Parker Theobald, your number 6 finisher in the world last year in the Super Comp ranks, sitting over to the right side, the team out of St. George, Utah. And again, a big thanks to the Theobald family for all the work that they do in putting together these awesome trophies that get handed out here at the Southwest Showdown. So Parker's dialed 502 on the right side. Dylan's dialed 465 on the left side. Parker's leaving first. Dylan's leaving second. Dylan's got his groove. He's still in the groove. 009 on the tree and 29 thou above gives Dylan Howe the win. Parker Theobald had an 039 reaction time, gets their first 5 thou and breaks out 6 thou. So Dylan with a 009 light And 29 thou above locks out Parker Theobald. Hey, final call for Dragsters green sticker. Green sticker, Super Pro Dragsters, this is your final call. Super Pro Dragsters green sticker. And first call, blue sticker Dragsters. So again, pretty much all Dragsters, you've been called. Come on down. Dragsters, you have been called. Come on down. Chandler, Mazier, Dean Bush. Bush on the right side, dialed 508. Mazier dialed 509, and it's going to be Chandler lighting up the bulb this time. Chandler, 007 reaction time, and 522 on a 509 as Dean Bush had some issues with the race car. Dean was 48 on the tree, and then the car just kind of started to slip away from him as he made his way down the racetrack. On a 508 dial, ends up running 593. Chandler gets the win light and gets to come back. Hello, Terry Lee. Terry Lee joining us on Bang Shift. I haven't seen that name in a long time. How you doing? Gabe Torres and Dustin Henches. Gabe over on the right side. Saw brother Val pick up the win last night in that stimulus race. Well, they took home the big check and the trophy, and it was quite a little celebration for Gabe, for Val Jr., Val Sr., and Dustin Henches over on the left side, down 490. Win line's going to belong to Torres. 25 on the tree. That was 12 thou better than Dustin Henches' 037. As Dustin goes 491 on a 490. So by 10 thousandths of a second, Gabe Torres gets the dragster across the line first and gets the win. So we're going to bring up one of our new entries, still working on getting the name in the computer for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Larry Beckner on the left side. One of the Tom Bayer stable race cars out of Cherry Valley, and that car is going to go red by 11 thousandths of a second. Win light will belong to the new entry. How about 496 on a 495? Rolled in the gate this morning. Took the car through tech, got a quick little new entry time hit, goes 18 on the tree and 496 on the 495 to advance. The Beckner ride going to have to fight their way through the buyback round if they want another shot at it. Again, our racers will have the opportunity to buy back. $60 in Pro, $100 in Super Pro. So as we continue to roll through here, Shelby Williams and Chuck Hawk. Chuck, a regular behind the wheel of that dragster and a regular behind the wheel of that dragster at this racetrack, and Shelby Williams, who is kind of getting her feet wet in the dragster ranks. That's Dad's car, the one that he won the World Championship in, and she, well, maybe it's not Dad's car, but it's one of those cars. Dialed in at 550, away we go. Chuck Hawk on the left, Shelby on the right. Win light goes to Chuck Hawk. He was 28 on the tree and 8 above the dial. Tightening up the stripe to 9 thousandths of a second. 28 taking 9 thou. Shelby Williams was 57 on the tree and goes 556 on the 550. And the breezy conditions out here today are certainly going to have folks kind of guessing, second guessing, and sometimes triple guessing. We've seen a lot of folks that have come up here, dialed one thing. We're running like 4, 5, 6 off the mark, but it is an even playing field for everybody as they try to navigate the wind here in the Southwest. Don Sefton and Lance Parker. Parker on the left side, Sefton on the right. 444, the dial in for Don. 484, the dial in for Parker. Both drivers leaving on the 00 side of things. 004 leaving second, and on a double breakout, it's going to be Don Sefton getting the win line. Sefton, 443 on a 444. He's under 9 thousandths of a second. Lance Parker was 002 on the tree. Got there first by 4 thou and broke out by 2 thou more than Don did. He's under 11 thou. So it's going to be Don Sefton advancing into round number 2. Lance Parker will get the chance to buy back as Tyler Murrup and Calvin Locke. Locke on the right side, Murrup on the right, that Jordan Moore Motorsports team. Again, racers for the buybacks will handle it the same way that we did yesterday. Those buybacks will be handled in the staging lanes when it is time. So pro bracket cars, for those of you that were not quite as successful as you wanted to be, in round number 1, buybacks will be available. $60 in the staging lanes. Don't need you there now. I'm just kind of giving you the heads up. We should have all of our Super Pro dragsters back in the staging lanes, though. So Super Pro dragsters, if you are not back in the staging lanes yet, if you have not yet made your trip down the racetrack, we need you there, please. Super Pro dragsters. 5 flat was the dial for Tyler Murrup. He's going to get their first 7th thou to break it out 2 thou. He was 0.29 on the tree. That gave him a 3 thou or 2 thou advantage over Calvin Locke with his 0.31. But Locke, 31 green, dead on 3, gets their second, gets the win. What? No bounty. That was the stimulus race. Darso's the bounty. People get bounty happy. People get bounty happy. Well, Val did win a race last night. He won the stimulus race. Got that Silver State refrigeration money. Got himself a nice little trophy to go along with it. So, yeah. Mike Ames is up here saying, look, if Mark Kidd does win, I'll give him a Kidd Performance and Dyno shirt. He may not have enough of those in his trailer right now. So Mark Kidd and Val Torres Jr. Awesome matchup. 460 to a 478. The dial in for Kidd was 460. Finish line, winner's going to be Val Torres. 12 on the tree for Val Torres. 479 on a 478. How about Val Torres leaving 12 thousandths of a second behind the green light? Mark Kidd leaving 16 thousandths of a second behind the green light. Kidd was 15 thou above the dial. Val was 16 thou above the dial. And it came down to a 3 thou stripe advantage and win for Val Torres. It's going to bring up Patrick War and Trey Vetter. Hey, you know, racers, we are talking about wanting to get everybody signed up for the shootout. We got that $50,000 128K shootout that's going on. What? Well, everybody. Now, we got 128 cars that need to get checked in. Looks like we've got a good portion of them already checked in. Trey Vetter and Patrick War. Patrick War pulls off the win light. Vetter was better on the bulb. Had the 004 light. That gave him 21 thou in his pocket. But he goes 469 on a 466, and by 4 thousandths of a second, looks like Vetter may have gave it back. 436 on a 436 for Patrick War. He was 25 on the tree, but Vetter, it really does look like on that 469 on a 466, gave it back 4 thou. And the win light belongs to Patrick. So is Race Kid and Leroy Duran back up now. Just want to say, dragsters that we still need to check in for our 50K race. We need Chuck Hawk, Hank Pramov, Nick Cobb, Robert Neighbor, Taylor Strange, and Brian Strange. So again, Chuck Hawk, Hank Pramov, Nick Cobb, Robert Neighbor, Taylor Strange, Brian Strange need you to check in at the trailer to get your spot confirmed for the shootout. On the pro side, if you have not done so yet, Chuck Hawk, Race Kid, Joe Kidd, Dan Fiello, Kevin McClellan, Jonathan Fiello, Hank Pramov, Paul Lorton, Kevin Shearer, Ryan Mangus, Alonzo Sanchez, Robert Neighbor, and Daniel McClellan. We need those drivers to check in. Leroy Duran's dragster falls by the wayside as he got down there just past the 330-foot mark, started to slow down. Race Kid, 20 on the tree, and on a 480 dial, gets out of the throttle. And goes 505 on a 480. We're going to hold up here for a minute just to make sure that we get clear of the top end of the racetrack. Once again, if you've not done so yet, what we know is that we need Chuck Hawk, Race Kid, Joe Kidd, Dan Fiello, Kevin McClellan, Jonathan Fiello, Hank Pramov, Paul Orton, Kevin Shearer, Ryan Mangus, Alonzo Sanchez, Robert Neighbor, and Daniel McClellan. Need those drivers to check in for the door car shootout. Dragsters, Chuck Hawk, Hank Pramov, Nick Cobb, Robert Neighbors, Taylor Strange, and Brian Strange. Sammy Franco II going to get the win light over Dylan Smith. Sammy was 039 on the tree. Dylan was 4th out behind with the 043 light. And Franco's going to get there second. Ends up above the dial, 542 on a 541. Dylan Smith takes a 25 thou stripe and breaks it out 13 thousandths of a second. Ooh. Ooh. Here's Greg Carlisle and Richard McFarland as Super Pro Dragster round number 1. Again, this is the FTI round number 1. Best losing package gets that $500 gift certificate from FTI. We still got some unclaimed prizes up here in the tower. Leroy Duran, J.R. Learcamp, Daniel McClellan, Greg Hicks. We got goodies for you guys up here. As Richard McFarland gets a 6-hun head start over Greg Carlisle. 592 on a 591. So Greg Carlisle with an 086 reaction time ends up a 10th above the dial, and that's one of those runs that he's just going to go, nope. Forget it, didn't happen. Never happened. We'll try to race our way back through the race round. Elliot Franco and Cody Weber. Cody over on the right side. 460 is the dial for the racer out of Kingman. Graduate of the Junior Dragster program and a kid that is just really good behind the wheel of the race car. Elliot Franco out of La Palma, California. 548 is the dial, and Cody let go 6th thou too quick. Franco gets the win, goes 550 on a 548 after his 069 on the tree. Cody Weber ends up running 459, but the 006 red light was the name, was the story, and was the reason that he'll be making his way to the buyback round. And now we got Brian Weber out of Maricopa, Arizona, going up against another one of our new entries, working on getting the name in. 480 the dial on the right side. 496 the dial for Brian Weber here on the left side of the racetrack. Weber is already in, set, and staged. Tree drops, and here we go. 9 thou, the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. It's going to be Brian Weber. Trail a little smoke down there. So as he gets out of the gas, has done that over. Okay. All right, fair enough. Weber, 18 green, taking 8 thou at the stripe, ends up dead on 0. Gets the win light. It was a 009 and 481 on a 480 on the opposite side of the racetrack as Nick Downing and Chuck Babcock will be our next couple. That Bill Luke Dodge sponsored ride for the Downing family. Do they still have that little, weren't they running the Downings had a little Daytona or something, a little Arrow? Was it an Arrow? Do they still have that? That was a cool little car. 499 the dial for Nick and the dragster on the right. Chuck Babcock with a 515. And a 15 thou split between them at this end of the racetrack. Nick Downing walks away with the win light. 503 on the 499. He's 4 above the dial and was 15 thou on the green side. Chuck Babcock had doubled Nick's reaction time, had a 30 bulb. Goes 518 on the 515. So both of them 3 above the dial. A 15 thou split at this end of the racetrack was trimmed down to an 11 thou split at the far end of the racetrack, and Nick Downing will get the win light. Once again, Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro Dragsters. You have all been called into the staging lanes. If you have not yet come up to make your run in round number 1, you'd like to make sure that you get the opportunity to do that. as our next two get staged up, it is going to be Raymond Harshbarger and Tim O'More. O'More, who has been just kind of a very busy individual here, doing all kinds of driving, and he's in all kinds of control of this one. Wow. 006 to a 182. Tim O'More, 006 on the tree. Pretty much had half the racetrack in his pocket as he left the starting line. 540 and a 535. Slows it down, lights up the scoreboard, moves on. Raymond Harshbarger, 182 on the tree, and then it goes 499 on the 505. Hey racers, just a quick little heads up. Remy Reynolds, you are in for the Pro Shootout. Isaac Vigil, you are in for the Pro Shootout. We do still have some spots available in Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Dragster. So I think we also need to see Leroy Duran, Paul Lorton, Chris Lindsay, Don Toya, Dan Lafferty, Race Kid, Taylor Vetter, Johnny Calvert, Jerry Sefton, Brian Howe. We need to see you down at the trailer to get you signed in for the race as well, please. Mark Lalonde and Lloyd Coker. Lalonde, 526 was the dial, 527 was the run. He was 003 on the tree and got there first 72 thousandths of a second. Lloyd Coker had dialed in at 505, went 043 on the tree. So had given up 40 thou at this end of the racetrack, and then ends up 4 above the dial at the far end. I think pretty much like started off on the wrong side for Lloyd and got longer and longer and longer as the racetrack began to disappear. So Lalonde, 003, getting their first 72 thou, goes 27 on the 26, gets the win line, is now Funny Car Chris and Taylor Strange are going to be our next couple. Taylor on the right side, Taylor on the left side, excuse me. 501 is the dial, dialed in 22 hundredths of a second slower than that. Funny Car Chris, who is going to have a Discovery Channel special. Can't say much about it, but he did share some details. It's going to air in a couple of months, and it looks like it's going to be an awesome show. Definitely good for TV. Funny Car, 22 green and 524 on a 523 gets him the win light as Taylor Strange turned it loose 26 thousandths of a second too soon. 026 red for Taylor Strange, and then 503 on a 501. But Funny Car Chris, again, it's a something going to air on the Discovery Channel. Just keep your eyes open for it. You'll know it's him. One of those wild and crazy characters, but yeah. Showed me some pictures from the end result of it, and I think it's going to be worth the watch. So keep your eyes peeled on Discovery Channel. It's going to be fun. Don Toya and Robert Neighbor. Don's Hot Rod Shop right here in Tucson. That is the proprietor of the place, and I know he's been doing it a long time because Reinhardt's talking about like when he was buying parts for his first car, he was going to see Don. So that was years ago, like lots of years ago. I'm not saying Reinhardt's old, but I'm saying he's experienced. Robert Neighbor dialed 472, and he gets it done big time. Robert Neighbor just got downright nasty on Don Toya. 004, taking a 7 thou stripe to be dead on 5. That was wicked. Don Toya was 17 on the tree and had no chance. None. None at all, as they would say. Here's Bobby Dye Jr. and Kevin Johnson. Bobby Dye's dialed in at 479. Going to get the opportunity to be the chaser here in this pair as Kevin Johnson's got the 506 on his side of the racetrack. Oh. Bobby Dye grabs himself a nice little advantage on the starting line and tightens up the stripe to a thou for the win. 007 taking 16/10 thou at the finish line to go 483 on the 479. Kevin Johnson with an 045 light was behind at the hit and was not going to catch up to Bobby Dye. Again, we're going to continue on. with this whole like Vegas guys lining up in round number 1. We need to do a better job of pulling into the staging lanes. We really, really do, guys. Shane Thompson, right side, dialed in at 467. Again, a big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC for being part of the sponsorship of this weekend's race, and Jeremy Rapp for Team HBR. Rapp dialed 475, a 3-thou split between the two in reaction time, and the win line belongs to Jeremy. 17 green gets their first 25 ten-thousandths of a second to go 478 on the 475. As Shane Thompson goes 471 on the 467. He was 14 green. And bows out. Victor Blea, Chance Parker. Chance on the right side out of Utah. 496 is the dial for Chance, and for Victor Blea, 528 for the black dragster on the left side out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Sixth down the split at this end of the racetrack. Advantage on the tree was to Chance Parker, but Victor Blea will be walking away with the win line. Blea, 24 thou on the bulb and 12 thou above the dial, gets their second. Chance Parker was 18 green, got 22 thou at the stripe, and breaks out 4 thou. Needed to take 18th thou or less down at the far end of the racetrack, but it's going to be Blea who will get the chance to move on free o charge as Lindsay Reserve and Marco Paravalaris. It'll be a fun little pair. Ms. Lindsay, who part of the Theobald crew, raced that Barracuda for the longest time. It's one of those things where a lot of folks thought it was really cool, Barracuda with a big old Chevy in it. Other people like, nah, you got to stay brand specific. You got to stay loyal. But it's a cool race car. Didn't have the best of luck yesterday. Kept wanting to turn on that bottom bowl. Marco Paravalaris. He needs no introduction. The dude is bad to the bone, and he's proving it right here. 460 is the dial for Marco. And how about a 10-pack? Marco Paravalaris, 004 on the tree and dead on 6. 460 on a 460 for Marco. Lindsay Meserve was 31 on the tree and had nowhere to go. Locked out. Marco 10 total, and the dragster's rolling its way back for round number 2. Let's bring out Lloyd Salveson. And Jerry Denton. Denton dialed in at 469. Salveson dialed in at 498. Head start to the quick lane. Rich Ford sponsored dragster on the left side of the racetrack. Advantage on the tree goes to Jerry. Win light goes to Jerry. 469 on a 469 was 042 on the tree. That gave him a couple of hunt advantage at this end of the racetrack. 22 thou to be exact. It goes down for the win light. Salveson 64 green and 502 on the 498 for Salveson. Bruce Briscoe and Dan Lafferty. Lafferty rolled up a little bit earlier in the round. Again, those double entries are allowed. We got kettle corn. Go see Sam, the kettle corn guy. Bruce Briscoe fouls it away 0.03 of a second. Dan Lafferty 12 on the tree and 458 on a 456. So yesterday, where Lafferty was just struggling to get the car off the starting line, now he's like 12 green and 2 above to get the win line. So Sam, the kettle corn man. Where's the kettle corn? All right. So everything is conveniently located. You got the concession stand that's open now. You got the kettle corn man that's here. And you got coffee to cones. I went over there and had one of those. I had to make a chocolate, peanut butter, and banana milkshake. Oh, it was good. Oh, it was so good. It was really good. It's still warm. I know, that kettle corn is still warm. Yes. Do we have, like, I don't know, we got something we can open it up and we'll figure it out. Logan Ward, Dustin Wirtz. This is going to be a fun one. Logan out of Herta, Utah, 464 on the right side. Dustin, 455, the car out of Nampa, Idaho. Dustin, who hung around, stuck around, wouldn't go away last night until finally somebody was able to go ahead and get it done. Dustin is sitting there in the pre-stage position. Logan Ward joins him on the starting line, and here we go. 1 thou, the difference between the two as advertised. Nice looking side-by-side drag race, and how about Logan Ward? 25 on the tree. Taking a 2 thou stripe, ends up dead on 1. Dustin Wirtz was 24 on the tree and dead on 4. Good looking drag race on that one, and pardon me while I try some of this kettle corn. Pardon me while I try some more of this kettle corn. Third time's the charm. Hold on. Holy crap, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Hold on. Jeremy Wilson and Nick Cobb with a pair side by side. Wilson was 8 thou behind at the hit and ends up 37 thou ahead at the finish line and breaks out 469 on a 472 breakout loss for Jeremy Wilson. Nick Cobb was 12 green and goes 484 on the 482. And absolutely, Terry Lee, I will certainly share this kettle corn with you guys in the chat bleachers. See, taste it. It's really good, isn't it? I told you. That stuff's awesome. So if you are here on property, yeah, it's still warm. It's still warm. Go get some of that. Oh, my. All right. Back to racing. Kelly White and Jeff Taylor. Taylor out of Apache Junction, Arizona. He's got the 437 showing on the bottom side of that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. And for the American Walk-In Cooler side of the racetrack, Kelly White out of Chandler, Arizona with a 486. Kelly White grabs the advantage on the starting line. Jeff Taylor could not catch up. Kelly White 007, 11 thou above. Ends up 18 total, taking a 23 thou stripe. Jeff Taylor was 23 green and locked out. Wasn't going to be able to get there. He goes 438 on the 437. So Kelly White picks up the W and moves to round number 2 as Tony T-Tone and Jerry Duffy. Duffy over on the right side, 561. T-Tone on the left side, 486 is the dial. Head start going to Jerry. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. Last chance, last opportunity. Maybe not your last chance for romance, but it is certainly your last chance to get into the staging lanes for round number 1. Need you there now, please. 561 for Jerry, 486 to dial for Tony as Jerry is staged up, set, and ready to go. Red light start for Duffy by 15 thousandths of a second and then runs down to be dead on. We see that time and time and time again. Red and dead on. Duffy missed it 15 thou at this end of the racetrack, handed the victory over to Tony, who was 22 on the tree. And then goes 487 on a 486. Barn, I'm just going to say this. You may say that, theater popcorn throws better than kettle popcorn, if that's what you meant. Here's the thing. With this kettle corn, I wouldn't be throwing it at anybody because that would be wasting it. The only place I'm throwing this is into my mouth. Punch Johnson dialed at 590. J.R. Learcamp dialed 475. Punch takes a 7 thou stripe and breaks out 5 thou. Need to tighten that baby up to about 2 thou or less, and could have turned on the wind light. Could have, should have, would have, but did not. J.R. Learcamp 14 green and goes 475 on a 476. Don't worry, Chad. Chad, I'll bring you some of this kettle corn. Remember, we had that whole conversation yesterday. I care, Mike Eames does not. Eames does not care, I care deeply. So yeah, we'll have to get you some of the kettle corn up there so that you can eat it in front of the camera the next time that we take a little break. Mike Zimmerman and Peyton Janik. Peyton, PJ out of Las Vegas, dialed in at 471. Mike Zimmerman had the birthday yesterday. Apparently Mike Eames got cake. Was that from that birthday cake? Oh, that was from Tanner's cake? Thanks for the cake, Tanner. Appreciate you thinking of me. We're good. Mike Zimmerman, 507. He leaves the line. Peyton Janik's green. Advantage to Janik. Win line to Janik. Peyton, by 9 thousandths of a second, gets off the starting line first. 016 on the tree and 473 on a 471. Gets her to the stripe by 6 thousandths of a second. What is a giddy piggy? You ever heard of a giddy piggy mac and cheese sandwich? I've not. But it sounds to me like a mac and cheese sandwich with some kind of nice piece of like ham or pork or bacon, something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. That's just something that Radial Tire was talking about, that we need a giddy piggy mac and cheese sandwich. I'm not sure what that is. It's too early to start talking about food yet. Taylor Vetter and Larry Beckner. Beckner, one of the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing Cars. 499 is the dial. As Taylor Vetter's dialed in at 494. So a 5-hun split between the dials. A 3-hun split between, or 3 thou split between the reaction times. And the win light goes to Miss Taylor. 28 on the tree and dead on 7 down the racetrack for Taylor. What do you mean you don't know who I am anymore? Okay, all right, Mike, you're right. You're right. It's never too early to talk about food. You're right. I'm just saying. So Taylor gets the win light. Beckner was 31 on the tree and goes 495 on a 499 as Dustin Henches and Tanner Theobald. Speaking of birthday guys that gave cake to Mike Eames. Tanner's dialed in at 483. Dustin's dialed in at 491. And as they get them staged up, pro buybacks. Bring your $60 and bring your car to the staging lanes. Again, if you are double entered, we'll take you to lanes 2 and 4, single entries to lanes 6 and 8, but pro buybacks, come on back. Dustin Henches fouls it away by 6 thousandths of a second. Tanner Theobald, 16 green and 484 on the 483 for Tanner. Dustin ends up running it out, 489 on a 491. But the 006 red light, Dustin is done. Jason Dawson and Sean Page. Page in his second entry here. Trying to get one of them into the next round and not have to go through 2 buyback entries. Speaking of buybacks, pro buybacks will take you into the staging lanes, please, if you did not win in round number 1. Now, I do not understand why there would be an if in this statement, but if you are going to buy back, I mean, it's $60 for a second shot at $5 grand. Worth it. Jason Dawson down 469, Page down 501. Winner's going to be Dawson, 42 on the tree. That was 5 thou slower than Sean Page's 037. But Dawson's going to go 470. That's 1 above the dial. Gets their first 17 thou. Gets the win line. Sean Page was 37 green and 3 above the dial to bow out. As the professor down there at the drag racing school, Tom Bayer, rolls up in his car to take on Phil Jaramillo. That's Phil Jr. But again, pro bracket. Buybacks. bring your $60 and make it to the staging lanes, please. Well, just got the little bummer news that unfortunately for LaBarber, the car was a little bit too broken to fix it. So we'll have to wait until next time. Bayer's dialed 474, Jaramillo's dialed 550. $3,000 the difference between the two in reaction time, and Jaramillo by 0.6 of a second lights up the board. 550 was the dial, 550 was the run. 17 green, dead on 4 for Phil Jaramillo. 20 green, dead on 1 for Tom Bayer. A 3,000 split between the two in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, advantage Jaramillo. A 3,000 split between the two at the far end of the racetrack, advantage Tom Bayer, and it came down to less than 1,000th of a second. And Phil Jaramillo lights up the scoreboard to move on. I did see that. We've got Frank, who's joining in, watching for Berlin in Germany. Will we say something like Guten Tag? Is it morning or night? It should be nighttime there. So, is it afternoon there? No, they'd be more than 8 hours in front of us, wouldn't they? Hold on, we'll just do this. She's not listening. Lazy. Win light this time goes to Chandler Mazier. 509 on a 507 was 22 on the tree to get the win light. But yeah, hello to Berlin, Germany. We've had Australia, Germany. I think yesterday we had somewhere in like one of those Norwegian countries. Was it Norway or Sweden? Somebody was checking in from there. Folks from all over the U.S. and Canada. I know we've had Ontario, we've had British Columbia. I think Ontario's in British Columbia, but just, you know. Is it further east? I need to study up on that and be better about that. Alexis Thompson and Cortland Carter. Did you say is it 8 hours? You got it? Wow. 6:48. 6:48 in the evening. Alexis Thompson and Cortland Carter both leave early. Wow. Wow. 1 thou red at this end of the racetrack and 1 thou under at that end of the racetrack. So Cortland, who had a really good day yesterday going deep into the rounds, is going to have to go like through the buyback round in both cars. Oh. Excuse me. Sorry. Let me correct that. On the double red light, he did get the win. Alexis was 006 red. Cortland was 001 red. So let me correct that. My apologies. Cortland gets the win in one of the cars. That's going to bring up Brian Howe and Ethan Bourne. Big E, whose uncle is apparently a super agent. Another double red light start. This one reversed by True Start. Ethan Bourne was leaving first with that 487, went 21 thou on the red side. Brian Hogue leaving second was 48 on the red side. So Brian bows out, Ethan moves on, and that is going to bring up the bounty run. Mark Darso, who was our winner last night in the Super Pro category, picking up that $10,000 grand prize for the day, is now lined up against Dylan Howe. Dylan, who has been really good, was 0-0 earlier on in the session. Can he pick up that Specialty Fasteners bounty that is on the back of Mark Darso? Mark's dialed in at 503. Dylan is dialed in at 466. Advantage on the tree went to Dylan, and Dylan gets himself the bounty. 18 green, taking a 2,000 stripe, goes 467 on a 466, and Dylan takes out last night's winner. Mark Darso is going to have to use some of that money that he won last night to buy back this morning. Speaking of buybacks, Pro, you should be back in the staging lanes, please. Pro, buybacks, you should be back in the staging lanes, please. So is that like Guten Abend? I don't know. It's like Guten Tag, but is it Guten Abend? I think that's what Frank is saying. Guten Abend? Guten Abend? Guten Nacht? How do you know all this German? You don't know? I'm going to go to my, I use this little translator. We'll use that. Val Torres and Kevin Heffington. That's Val Sr. dialed 474 on the right side. Kevin Heffington dialed 452 on the left. And the win light's going to go to Kevin Heffington. 15 green. And then goes 455 on the 452. Val Torres was 23 green and 477 on the 474. That's now Jerry Devenpeck and Bailey Neighbor. I gotta find the switch it over here to German. Oh, for some reason I was already on German. That's kind of weird. All right, let's see. This thing's not listening to me the way I want it to. Jerry Devenpeck, red by a mile. Goes 127 on the red side, 451 on a 443. Bailey Neighbor picks up the win light, and they're going nuts down here on the starting line, like doing touchdown dances and everything. Her first ever win light in a dragster. And there we go. 054 on the tree for Bailey, 500 on the 503. As we bring out Debbie Dolezal and Greg Hicks. You know, Terry Lee, I do sound very American when I'm trying to speak, for some reason, European languages. But I'll start switching over to Thai here in a minute. And that I can speak. Greg Hicks dialed in at 480. Debbie Dolezal dialed in at 493. Greg Hicks getting the advantage on the starting line, 16 green, and goes 484 on a 480. Debbie Dolezal, 60 on the tree and 5 flat on a 493. I'm sitting here trying to get this translation thing to work. It won't listen to me. I say good afternoon, and I say finally I'm going to give up, and he goes congratulations.
Greg Hicks gets the win.
Oh. So 484 on a 480, and that is going to wrap things up. For Super Pro round number 1, we should have our pro cars back in the staging lanes for the buybacks. Hold on, I'm going to try this one last time, and then I'm just done. What's this, Guten Nachmittag? All right. You know, if it was Thai, we'd just say like, Sawatdee Danbai. And then we could ask, you know, hey, how's your day going? No. But I'm saying like, Sawatdee Kap, ben yung sabay di may? Go, wani, jumi ahan ti aroy mag na. All right, that's good enough. We'll leave that alone. All right, once again, we've hit this several times. We're going to hit it again. For those of you that are signing up for the shootout, we do need you over to the trailer, please. Again, we are working on trying to get that all solidified, all set up, all done. From what I know, from what I have been told, we are still looking for several folks, like If you've already been there, great. If not, I know we've still got Chuck Hawk, Race Kid, Joe Kidd, Dan Fiello, Kevin McClellan, Daniel McClellan, Jonathan Fiello, Hank Pramov, Paul Lorton, Kevin Shearer, Ryan Mangus, Alonzo Sanchez, Robert Neighbor. We need Taylor Strange, Brian Strange, Leroy Duran, Paul Lorton, Chris Lindsay, Don Toya, Dan Lafferty, Race Kid, Taylor Vetter, Johnny Calvert, Jerry Sefton, Brian Haug. Again, if you are needing to get your spot confirmed, we need you over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer to get that taken care of, please. All right, it's buyback time. Round one in the door cars, run a little bit earlier on in the day. Manny Blea and David Beckwith ended up as cars that needed to come try and race their way back in. Manny Blea getting the advantage on the starting line. A 31 thou split between them in reaction time, and Manny Blea. How about 004 dead on 3 to be 7 thou total in the buyback round, first pair. David Beckwith was 35 thou on the bulb and goes dead on 0 with no hope, no shot, no chance. With Manny on the other side being dead on, or 7 total. Jeff Ford and Jeff Devy. Ford over on the right side of the racetrack. Put up that first perfect reaction time in the pro category and did not light up the scoreboard. Got a nice little prize for it, but didn't light up the scoreboard. Jeff Devy was one of the first cars down the racetrack, turned it red in that trip. This time he's green and 20 thou ahead in reaction time. 6:44 on a 6:43. Jeff Devy starting to get his groove back. 44 on the 43 gets the win light for Jeff Devy by 33 thousandths of a second. Jeff Ford was 0:58 on the train, goes 7:91. On the 788 is now Phil Lauder and Sasha Hofer will be our next two. Sasha's dialed 761. Lauder's dialed 632. The Carlsbad, New Mexico-based 68-bodied Camaro. Lining up on that right side. And Sasha, the Firebird out of Calamasa, here we go. 50 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time. Down to the stripe, it's going to be Sasha. 001 on the tree, gets there second and gets the bulb. Phil Lauder was 51 green and ran just flat out too quick. 632 is what he dialed, 623 is what he ran. And by 95 thousandths of a second, got to the stripe first and breaks out. Hey, pro buyback. This is going to serve as your final call. Final call, pro buyback. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Pro buyback, final call. Here's Lindy Lindholm and Jeremy Wilson. Wilson out of Grand Junction, Colorado. He has got a 608 showing up on his scoreboard. Lindy Lindholm in that Copo Camaro has got a 622 showing up on his side of the scoreboard. Split at this end of the racetrack is 8 thou. Advantage to Jeremy Wilson, win light to Lindy Lindholm. Jeremy, 053 on the tree and 622 on a 622. He's dead on 1, taking a 6 thou stripe. As now Chris Hall and Dwayne Sheitlin will be our next two. Chris out of Brigham City, Utah, in the 69 body Nova, dialed 588. Dwayne has got a 650 dial in the 70 body Challenger. Hey, and race fans, for those of you that are joining us out here in the grandstands, please keep in mind, we'll wait just a moment. Eighth thou the split between Dwayne Sheitlin and Chris Hall. Finish line says it's going to be Hall. 590 on the 588. Dwayne Sheitlin was 007 on the tree to Hall's 015 reaction time. Sheitlin ends up running a full 10th plus over the dial, and that will not work out. Chris Hall gets the win light. As now Mike Heath and Kyle Fritz. Fritz, who's kind of taken up shop behind the wheel of Dad's Roadster for the first time ever. Made his first trip down the racetrack in a car that didn't involve a windshield and a hood and all of that kind of stuff in first round. Mike Heath in the Camaro. 647 is the dial for Mike. 635 is the dial for Kyle. And again, for those of you that are joining us in the grandstands, please keep in mind that we do have social distancing and COVID protocols in effect. If you are here on property, we do need to have you masks up on your faces. We need to remain masked up. Again, the local authorities say in a minute, have given us the opportunity to be out here, but if you are going to be on property with us, we do need to keep those face masks on while we're on property just to make sure we're cool. We do anticipate that somebody from the local counties is going to be stopping by, and we want to make sure that they see that we are participating with their regulations. We appreciate that. Kyle Fritz, red by 17 thousandths of a second, goes 636 on the 635. Mike Heath, 57 green and dead on 8. I love that. Chicago reference there, RTC. Marvin Wolfmeyer and Paul Coleman. Wolfmeyer in the Vega wagon, dialed in at 713. Coleman dialed in at 610. Get down to the finish line. Win light goes to Coleman. 89 green and 611 on a 610. Terry, it's too windy to be topless out here right now. We could say open cockpit, but it's very windy right now. It would be a little too tantalizing to be topless, we'll just say that. Steve Hammond and Tony Kutea. Tony in the 56 Chevrolet, which Mike and I decided is a very cool year, but not quite as cool as 55. In that decision of what's the coolest, the 55, the 56, or the 57 Chevy. He and I both really like the 55s. Mark Kidd decided that 56 was the way to go, if I remember right. He's wrong, but that's okay. Stan Hammond dialed in at 646. Tony Kutea dialed in at 662. Win light goes to Kutea. 662 on a 662. 18 green. Down at this end of the racetrack. And 662 at that end of the racetrack for the win light. Stan Hammond was 26 on the tree. And on a 645 dial goes on a 646 dial goes 644. To break it out 15 thou is Luis Ortiz and Rick Barnthouse. Barnthouse in the red Mustang. Luis Ortiz, who happens to be the 2020 Pro Champion here at Tucson Dragway. 860 is the dial, and he's going to get the win light as Rick Barnthouse gives him the win by 3 thousandths of a second via the red light. Barnthouse missed it at this end. Luis Ortiz, 906 on that 860, gets the win light. That's now Ricky Duchel and Angelo Valencia. Valencia out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, the yellow Camaro. 695 is the dial on the right side. Ricky Duchel, the 69 Camaro with that Dustin Lee race engine. Dialed in at 632 on the left. Again, absolute last chance. Pro buyback. You should be in the staging lanes, please. Pro buyback. Last chance. 10th thou the split between the two in reaction time, and the win light goes to Angelo. Angelo 696 on a 695. 18 on the tree, gets there second for the win. Ricky was 28 green. And then goes 630 on the 632. 15 thou under, getting there first, 23 thou. Needed to take 17th thou or less. Could have turned that race around, but Angelo gets the win light. Moves into round number 2 as Dan Fiello and Ed Niquette are rolling up now. Round number 1, we had the opportunity at, hey, maybe there's going to be a bogey. We get the opportunity to buy back. We're now in the buyback round. $5,000 up for grabs in the pro category. Win and stay in, or take the rest of the day and hide from the wind. Actually, it's supposed to die off nicely after about noon. I think once we get past 12 o'clock, it's going to be really nice. Ed Niquette, Dan Fiello. Down the racetrack we go. It's going to be Fiello. Double Breakout is the name of the game, and Fiello will get the win light. 6:30 on a 6:31, under a thou, taking 7th thou to get the victory. Ed Niquette was 47 on the tree and goes 5:39 on a 5:40. New Mexico, I'm with you on the 1959 Impala. I am with you on the 1959 Impala. But I do like the look of the 66 Malibu, which happens to be sitting on the starting line right now. Charlie Salazar's car is a beautiful race car. Those 66 Boos are beautiful. He's dialed at 975. Kelly Davis in the Mustang, dialed in at 651. Here we go. The chase is on. The win light goes to Kelly Davis. 6600 on a 651 for Kelly. She gets the victory with a 107 reaction time. Charlie Salazar was, well, later than that. Reaction time started with a 2, and he goes 974 and a 975. So it's Kelly Davis getting out of the buyback round as Troy Jackson and Jonathan Fiello. The 67 Chevelle, another great-looking race car. Jonathan Fiello gets the win as Troy Jackson was red by 66 thousandths of a second. Fiello is 10 green and 646 on a 649. As Will Good and Joe Cox Jr. Joe in the 66 Valiant, Good in the 66 Chevelle. So yeah. So as we get ready to wrap things up in our pro buybacks, Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Joe Cox with a 70 bull. Goes 734 and a 732. Gets their first 42 thou and gets the win light. Will Good had the reaction time that started with a 1, which was not good, and that's it. So we got Germany checking in. We got Poland checking in the chat bleachers. And we got Sidney McDaniel and Mike Reed battling it out on the starting line, holding up here just for a moment. And again, while it is quiet, just a reminder for everybody that is on property, those COVID protocols are still in effect. If you are on property, you do need to have your face mask on. That is one of those things that the county officials have told us we need to do. So you do need to keep that face mask on while you are on property, while you are walking around, in order to make sure that should they happen to stop by and make sure that we're playing nice, that we are playing nice. Sidney McDaniel in the Savoy goes red by 36 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Mike Reed in the D50 pickup truck. 685 on the 683 for Reed. Winner, winner. Not yet chicken dinner, but winner, winner. Joe Accardo. Accardo was going to be matched up with Joe Kidd, but unfortunately Joe is pulling in front of the tower. Issues with the pickup truck kind of ruining his morning. Joe Accardo gets to roll on the solo, 712 on the 706. After he was 048 on the tree. That's going to bring up, I believe that's, that Matt or Brad? We'll see. Ryan Johnston and Brad Hawk. That's right, Matt's running the white car. Hey, Stephanie. Miss Stephanie Mott checking in from Utah. I don't know how to say good afternoon in Utah because I can't put that drawl in there. 2 socks? I would call it 2 socks. Fair enough. Ryan Johnston checking out as Brad Hawk gets back into the game. 11 on the tree and 710 on the 701. You are right, Terry Lee. Those that are joining in the chat bleachers, if you choose to participate in the Mask Up program, you can. But if you are at home all by yourself, you don't need to. For those of us that are here on property, we do need to, just to make sure that we play along nicely with the regulations that have been provided. So make sure you got those masks on, up over your face if you're on property. We appreciate that. So with Kim Zimmerman getting in via the buyback round, Larry Schmidt fouls it away by 70 thousandths of a second. Goes 737 on a 736 after being done. Zimmerman, 49 green and 621 on a 622. Under by 5 thou. The wind light was already on as she made her way down the racetrack, as now David Beckwith and Tony Luceri. That's pretty much what it is, Mopar man. We've got a great opportunity to be out here racing, and the local officials have asked us to participate by wearing masks, and that's the last thing we want to have happen, is have them come out here and find out that we're not doing that and tell us that we're done. That would be bad. Double red light here between Tony Luceri and David Beckwith. This one is a true start reversal, as Tony Luceri, leaving second, was 091 on the red side. David Beckwith was 007 on the red side, and Beckwith advances. As now Jeff Devy and Carlos Ortiz. All right. So Mike, as Jeff Devy and Carlos Ortiz make their way down the racetrack, advantage on the line to Ortiz. Jeff Devy, 61 on the tree and 644, no good. Ortiz, 39 green and 666 to get their first 23 foul. So yesterday you put up that question of, is it, 56, 55 or 57 is the best of the, yeah, we said 55. So I'm going to open the door a little bit wider. Of all of the 60s era muscle cars, or just the 60 era's cars, which one is your favorite? Most everybody knows what mine is, but I'm just saying. Mark Pelkey, Russ Hines. Hines dialed 709, goes 707 to break out 18th thou. Mark Pelkey, 721 on a 720. Mine by far, done and gone, is the 66-67 Nova. That's my pick. I like the 66 Chevelles, but 66-67 Nova, that's my deal. Hey, Blue Hayball, we have got a prize up here in the tower for you. You were the best losing package in round number 1 of Super Pro. Blue Hayball, we've got a $500 FTI Performance gift certificate up here in the tower for you. So, Blue, come on up and pick up your gift certificate. Again, still Daniel McClellan, J.R. Learcamp, Greg Hicks. We've got your prizes up here as well. As Ron Rios and Jason Kensel hold up here just for a moment. Rios with a 920 dial. Or excuse me, Rios with a 675 dial. Jason Kensel with a 920 dial. So I'll put the same question out to those in the chat bleachers. Of all of the 60s era's cars, which one is the best? 67 Nova SS. That's mine. Well, it looks like we're going to do a do-over on the staging process between Ron Rios and Jason Kensel. We'll get it. We'll get it. Kensel staged. Rios is staged. Head start's going to go to Kensel. Here comes Ron. Kensel turned it red, 11th thou. All right, Chad, 69 Camaro convertible. Simonetta says the 68 Camaro. Radial tire likes the 69 Trans Am. Fair enough. 66 Plymouth Valiant. Mustang Fastback 69 gets a vote. 67 Camaro. All right. Savannah Kid and Eric Mosley. Mosley on the left side. Or excuse me, Eric Halsey. Halsey, 706 is the dial. Savannah, 680 is the dial. Win light's going to go to Halsey. back into the game. 027 on the tree and 708 down the racetrack for Halsey. Paige, I do like the 65 Chevelle, yes. Vote for the 65 Nova SS. Another one for the 69 Camaro. TD, I got to go with you. 69. 69 Nova looks pretty good too. Leroy Duran gets the win light as Nathan Williams turned it red by over a tenth and a half. Duran 008 on the tree and 603 on a 616 as we bring out Lindy Lindholm and Jeff Ford. Once again, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars for the buyback. Super Pro door cars for the buyback. Need you back into the staging lanes. Again, Super Pro, $100 to buy back. Payable in the staging lanes. Go ahead. Mike likes the 69 Chevelle or 63 Savoy Max Wedge. Okay. All right. Arnie likes the 66 Tempest. Off the line we go. Jeff Ford with the advantage on the tree had the 024 reaction time, and he's going to get the win light. 792 on the 789. Mopar Man likes the 69 Rambler. And Lindy Lindholm, 39 green, goes 625 on a 622. Yeah, you can. I mean, 60s area. You can do a 60 Impala. Yeah. Like we got to vote for the 67 GTO. Chuck Hawk Jr. going to be our final car in the Pro buyback. Then our Super Pro buyback cars are going to start making their way here. Again, just a reminder. Mark Kidd says, hey, you got one right. 67 Nova. Oh. That's hilarious. So Chuck Hawk, 18th thou a little bit early and goes 679 on a 681. Once again, racers, remember, if you are going to get entered in for tonight's $50,000 shootout, we do need you to get to the trailer and get signed up. We do have some of those. Looks like we need a parts call. We need a scoop mount for a 4500 carburetor or borrow one for Dean Bush. So again, Dean Bush is in need of a scoop mount for a 4500 carburetor. If you could buy one or borrow one, something like that. So again, the scoop mount for the 4500 carburetor. Taylor Vetter, no, to the best of my knowledge, there have not been any fuel caps turned in. To the Theobald family, Chad Reynolds would like to thank you for the bar stool. He appreciates that greatly. It is now pretty comfy. So he's able to sit on a bar stool with his tushy up there and not have to stand all day and ruin his pretty feet. I don't know if Chad Reynolds applied sunscreen today or not, but we'll get that. And then Mark Kidd, yes, we certainly have that one right. The 67 Nova is one of the greatest cars to come out of the 60s era. It's just such a pretty race car. So for those who are joining online, again, we welcome you out here, courtesy of that Bank Shift Live feed. Thanks to Silver State Refrigeration. Thanks to Hughes Performance. It is a Hughes Performance Saturday. We have got $10,000 on the line in Super Pro, $5,000 on the line in Pro, and later tonight, the West Coast Bracket Racing $50,000 shootout presented by Kid Performance and Dyno, where somebody is going to grab themselves $50,000. Also for tomorrow, we still have some tickets available online. So if you're listening and want to go to TucsonDragway.com, we've got some tickets for spectators. I'm pretty sure they're going to be showing up a little bit later because right now, while it is fairly breezy, I am looking at my weather app, and my weather app says that by, let's see, what does it say? I want to just double check. Make sure it hasn't changed. But yeah, it's pretty much going to kind of start to die down between now and about noon. By the time we get later into the afternoon, there'll be a very little bit of a breeze, and it'll stay about 10 to 11 miles an hour for the rest of the night. That's what it's saying. Tomorrow, as long as my weather app is correct, we're going to be about the same boat. About the same boat for the rest of the day. So hopefully that will work. Huh. The Finnish Fireball likes the Prius. What is wrong with you? No, nobody said Fireball. That's later. What is wrong with you, man? No, Terry Lee, I in no way whatsoever, do I try to present myself as a weatherman. Not at all. I could not see myself standing in front of a green screen, pointing it out and being like, this morning we'll have primarily sunny conditions with slight breezes in the area. Tomorrow things will get a little bit better as the rains will start to run. No, not tomorrow, I'm just saying. Cumulus clouds. Some upper level cloud cover will diminish the UV index. I don't know what it is. It's a bunch of... It's nice or it's not, and right now it's pretty okay. Right now it's pretty okay. Super Pro door car buybacks are making their way into the water box. And Mike is playing the tap out game, so I am getting tapped out here. Mike Eames is going to take over on the mic for a little while, and I'm going to eat some more kettle corn. I might be nice and take some down to Chad so that he can show you guys all the kettle corn that he's eating.
I think Chad Reynolds might actually deserve some kettle corn. 50-50. All right, Super Pro door car buyback. John Lister, Dave Johnston. Now, okay, so that worked out okay for John Lister. I mean, it cost him $100, but we don't want to talk about what happened to John Lister in the first round because he was like a few red and his opponent in the other lane was like 300 green. So John Lister out of Goodyear, Arizona in the Monza. We'll get back into the show. Dave Johnston's 14 red, and it'll be done for the day unless he gets in that kid performance of Dyno 50K shootout. It's Ken Sweo, our runner-up from last night. Took it all the way to the final round and then follows that up with getting beaten round number 1 on a double red light. Steve Denny turns on that big old nasty, ominous, putrid, heinous red light by 4th out. Does Steve Denny. Ken Sweo. We'll move forward back in round 2 is Vic Spitali and Ken Rader. Let's go back to Ken Sweo. The deal last night in the final round. Fuse actually burned out the pre-stage bulb on his side of the racetrack, and Mark Darso and Ken Sweo ended up rerunning that final round, and just a great act of sportsmanship by Mark, and came back and ran that deal, and Mark was just a little bit better in that rerun final round. So Ken Rader, Tucson, Arizona. Vic Spitali, also from Tucson. Wow, 82 green leaves first. And that's Ken Rader is going to get the win. 82, 4 above is good. Vic Spitali, 127 on the green light start, 0.02 of a second too quick. Going 579.0 on the 581. So Ken Rader. Come back around for round number 2. Scott Strum and Kenny Snow. Scott out of Tucson in the Nova. Sorry. Yeah, Scott out of Tucson in the Nova. That's what happens when you like start talking about one side of the screen and you're looking at the other side of the screen. We're just trained monkeys. Like, that's all we are. And then, like, Nathan's up here doing good work on the kettle corn. It's just, you know, up here watching Kenny Snow go red by 18th out. As final call, Super Pro door car. Buyback round, you should all be in the lane. Scott Strum after being 20 green. And a free look at 658 goes 659 with an 8 at 103 miles an hour. And that Nova. It's back into the program. It's Blue Hayball and Eric Jakewith. It's just so weird looking down at the starting line and seeing blue hay ball and a door car. Yeah, he had the best losing package in round number 1. It was 12 total, and got to bring $100 back up in the lanes. Daniel McClellan, was he 8 or 9? I thought he was 9. Oh yeah, yeah. What it was, Daniel McClellan was really good, and Blue Hayball was just slightly worser. Here, blue's off and away. 15 green. Eric Jaquith is a big hole to climb out of, and Blue Hayball pays it off. 631 on the 628 was 15 green. Eric Jaquith was 71 thou on the start on the Hayabusa, and no chance. Daryl Simpson in the Nova. Daryl alongside Matthew Larson. Matthew Larson was perfect on the reaction time in round number 1, and what does he get for it? You got to bring $100 into lanes for the buyback round. So Matthew in super gas trim, 6 flat is the dial. Daryl off and away. Here comes Matty Larson. Daryl will advance as Matt Larson gets to the finish line first by 22 thousandths of a second, breaks out by 5 thou. So Daryl, 659 on the 58 is good enough to move that Nova into round number 2. Matt Larson will be done for the day, except for the Kid Performance and Dyno 50K shootout. It's Chris Gabbard and Dan Bain. Gabbard out of Mesa, Arizona, that flamed Corvette. And Dan Bain, who was red in round number 1. The Camaro out of Lake Havasu. Red light star for Chris Gabbard by 8 thou. Dan Bain will take the 69 Camaro. Been around 2. 557.0 for Bain. He was 26 on the tree. Gabbard, after being 8 red, was 505 on the 502, but Gabbard goes 0 for 2 this morning. It's Martin Corella and Hank Pramoff. Will be our next pair. So Martin Corella, Don Davis Corvette Roadster, be leaving second for Don's Hot Rod Shop. 532 the dial for Martin this morning, and Hank Pramoff out of Colorado in the Vega. 572 the number. Martin bumps in. Hank Pramoff, second to stage. Tree. Greens. How about 004 leaving last? Hank Pramoff is going to bow out to Martin Corella. Pramoff was 001 green, 3 above, going 575 on the 572. Martin Corella's 004 Lou Gehrig on the starting line. And 533 Deuce on the 532. Was in front by 18 thou at the finish line, and Martin Corella advances out of the buyback round. It's Tim O'More and Andrew Jaramillo. Tim O'More from literally right over there. Tucson in the Roadster. 531 the dial. Andrew Jaramillo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the Dart is in a tight spot. Tim Moore's already up alongside. 29 green for Tim. Andrew Jaramillo was close to Earl Helm's age, 73 on the green light start. But then Andrew was off the pace early as well, 624 on the green light effort. Tim O'More off the gas early, over by 3/10, and good. there for Tim O'More. Tim O'More, I think, we'll have to get this confirmed. I think is racing 9 cars this weekend.
So this morning, I don't even know which Theobald it was. I don't even know which kid it was that brought it. But he brings the bar stool, and I'm like, okay, and normally the bar stools don't work very well. Because
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Super Pro Dragster Buyback. Super Pro Dragster Buyback. As you get headed up this way, please. Double entries in 2 and 4. My regular entries in 6 and 8, if you would, please. Super Pro Buyback. Super Pro Buyback Dragster. 2 and 4 for my double entry cars. 6 and 8. For all of my regular entries, so on the chat bleachers, shout out to Colm Kenny, another one of our friends watching from Germany, which we determined is 8 hours in front of Tucson. So 7:32 p.m. I should be wrapping up some dinner. We appreciate everybody watching the great coverage, courtesy of Chad Reynolds and Bang Shift from both near and far, all across the world here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. As we are right in the middle of the Super Pro Buyback round, a huge performance Saturday with Scott Hess and Brian Fritz. Hess out of Surprise, Arizona, the 66 Nova. Fritz in the Roadster out of Mesa for Team Torco. Fritz off and away. Scott Hess is pretty good on the starting line, trying to pull up alongside Brian Fritz, and will turn on the win light over in that National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. 003 for Scott Hess, 71 on the 69. Brian Fritz was pretty good on the starting line as well, 13 on the tree. But then 3 above. Scott Hess, a little bit better on both ends. Turn on the win light is Race Kid and Sammy Franco III. Race out of Boise, Idaho. The 67 Nova for Kid Performance and Dyno. 579 the number for the Babyface Assassin, and Sammy Franco 3 sticks. 67 Camaro out of Anthony, New Mexico. Kid bumping in. Last stage. Red light start for Sammy Franco. 10th thou in front of green. Race Kid, a free look at 579, 5786 for Mr. Kid. 22 green. So Larry Spitali in the Monza. Gift wraps a win over to Bob Cordova in the Camaro out of Colorado as Spitali's red by 8th thou. So that'll be it today for the Monza, unless he jumps over into the 50K shootout, the Kid Performance and Dyno event later tonight. It's Bob Cordova, 606 on the 603. Take that 88 Camaro back into round number 2. It's Will Yakimans and Dave Vills. So Yakimitz in his Top Sportsman 69 Camaro. 460 on the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. And Dave Vales in that Brogy Roadster. Before Dave Vales had that machine, Jesse Lucero had it. And at our old facility up there in Salt Lake City, the former Rocky Mountain Raceways, sat in that car for like 20 minutes, didn't want to get out. There, Dave Vales. Super comfortable. The gas pedal right over to the other side of the tunnel. It's like sitting in a lazy boy, which kind of fond of sitting in a lazy boy. Dave's off and away. Will Yakimitz is red by a bunch. Dave Vales is 008. And dead on one. That's 9 total. Even my remedial math skills can add 8 plus 1. So 9 total for Dave Vales. That's pretty sporty. Remove that Brogy Roadster in round number 2. Will Yakimitz will be done for the day. As Doug Cash, Bernie Polvador. Bernie for 3 Amigos Tequila, the Grand Prix. For Bernie over the American Walk-In Cooler side, 5-4-5 going to be leaving first. Doug Cash out of Albuquerque. That lidless 61 Corvette Roadster, 533 to Island. Doug did not have a fun time in round number 1. Here he's off the starting line, looking over to the right of Bernie Polvador and going to get the win. 008 for Doug Cash, 534-1 on the 533. Bernie Polvador was 15 green and 1 above. He needed to be dead 3 to switch the win light over onto his side of the racetrack. Did not do so. Doug Cash will be back into the program. Bill Bollock and Joe Kidd Jr. Now, we talked about Bill Bollock's Litchfield Park, Arizona Anglia. I said, like, the only thing that would make this thing cooler is if it did like a 20-inch wheel stand out to about 150 feet. Okay, I don't want to get greedy. How about like 100 feet? Like 117 feet. That's my final answer. Joe Kidd Jr., Phoenix, Arizona, the Outlaw 73 Nova, 721. The dial for Joe, so almost a full tree going to be the head start for Joe Kidd Jr. Tree down, away. Ball. A little wiggle down there. You hear the rip of the throttle down there in the Anglia, and that cost him as Joe Kidd Jr. stuck the nose of the Nova out in front by 3 thou at the finish line. Joe was 49 on the green light effort and 4 above. Bollock was 60 green. You heard him rip it down there a little bit. And ended up being 3 thou short of the finish line. It's Joe Kidd Sr. and Robert Neighbor. $685 the dial for the duct tape 66 Chevy 2 out of Marana. For Joe Kidd Sr. and Robert Neighbor. For Neighbor Trucking, picking up a new sponsor just recently for the Neighbor Motorsports team, Chad Neighbor's Trailer Tipping Services. I mean, that's only funny because everything worked out okay, but like, those of you that follow the shenanigans and tomfoolery of the crew chief extraordinaire Chad Neighbor might have got a chuckle about the trailer tipping service. So 505 the dial in for Robert Neighbor. Had a deep run in the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus event that concluded yesterday, but he's going to be out the Corvette in round 1 of the buyback round today as he turns it red by 30 thou. Joe Kidd Sr. 10 green and 2 above, but it was all over like 1 inch into the 660 feet. Man, Nova Scotia in the house watching on the live feed. Medicine Hat, Alberta. Been through Medicine Hat, driving up to Calgary. Heading up to Banff. It's a beautiful part of the country up there. Yeah, if you ever get the chance up in there around Calgary, going up there through Banff, I personally had to stop by to go to Chateau Lake Louise, as my mother's name is Louise. It was like a family obligation that had to go to Lake Louise. I did find it nice that they named the lake after my mom. I mean, at least that's what I told my mom anyway, that she had a lake named after her in Canada. It's Dustin Wirtz and Austin Downing. Wow, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Warsaw, Poland. That's good stuff as we're watching the chat bleachers. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. That beautiful Miller-prepared dragster. 456 for Dusty Buckets, and Austin Downing 624. And that white drag shot at Tempe. So an entire Christmas tree plus a skosh will be the head start for Austin. Red light start for Dustin Wirtz by 1 bleeping thou. You can insert whatever adjective you would like for the bleeping. But I would think that well, they might rhyme with, well, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Wirtz red by 1,000. Austin Downing 20 green and 502 quick, but is good enough is Sean Page and Shane Thompson. Shane for Team Silver State out of Henderson, Nevada, 468 the dial. For Mr. Thompson, Sean Page, 502 for the runner out of the 208 up there in Meridian, Idaho. Right there next to Firebird Raceway. Sean is in a tight spot. Shane Thompson is 12 green and 3 above and good. 471 on the 468 for Mr. Thompson. Sean Page was 32 green, 505 on the 502, and that mathematical combination cannot be solved. With a win light for Sean Page, Shane Thompson will come back. Thomas Bear and Chance Parker. Thomas Bear out of Cherry Valley, California for Team Lucas Oil and that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Mr. Bear has a whole stable of race cars and a whole stable of drivers that have come through that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Chance Parker out of Roy, Utah, and that blue Cameron chassis dragster for Mr. Chance, 494 the dial-in. Over the right side of the racetrack, one racer is perfect on the starting line, and it's not Thomas Bear. One driver also getting the win light that is not Thomas Bear. Chance Parker, perfect on the starting line. You cannot get any gooder than that. 000 on the starting line for Chance Parker, 4950 on the 494. Tom Bear's really tough, but had no shot, as Chance Parker was 10 total. Bear dead on 9 and 23 green and just wasting fuel. Dustin Henches and Bruce Briscoe. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington for Left Coast Racing. The Mullis chassis. There for Dustin, 491 the dial. Bruce Briscoe out of Pueblo, West Colorado. As 2,000 separate him on the starting line and 5,000 separate him on the finish line as Bruce Briscoe ends up on the right side. 5292 on the 529 dial and dead on 215 green at 17 total. Dustin Henches was 13 green and dead on 9 and 22 total. Gets to sit around for the rest of the day. Well, at least until the kid performance of $950,000 shootout. Is Brian Hout and Carl Canavo. as in top alcohol funny car competitor, Brian Howe. Out of Junction City, Oregon. It's funny talking to Brian, he's like, man, this dragster, there's like so much room. Like you could see so much more compared to that alcohol funny car. Brian and son Dylan have been doing a great job. It's Carl Canavo, the pizza man out of Las Vegas, Nevada. 455 the dial in for C squared. Red light start for Canavo, like big red. I mean, not Steve Schoenfeld 253 red, but Carl Canavo's 185 red. And Brian Howe's 187 green, gets away with it, 476. With a 2 on the 476, but it was all over as Carl's big red. Lane Desper and Punch Johnson. Punch with the fendered Yancer dragster over on that American walk-in cooler side, the right side of the racetrack, 589. That island for Punch. On the throttle stop here this weekend is that Yancer dragster is a normal Super Comp competitor, and Lane Desper out of Lake Havasu City for Lane's Tire and Auto. Big thanks for his contribution to the stimulus race yesterday, and Lane goes red by 11. Punch Johnson is Babe Ruth 003 on the starting line and 589.9. That's 12 total. After Lane is red, continues the tradition. Red and dead on. 516.4 on the 516. It's Debbie Dolezal and Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy and the dragster, like the guy that has won, I think, like 11 different dragsters and dragster apples in the last like 3 years. Jeremy, is red by 9th thou, and Debbie Dolezal's 103 on the green light start. Just tell Jeremy that time slip blew away. He don't want to look at it. Pat Marback. We believe Jordan Stewart over on the right side. Working to confirm that. So the Stewart team machine, that wing dragster, and Pat Marback with a little shorty. American chassis dragster looking over to the right. Pat Marback is going to break out just a little bit more than Jordan Stewart. 479.5 under by 5 thou for Stewart. Marback was 005 and under by 7 thou, 2 thou. When you do the math, it's going to be the margin of victory. Over there for Jordan Stewart is Lloyd Salveson and Jerry Duffy. Salveson out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. And that rich Ford Quick Lane Tire and Auto Center dragster. Jerry Duffy out of Tucson. The red and the electric green/yellow stripe, and Jerry Duffy turns on that big, ugly, just putrid red light by 12 thou. Lloyd Salveson's 39 green and under by 2 thou. 498.8 on the 499. There for Lloyd Salveson, he gets back in round number 2 is Morgan Rose and Jerry Devenpeck. Devenpeck out of Gig Harbor, Washington. The TNT Supercar. Blown combination there for Jerry. 445 is the dial. Morgan Rose out of Henderson. Morgan picked up one of those California car cover dragster covers this morning, unfortunately, by being one of the first 2 red lights in Super Pro Dragster. 464 the dial for Morgan. Young lady will be leaving first. Red light start for Morgan. Morgan was red in round number 1, red here in the buyback round. Jerry Davenpeck. It's 23 green and 4 above. But it was all over early. As Morgan red by 26 and then dead on 7. Shelby Williams and Dylan Smith. Shelby for Team K&N. Cherry Valley, California. See Dad Steve Williams back behind daughter Shelby. Mom Janet back there as well. Going to be leaving first alongside Dylan Smith out of Buckeye, Arizona. That white flamed red dragster. I should say red dragster, white flame. Or I mean it could be like a white dragster with red. Yeah. It's one in the right lane. Shelby. Last stage, that was close. Almost timed out. Shelby a little bit late. Dylan Smith pulling up alongside is going to get the win. 23 green and 3 above. The dial, 530 on the 527. There for Dylan Smith. Shelby Williams was 60 on the starting line. And 557 on the 556, but that starting line deficit, a little bit too much for Shelby to overcome. Is Parker Theobald and our winner from yesterday, Mark Darsow. Parker, who finished number 6 in the world last year in Super Comp Eliminator. The young man out of St. George, Utah is going to have a little change in his racing program he's telling me about yesterday. Mark, after winning it all yesterday, is out in round number 1 and the buyback round. Theobald's 16 green. So Parker Theobald, 16 green. So last call Super Pro Dragster. Last call Super Pro Dragster. As Raymond Harshbarger and Mike Zimmerman, the birthday boy from yesterday. Ooh, 007 leaves second. Both drivers 00. Mike Zimmerman snugs it up. Toit like a tiger. Smoking a pancake. 5096 on the 508 took 1 thou at the stripe. 006 on the tree taking a thou. Pretty good job on both ends. Raymond Harshbarger was 007. And a thou behind at the finish line. As Mike Zimmerman wins a tight one to get back into the program. As Mark Kidd and Lloyd Coker. Mr. Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho. Kidd Performance at Dyno. 462 the dial. Lloyd Coker out of Glendale, Arizona. Kidd dominated on the starting line and going to get the win. 006. 464 is good for Mark Kidd. Lloyd Coker was 32 green, gave up about 300 and 200ths of a second above the dial. 509 on the 507. And those combination of numbers works out in a win light for Mark Kidd as Lindsey Meserve and Jack Sadler. Lindsey of the St. George area, 466 the dial for Lindsey. Jack Sadler for Team Fig Speed. Big shout out to Les Figueroa. The Fig Speed support trailer that is here this weekend that has helped a whole slew of drivers be able to fix their cars to stay on track. So Sadler, right side. Lindsay Meserve, part of that Theobald Motorsports juggernaut. Over the National Auto Collision Center side. See Dad Brent. Back behind his daughter. Fourth out, separating him on the starting line. Lindsay left side, Jack Sadler right side. Lindsay, Theobald, Meserve. Lindsay Meserve, 466.7 on the 466, dead on the number. And 19 green. Sadler was 23 green, dead 7. And fourth out behind at the finish line is Lindsay. Takes out Jack Sadler is Greg Carlisle and Cody Weber. Greg out of Lake Stevens, Washington, 557 the dial. And Dodie Cornelius Weber, Kingman, Arizona. Red light start for Carlisle. Cody Weber misses the tree a little bit. It's totally fine. And then goes dead 3. This is Cody Weber. Go back into round number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, in addition to wearing your mask when you're here at Tucson Dragway, please be cognizant of your speed in the pit area. You get the race in the area here in between the K-rail. Please, 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 everybody in the pit area, watch your speed. There's people out there, there's cars moving around. You don't need to be going 70 through the pit area. Everybody, please, 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 watch your speed. Oh, and wear your masks. Tyler Murrup and Alexis Thompson. Tyler out of Sandy, Utah, the Jordan Moore Motorsports team. Pete's Diesel Repair there for Tyler. 5 flat, the number. Alexis Thompson, Henderson, Nevada. For Silver State Refrigeration, 466 a dial for Alexis. Murrup's 007 and 3 above to get the win. 5030 on the 5 flat dial for Tyler Murrup. Murrup's 007. Lex Thompson is 26 green and 470 on the 466. Lance Parker, Don Toya. Lance out of Roy, Utah, 484 is the dial-in. Don Toya. For Don's Hot Rod Shop, 488 the dial for Don. Lance Parker out of Roy, Utah. He went, I believe, into round 4 yesterday. Red light start for Parker by 22 thou. Don Toya will get a free sniff of 488. It's going to smell like 486.5 for Don Toya. All right, Pro Eliminator, round number 2 for my French friends. Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Double entry in 2 and 4. Regular entries in 6 and 8, if you would, please. Pro Eliminator, round 2. Double entries in 2 and 4. Regular entries in 6 and 8, if you would, please. Chuck Babcock and Leroy Dran. Chuck out of Yorba Linda, 519 the dial. Leroy Duran out of Sun City, Arizona. Saw that Chris Lindsay gave Leroy Duran some extra parts. They're on Paul Lorton's dragster, so he could even be a part of the program today. Babcock streaking away and breaks out. By 23 thou, taking 2.5 seconds down there. Leroy Duran was way off the gas in Paul Lorton's dragster as that machine continues to just struggle. Goes 77 green and 765 on the 518 and lights up a win light as Chuck Babcock breaks out by a couple of hun, taking 2.5 seconds down there. Ow. Ouch. Kevin Johnson, Val Torres Sr., double red lights. And Val Torres went up on the right side, even though he was red. Val was 34 in front of green. Kevin Johnson, 57 in front of the green line. And Val, 479 after being 34 red. Come back for round number 2 is Larry Beckner and Cortland Carter. Cortland in this entry had to race Johnny Carter and was red by 5 thou in round number 1, if memory serves me correct. .506 thou for Cortland. Larry Beckner in one of the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team machines. And Lucas Oil as well on the side for Larry. From right up the road in Scottsdale. Cortland Carter just a little bit better on the starting line, a little bit better on the racetrack. C squared will move on, 007 and 510 on the 506. Beckner was 13 green and 8 above. Down with 496 and goes 504. So Jeff Taylor. And Chris Lindsay. For Lindsay Racing Products, looking over that left shoulder, here comes Jeff Taylor, and Taylor will move on. It's 005 for Jeff Taylor and 441 on the 439 as Chris Lindsay is 35 green and under by 2 thou, but was only in front by a thou at the finish line and had no chance to move the win light over into his lane as Trey Vetter and Dustin Henches. Trey out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Matco Tools. Do we still call it the Carrot? I mean, he doesn't have the green wing anymore. The Pumpkin? Could we call it the Pumpkin? Dustin Henches for Left Coast Racing out of Olympia, Washington. Gave up a couple of hun to Trey, and Trey Vetter going to light the lamp. 25 green, 4698 on the 468. Dustin Henches was 46 green and dead 8, but that difference in the starting line led to his demise. Trey Vetter will come back around as Taylor Strange and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin, earlier in the buyback round, was red by a thou. in Pro Eliminator, round number this many. Oh, wait a minute, 2. I guess I gotta say it. I can't hold up 2 fingers. Round number 2 in Pro. Get you in the lanes, please. Here at the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. And Wirtz, red again by 1,000. Wow. Taylor Strange is pretty good. 13 green, dead 7 there for Taylor Strange. Dustin Wirtz, 1 red. It's the 3rd time today he's been 1 red, that's right. Chad Weber, Keith Winters. Chad out of Kingman, Arizona, former Division 7 Super Comp champion for Sherway Engine and Machine, and Keith Winters, who in the first round was alongside Hollywood Hicks and ended up on the wrong side. Chad is green, Keith Winters is green. 5,000 separate the drivers on the starting line, and Keith Winters, dead on 9, will advance. Chad Weber got to the finish line first by 16 thou, broke it out 12 thou. Needed to tighten that up to 3 thou to move the wind light over in his lane, and didn't do it. Keith Winters. Come back for round number 2 is Brian Hout and Larry Beckner. So Brian Hout for Cascade. $475 the dial in there for Brian. Larry Beckner for Team Thomas Bear. And Team Lucas Oil, $510 the dial for Larry. Win. There's Bear over on that side. Once again, these guys are double entered. Sometimes we get numbers all crossed up. 512 on the 510. Brian Hout's having a hard time getting that starting line down. 148 green for Brian. But Thomas Bear will move forward to Sean Page and Lorraine Rogers. Sean out of Meridian, Idaho, 505 the dial for Mr. Page. And Lorraine Rogers, Seligman, Arizona. 5 flat the dial for Lorraine. Interesting when you have the dragsters, door cars. The dragster is leaving first. Door car will be doing the chasing. 6 red for Lorraine. Sean Page, 23 green, dead on 6, but it was all over like an inch into the run as Lorraine Rogers was red by 6 thou. Oh, hey, this is round number 2 in Pro. There we go. Tag, you're it? You good? What do you mean? You're always good. All right, I'm going to move out of the way as we get ready for Pro round 2. And the Pro side, California Car Cover Company round number 2. On Hughes Performance Saturday here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Nathan Hershey is going to slide right in.
Thank you very much, Mike Ames. It is Pro round number 2 as Vic Sandoval and Chris Stout bring their cars up to the staging lines. Hey, just a reminder, as we are in pro round number 2, again, if you are in pro, you should be in the staging lanes. So pro round number 2, you should be in the staging lanes if you are not there yet. Victor Sandoval going to get the win light as Chris Stout turned it red by 0.010 of a second. Sandoval 583 on the 573 to finish up the run after an 057 light. But for those of you that are on property here this weekend, we certainly appreciate you being out here, but we do need to send out the reminder about the masks. Again, we are under some pretty strict guidelines and agreements with the local authorities that as long as you are on property, you do need to see the mask. You do need to wear the mask. That's how it works. Stephen Lake and Curtis Zinzalita. Zinzalita dialed 666 and the Roadrunner goes 668. After an 043 reaction time, Stephen Lakey was behind as he was 071 on the tree and then tried to make up for it, taking a 2,000 stripe, goes 664 on his, 664 on his dial is now Brandon Umberger and Luis Ortiz. Sup, Rooster? It is pro round number 2 on a Hughes Performance Saturday. $5,000 on the line. 860 is the dial-in for Luis Ortiz. 588 is the dial-in for Umberger. In the little green Chevette, we get down to the stripe, and 602 will get it done. Luis Ortiz obviously having some issues with his Valiant. Left soft, didn't leave right. 100 was the reaction time, and then 942 on the 860 dial for Luis. Umberger just kind of slides on by and picks up the win light. So again, for those who are on property, make sure you're wearing your masks while you're out there, whether you're in the grandstands or wherever, even if you're in the open air. We have been asked to wear those masks while we are here. Secondarily, for those that may be looking for the pumper truck, he is here on property. If you need him, he's working on Road J right now. If you did not get up here and give us your name, make sure that you get that taken care of. As Tim Seymour is going to bow out to Austin Downing's dragster. Downing had dialed 621, was 045 on the tree. That was a 10th better than Tim Seymour's reaction time, as Downing runs 8 above, 629 on the 621. Once again, pro bracket, round number 2. You should be in the staging lanes. We are underway as Chris Silman and Chris Hall will be our next 2. Also want to send a little reminder out there to Morgan Rose and Dustin Wirtz. Morgan Rose and Dustin Wirtz. You guys each earned one, not in a good way, but you got a brand new car cover for your dragster coming from California Car Cover Company. You were the first 2 red lights in Super Pro, so Morgan Rose, you've got one coming your way. Dustin Wirtz, you've got one coming your way. Coming up here to the tower and see us, we'll get you set up. Chris Silman was red by 60 thousandths of a second. Chris Hall, green by 30 thousandths of a second. We've also got prizes up here as Sasha Hover and George Matty line up together for David Beckwith, our best losing package in pro. Buyback, we got that BTE certificate. Blue Hayball, we've got your $500 gift certificate from FTI for your best losing package in Super Pro. And it's going to be Sasha Hover who puts together the better package in this pair. George Matty was 73 on the tree. Sasha Hofer was 6 thou quicker than that with the 067 light as she goes 767 on the 764. Working on that. Get it for you here in a minute, Don. I know we had like 180 something pro cars. Or excuse me, not 180, 118 pro cars, 176 Super Pro. So we got plenty of cars on the property. 118 in Pro, 176 in Super Pro that made first round here today. Carson Heath has got the 915 dial on the C10 pickup truck and goes 923 on the 915, but it won't be enough to get around Tim Arnswald. Arnswald's having a pretty good weekend here. He goes 30 on the tree and 769 on the 765, as we've now got Leo Glassbrenner and Kim Zimmerman. How about a 71 model T-Bird? Something you don't see very often, especially on a drag strip. And the 2014 bodied Copo Camaro. 622 is the dial for the T-Bird. 612 is the dial for the Copo. You would think that a 71 T-Bird and a Copo Camaro might be separated a little bit more than that as far as the dial is concerned, but it's just 1/10 of a second the head start that'll go to the T-Bird. It is a great car count, Don. It is a great car count. Away we go. Not much between them in reaction time. And the win light will belong to Leo Glassbrenner. Glassbrenner was 0.43 on the tree. Kim Zimmerman was 8 thou slower than that with an 0.51 light. Zimmerman goes 6.24, 24 thou above her dial. Leo Glassbrenner goes 6.14, 26 thou above his dial. And by 0.06 of a second, Glassbrenner and the Copo will get to the stripe first and light up the scoreboard on that National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. We'll now bring up Dominic Blea. Blea yesterday put together a 4-pack as we are kind of looking at the best overall winning package of the weekend. That's since been surpassed by a 3-pack. We got a couple of 3-packs in the bank, but Dominic Blea, 006 on the tree and 646 on the 640. Chuck Hawk was 95 green that time and just flat out missed the tree. That is not something that Chuck does very often. But this time he did. He goes 692 on a 681. Dominic gets the win light. As we'll bring out Mark Kidd and Ken Gorman. Gorman in the red eye out of Rio, Arizona. That big old bad old Hemi dialed in at 686. And Mark Kidd in the Nova gets the win light as Ken Gorman turned it loose 21 thou too quick. Kidd 580 on a 581. Under by 7 thou with the win light already on. He was 17 green at this end of the racetrack. Gorman runs 648 at 101 miles an hour in the street car. 660 feet from a dead stop to 101 miles an hour in your daily driver. Gotta get me one of those. Brandon Fletcher now. The Challenger out of Tucson, Arizona. If one of these lottery tickets in my pocket hits, I'll get you one. Yeah. If I hit the jackpot there, I'll get you one. Carlos Ortiz getting the win on that one. 6-6-6-6. It is Evil plus 6, as he was 039 on the tree on a 665 dial. Gets there second. Brandon Fletcher was 38 on the tree and takes a 26 thou stripe to break out 9 thou. 701 on the 702. Now Steve Valdez and Jeremy Jacobs. Jacobs, the crew out of Whitman, Arizona. 71 body dart, 7.32 seconds is the dial in, giving him the head start over Steve Valdez in the Vegas out of Douglas, Arizona. 667. Red line start for Valdez. And a win light for Jeremy Jacobs. 30 on the tree, 736 on the 732 for Jeremy as we continue through pro round number 2. As we bring up Samantha Kidd and C.W. Hofer. Hofer, 722 dial for the Outlaw Nova. Out of Moraine, Arizona. And for C.W. Hofer, rolling in out of Calamasa. C.W. who went into like the latter rounds last night. Stuck around late into the game in the big show. Dialed at 766. Away goes C-Dub. Here comes Samantha. 51 thou the difference between the two in reaction time. Advantage went to Samantha Kidd. She goes 724 on a 722 after a 002 reaction time at this end of the racetrack. CW 053 on the tree. For CW, again, that was uncharacteristically late. He goes 769 on a 766. So it's going to be Kidd getting the win light as we bring out Mr. Safranik. Another one of those guys that ended up on the ladder last night in the pro category, battling it out for that $3,000 that Kyle Rizzoli eventually ended up winning. Today it's $5,000 in pro. Kelly Davis raced her way through the buyback round and is trying to get around the Jeff man. 37 thou the difference between the two in reaction time as they chase the stripe. It's going to be Sir Frantic. 724 on a 717. He was 20 on the tree and takes it down to a 16 thou stripe. Kelly Davis was 057 on the tree and 4 above. To end up behind down there at the big end is Nick Marconi and Jeremy Plyer. Plyer in the orange and black Nova. Marconi in the black 14 Challenger. 820 the dial in for Nick, getting the head start over Jeremy Plyer. Here we go. Down go the lights and away go the orange and black rides. It's like Halloween. 821 on an 820. Nick Marconi by 4 thousandths of a second gets the win lane. 48 on the tree for Marconi and a 48 10 thousandths of a second stripe. He gets the nod. Jeremy Plyer was 31 on the tree and goes 620 on the 617. As now Eric Holsey and Daniel Fiello. Fiello out of Yucaipa, California, 632. Holsey with one of the most excitable support group there is. If Eric Holsey lights up the scoreboard on this left side of the racetrack, watch these two ladies back here. They get super excited. Like happy dance times 10. Happy dance times 10. Look at them. All right, maybe it's only happy dance times 2 this time. But the fist pumps, everybody's excited. Eric Holsey gets the win by way of the red light of Daniel Fiello. Fiello was red 33 thou. But Eric, 66 on the tree. And then goes 710. There's now Alan Abrams and Joe Cox Jr. Joe Jr. in the 66 Valiant. Abrams, the 2019 Challenger. 768 the dial for Abrams, 734 for Joe. Valiant gives up the head start. The chase is on. Chase is a race. Go, baby. Go. Valiant, 737 on the 734. 3 above the dial, getting their first 300ths of a second. And with the 039 reaction time, Joe Cox will roll into round number 3. Alan Abrams was 18 thousandths of a second in reaction time and goes 776 on a 778. As Brian Johnston and Jeff Ford. Johnston, who's got that Don's Hot Rod Shop sticker on the front of the 77 Corvette. And RTC, yes. Yes, we did bag up some of the kettle corn. Jeff Ford dialed in at 791. Brian Johnston dialed in at 620. Ford in the green Challenger. Johnston turned it red and the green car gets the green light to move on. Jeff Ford, 53 green and 792 on the 791. Brian Johnston, after turning it red at this end of the racetrack, goes 19th thou above the dial to go 621 on a 620. Is now Justin Lamb and Jonathan Fiello. This will be a fun matchup. Justin Lamb in the blue Cobalt, the 5-time world champ for that Silver State Plumbing and Refrigeration, a guy who has been behind the wheel of a race car pretty much since I believe he could walk. And I mean, Dad was into drag boats for a while. They got into racing on the asphalt. Justin came up through the junior ranks, very quickly became a name to contend with, and in that time picked up 5 world championships. Jonathan Fiello in the 67 Chevelle over on the other side with the Team K&N. He is trying to get it done against Lamb and will. By 5 10,000ths of a second, Jonathan Fiello lights up the scoreboard and the red Chevelle moves into the next round. Jonathan was 22 on the tree. That was 16 thou better than Justin Lamb's 038. Justin goes 567 on a 567. He's dead on the money. Jonathan Fiello is 2 above, and 5/10,000ths is the margin at the stripe to give the win light to the red ride of Jonathan. Now we got Ryan Mangus, and we got Mark Pelkey. Mark in the Monte Carlo, 720 is the dial. Ryan in the Nova, 689 is the dial. Away we go. 13 thou was the difference. You could hear the throttle work at the finish line. Whoomp, whoomp, 2 thou is the margin. Just 2 thou. 692 and a 689 for Ryan Mangus, 49 on the tree, and takes 24/10,000ths of a second. At the finish line to get the win, Mark Pelkey was 062 and goes 722 on a 720 on the loss. As we've now got Barron Barler and Tim O'More. Tim here on the left side of the racetrack. Barron Barler on the right side, holding up just momentarily while we get the boards reset as Barron's dialed in at 665 and Tim has got a 606 up on the board. Hey, final call for Pro round number 2. Your attention in the pits, please. Final call, Pro round number 2. Need to make sure that you're back there in the staging lanes getting ready to go. Final call, Pro round number 2. Need to make sure you are in here ready to go if you are still alive. Not been down the racetrack in round number 2 and you're a pro car? You should be here. $19,000 separated them at this end of the racetrack. Tim O'More, 611 on a 606. Winner. 13 green for Tim O'More as he was taking a 2,000 stripe to light up that National Auto Collision side of the scoreboard. Barron Barler was 032 on the tree and then goes 668 on a 665. Hey, once again, Dustin Henches, we got your best losing package in Super Pro buyback, $250 BTE gift certificate up here in the tower. So Dustin, we'd like to get you up here to hand you your certificate. Blue Hay Ball, we've got your best losing package for Super Pro round number 1. $500 gift certificate from FTI. David Beckwith, best losing package in Pro buyback round. We've got your $250 gift certificate up here. Come on up and claim it as Manuel Blea gets the win light by 8.5 of a second on that right side of the racetrack. The Nova out of Albuquerque, 38 on the tree and dead on 8. 644 and a 644 for Blea. And for Mike Heath, it was an 052 reaction time, and he was dead on 2. So Blea, dead 8. Mike Heath, dead on 2. Heath didn't quite have the light that Blea did, and by 8.5 thou, Blea into round number 3. It's now Chris Citro and Steve Maas. Maas out of Rio Rancho. Maas. Taking on the black Mustang from just up the road in Morena. I mean, he lives about 5 minutes away from the track is what Chris said. Works up there in Morena. Steve Maas, 580 on a 579. 21 was the reaction time for Steve. That was 10 thou better than Chris Citro's 031 light as Citro takes a 5 thou stripe and breaks out by 3 thou. Tightening it up to 2 thou or less could have been different. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But instead it's Steve Maas. Mass in the altered. Love that car. 340 cubic inches worth of Mopar power in the Mass machine. Here's Manny Blea and Tony Katea. Blea and Katea. Blea dialed 765 on the right side. Katea dialed 663 on the left side. Katea by 0.003 of a second. We'll go 663 on a 663. Fouled it out 3 thou. Bows out, checks out. Manny Blea with an 069 reaction time. Goes 768 on the 765. And Blea moves on. Oh, yes. It was the Cordoba, wasn't it? The Chrysler Cordoba with the rich Corinthian leather. We have the 1979 Cordoba. What we do not have is Ricardo Montalban here to talk about it. But it's on the left side of the racetrack. Lindy Lindholm on the right, and the Copo Camaro giving up the head start to the Cordoba. Lindholm trying to chase it down, and oh no! The Cordoba is broke. No. Chuck Elder's car quit. Lindy Lindholm goes 637 on the 623. Oh, that's disappointing. I mean, come on. The Cordoba is such a cool car. Hopefully the Elders can get that thing corrected, get it back out here on the race, because I want to see that tomorrow. I want to see it tomorrow. But the Cordoba still just kind of creeping its way down the racetrack. Just past the scoreboards, and it may not make it. Nope. Not going to make it. So we're going to bring the fire and safety team from here on the track out to give a little bit of assistance to the Cordoba. And again, while it's quiet, couple of little reminders, couple of little announcements. First of all, for those of you that are joining us up here, whether you're in the grandstands, hanging out in the pit area, wherever you may be, as long as you are on property, we have been given guidelines from our county officials that we do need to have our masks on at all times. I know that it can be a little annoying, and we certainly don't want to be the mask police up here, but we kind of do need to. We are trying to be responsible and appreciative citizens, because our other option is that they didn't let us go racing and would all be sitting at home. So since they did let us come out here to go racing, we are going to comply with what they've asked us to do and keep those masks on whenever we are out and about. When you're back in your pit area, the private areas, that's totally up to you. But if we are in the grandstands or wherever we may be, we need to have those masks on. Thank you. Secondly, need to have them on. Keep those masks on, okay? Morgan Rose and Dustin Wirtz, we have got brand new dragster covers for you two up here in the tower from California Car Cover Company. We appreciate California Car Cover Company being on board as a sponsor with this year's K&N Southwest Showdown. So those brand new dragster covers we're giving away in round number 1. We've also got our best losing package for David Beckwith. For the buyback in pro round, that's $250 from BTE. Best losing package for Blue Hayball is a $500 FTI Performance gift certificate for best losing package in round number 1 of Super Pro. Dustin Hench's best losing package in the buyback round of Super Pro. We've got a $250 gift certificate for you from BTE. J.R. Learcamp, we've got your $200 JEGS gift certificate up here in the tower. Daniel McClelland and Greg Hicks and Leroy Duran. Need to get you guys up here to the tower to see us and collect up your prizes, please. Also remember, we are working on getting everybody's spots solidified and confirmed for tonight's West Coast Bracket Races $50,000 shootout presented by Kid Performance and Dyno. So if you have not come up and locked in your spot, if you've not come up and paid for your spot, I think the last time I checked in with the trailer, we had about 8 or 9 in Pro, 8 or 9 in Super Pro Door Car, 8 or 9 in Super Pro Dragster. We need to get you up there. We need to get that spot locked in, if you would please. If we get any later in the day, we're basically going to kind of assume that you are not going to make the run, and we may end up selling your spot to somebody else. So please get up here and let us know, one way or the other, if you are going to race or if you are not. Again, if you are in that 128,000 or 128 car $50,000 shootout, we need to get those spots solidified. Again, kind of looking at once we get a little bit later in the day. If we need to, we may open it up, but I know we've got a few alternates. We'll get them taken care of, and we'll see what happens from there. Well, that's very true. I said it was 128 cars. I corrected that. $50,000 shootout. And it is a cash-paying event. So again, it's not like you're going to get some check. You get, like, money. Legit spending green bills. Yes. I think we may run out too. Is there a casino near here? We can go change it all in for nickels and pay in 300 pounds worth of nickels. Singles. $50,000 in singles.
What are you doing Saturday night? None of your business.
Right? No. I mean, how much would that mean? $50,000 in nickels, would that be like 300 to 400 pounds worth of nickels? I think it'd be more than that. Yes, the rich Corinthian leather. All right, so we got the top end of the racetrack clear. We've got Tony Marconi and Brad Hawk backing up into the water to rewarm the tires. As we continue on with Pro, round number 2. Let's see here. Who else? So, yep. Morgan Rose, Dustin Wirtz, Dustin Henches, Blue Hayball, Dave Beckwith, J.R. Learcamp, Daniel McClellan, Greg Hicks, and Leroy Duran. We need all of you up here to the tower to pick up your prizes, please. Oh, McClellan did? Never mind. Matt was just letting me call your name multiple times before he told me that you picked up, so never mind, Daniel, you're good. I will remove the post-it note from the list. $20 nickels and $1. Mike's doing the math right now. Tony Marconi and Brad Hawk, 10th the difference between the two in reaction time. And Tony Marconi, 6:02 on a 6:00, gets him there first by 23 thousandths of a second. Marconi was 0:43 on the tree. Brad Hawk was 10th out better with a 33 reaction time. I'm off by a long. I figured I'd be off by a long way as far as the weight. So hold on, let's just kind of figure this out. As David Beckwith and Angelo Valencio. So 20 nickels and $1. How much does each nickel weigh?
So a pound of them, there's
90.71 nickels in a pound. $50,000 is $1 million nickels. Okay.
divided by 90.71 is 11,024.
Okay, so I missed it by a couple of pounds. It's not 300 or 400 pounds of nickels. It's over 11,000 pounds of nickels. Well, all right then. Maybe we'll do quarters instead. Whatever you want to do. That's 11,000 pounds of nickels. All right, hope you put a second trailer. Oh my goodness. Larry Pittenger and Paul Coleman. Coleman gets the red light. Pittenger gets the win light. 664 was the dial. 668 is the run. As Pittenger 062 on the tree, Paul Coleman fouled it away by 41 thousandths of a second. Ooh. Mike Reed and Donald Preeden. Preeden out of Waterton, Wisconsin. 6.39 second dial. Over on the right side, and Mike Reed, 6.84 seconds is the dial. It'll be one of those things, man. I'm rolling out of the racetrack with my winnings. 2,000 separated him in reaction time. They were both like not great. Preeden was 90 on the tree. Mike Reed was 88 on the tree. Reed is going to go 685 on a 684 and gets the win by 700ths of a second. There's now John Schur and Howard DeVore. How about Mr. Magoo 2 and the Hound Dog? The Hound Dog out of Flagstaff, Arizona, lining up on the left side. Dialed in at 677. Dialing in 600ths of a second quicker than that is the 69 Valiant of Mr. Magoo. I remember those cartoons. Those were awesome. Fourth out, the difference between the two in reaction time, and it's going to be the dog. I'm a hound dog. DeVore. 679 on a 677. He's 25 thou above the dial. And the stripe between John Shure and Howard DeVore, they were 4 thou difference in reaction time. DeVore was 25 thou above the dial. Shure was 29 thou above the dial, and it came down to an 8/10,000ths of a second stripe. Win light goes to DeVore. Here's Paul Polito and Wayne Matthews. Matthews, the Copper Nova out of Belen, New Mexico, 662. Paul Polito giving up the head start with a 620 dial. Win light's going to belong to Polito. 622 on a 620 was 49 on the tree. Wayne Matthews was 10 thou better than that with an 039 reaction time. And then goes 665 on the 662. Win light belongs to Polito as Jeff Devy and Joe Accardo. Joe, the white Camaro out of Rio Rico, dialed in at 7.11 seconds. Jeff Devy dialed in at 6.45 seconds. Advantage on the tree goes to Accardo by 32 thousandths of a second. Then goes 7.12 on a 7.11 and gets there first by 39 thousandths of a second for the W. Jeff Devy, 647 on a 645. Was 067 on the tree and wasn't going to catch Joe as Ron Rios and Leo Cimaroli. Cimaroli in the Spoiled Rotten. Green and white 67 or 66 Mustang. 716 is the dial. Going to get the head start over the Camaro of Ron Rios. Cimaroli's in trouble. Rios has got this one in the bag. 683 on the 675 was 19 green. As Lino puts up a 723 on a 716 and had given up over 500ths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. So for Cimaroli, that one was in deep, deep trouble. As Ron Haidt and Kyle Rizzoli will be next. But we are talking about the bounty. Our bounty in Super Pro has already been claimed by Dylan Howe. That Specialty Fasteners product bundle for last night's. If you line up against and beat last night's winner, Ron Haidt looking for an opportunity to line up against and beat Kyle Rizzoli. Rizzoli gets the advantage at this end of the racetrack, and whoa, check it out. Kyle Rizzoli lets Ron Haidt get back around him by 11/10,000ths of a second, by a thou. Rizzoli gives it back. 6:15 on a 6:10. Kyle Rizzoli was 30 on the tree at this end of the racetrack, had 48 thousandths of a second in his pocket, and Ron Haidt will pick up the bounty for beating Kyle Rizzoli here in round number 2. Wow. Did not expect that, but it did happen. Craig Sauerbaugh and Marcus Ocampo. Ocampo in the 68 Mustang. Dialed in at 658, goes 665. Craig Sauerbaugh, 699 on a 692. Win line to Ocampo. Had that 023 reaction time to Sauerbaugh's 074, and by 500ths of a second. Sauerbaugh bows out. Ocampo moves on. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 2, Super Pro Door Car. Round number 2, double entries to lanes 2 and 4, single entries to lanes 6 and 8. Your attention in the pits, please. Boop, boop, boop. Super Pro Door Car. We need you into the staging lanes for round number 2. You know where to go if you're double entered. You know where to go if you're single entered. Make it so. Leroy Duran, dialed in at 617. Seth Palmador, dialed at 674. The Tres Amigos Tequila car goes 675 on the 674. Was 38 on the tree. Leroy Duran had the 055 reaction time. Runs one above the dial and ends up one hun behind at the stripe. Palmador for the win will be back as Brandon Umberger Waits on near the starting line as Phil Dowder doing a little bit of a dry hop back here in the 68 Camaro. 625 is the dial for Lauder. 591 is the dial for the Jelly Bean. So our bounties have been claimed. Early on in the day, the bounties have been claimed. Dylan Howe gets it in Super Pro. Ron Height gets it in Pro. And Brandon Umberger moves to round number 3 in the Jelly Bean that was broken and is now repaired. Lauder ends up running 646 on a 625, but Umberger 39 green and 600 on the 591. As now Chris Hall and Curtis Zinzalita. Curtis, 68 Road Runner. I don't practice Zinzalita either. But Chris Hall, 590 is the dial on the left side. Chris Hall is moving around number 3. 39 thou on the green side of the tree and goes 591 on a 590. Gets there first 16 thousandths of a second. Zinzalita 086 on the tree. And then goes 6, 6, 6, 6. Ooh. Here's Remy Reynolds and Sasha Hofer. Sasha right side in the Firebird. 763 the dial for her. Remy in the Pinto. Dialed in at 598. $29 thou was the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Sasha. Win light to Remy. 74 thou on the tree for Remy Reynolds and goes to be dead on 0. 598.0 on the 598 for Remy. Sasha Hofer was 045 on the tree, got to the stripe first by 35 thousandths of a second, and needed to take 29 thou or less as she breaks it out 6 thou. There's now Leo Glassbrenner and Tim Seymour. Couple of Copos side by side. Glassbrenner dialed in at 614. Seymour dialed in at 592. 26 thou the split at this end of the racetrack. Finish line says that Tim Seymour will get the trip to round number 3. He goes 591 on a 592, under 9 thousandths of a second. Leo Glassbrenner breaks it out 12 thousandths of a second, taking a 29 thou stripe after he was 10 on the tree. So the better bull went to Leo. The win light goes to Tim. And that is going to bring up another Tim, Arnswald, right side of the racetrack in the 67 Camaro. 765 is the dial for Arnswald. For Chris Stout, racer out of Arizona. The win light goes to Stout. Tim Arnswald, 004 red. Made the Christmas tree bleed, and it cost him a trip to the next round. Chris Stout, 51 green, 699 on a 703. And we are getting down near the end. As you've got Cal Gordon and Matt Hawk. Matt dialed 682. Gordon dialed 649. Gordon right side, Matt left side. Couple of box-bodied Mustangs. Win light goes to Matt Hawk. Matt, 73 on the tree, 689. 73 and 7 above gets him the win light by 41 thousandths of a second. As Cal Gordon was 15 on the tree. And then goes 665 on a 649. So as we wrap up round number 2 of Pro, we're getting ready to go into round number 2 of our Super Pro door cars, which should be back in the staging lanes ready to roll. So again, Super Pro door cars, round number 2, Super Pro door cars, round number 2. Again, just wrapped up our second round in Pro, so that California Car Cover Company $200 gift certificate for the best losing package will be determined. We'll figure out who's going to get that. Speaking of others that we are still waiting for them to come up and pick up a prize, Miss Morgan has showed up here and has collected her dragster cover. We need Dustin Hinches. We need Leroy Duran. We need J.R. Learcamp. We need Blue Hayball, Dave Beckwith, and that other guy, Greg Hicks. Need you all to come up here and pick up those prizes so that we can get them to you, please, because they are yours. Well, we're going to be about lunchtime around here, aren't we? Oh. It's a little bit past 1 o'clock. We'll go ahead and remind everybody that the concession stand is open. You got Sam, the kettle corn man, is back there. He's got that. You got the folks at Coffee to Cones. They've got coffee. They've got ice cream. They've got milkshakes. They've got all that good stuff. So we've got the concession stand and all of that stuff is set up right over there and behind the grandstands if you are looking for something to eat. Again, reminder, we're just going to keep kind of hitting on this a little bit. If you are going to be participating in the $50,000 to win 128 car shootout and have not yet been by the West Coast Bracket Races trailers to solidify and confirm your spot, we need to do that. If we get a little bit later into the afternoon and we have not heard from some of the folks, we're going to have to obviously start filling in those spots. So if you have not yet been up there to check in, please make sure that you do that now. So we need to get that taken care of. Again, our Super Pro door cars are headed back this way. Dustin Wirtz, a little reminder for you, we also have a brand new dragster cover for you up here in the tower. Thank you to California Car Cover Company. And Mike, we got more prizes we got to start giving out. So we're getting into Super Pro door cars. We need to start looking at things like, I don't know, let's say you're headed down the racetrack, you got a couple of $100 in your pocket, you get towards the stripe, and you give it back at foul. Hypothetically, if something like that were to happen. I'm not going to name names. I'm just going to say hypothetically, if something like that were to happen, we might have to come up with some slight consolation prize. And we've got a lot of that stuff. You know, we've got T-shirts from Clay Smith. We've got some car dusters and polishing kits from California Car Cover Company. We got gift certificates. We got all those types of things. I mean, there's so much that we could give away if for some reason. Oh, we got koozies, hats. Got some T-shirts here from Kid Performance. If one of those was an extra large, I'd go out and do something silly on the racetrack to get one. But the large just won't quite cover my largeness in the belly area. I don't think anybody would want to see that. I know nobody would want to see that. But yeah, I mean, hypothetically, if something like that were to happen. No, Jeremy, we will not be able to raffle a dragster. But, you know, I mean, you may be able to get a win out of that. But, well, unfortunately, we won't be able to raffle a dragster. I don't know. Oh, here comes the response. What does he have, like 2 sets of headers and 2 dragsters, and he's won 9 dragsters so far? How about a buy run?
Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our exclusive live streaming video coverage of the Southwest Showdown, the K&N Southwest Showdown. As you can tell, it is still windy, not as bad as it was earlier. It is definitely breezy now, not windy like it was earlier. Want to thank the Theobald family for bringing over a bar stool for me. That was awesome. And I want everybody to give a shout out to our dude right there. That dude right there. Kyle Seibel, big nasty. Dude, Kyle, as everybody knows, has been going through a really tough couple of years, actually. Fighting the cancer battle in a big, big way. And we love that guy. And, of course, the bracket racing community owes him and Peter Biondo a ton. There's a lot of bracket racing going on in the world today that honestly was spurred on because of what they do. This is not a Kyle and Peter event. Obviously, this is a West Coast bracket race. But Kyle is a West Coast guy and Peter is the East Coast guy, and they are intimately familiar with all the people that are out here racing. Last year, they came to this event and raced. Actually, both Peter and Kyle. Or year before, sorry, in 2019 when we were here live. It was awesome. The two of them raced each other, had a great time. Kyle was here running Coco Camaro with the Lamb family, if I remember correctly. Anyway, just a great dude, and love that guy. And I will tell you that I was just beyond thrilled the other day to actually have a phone conversation with him and Peter, and it was just so good to hear his voice. So, Kyle Seipel, anybody out there that's watching, we're gonna run I don't know, you may have seen it pop up this morning, but I've got the little Kyle Seipel logo running above the Holly EFI and Holly logos for the remainder of the weekend, and just a big shout out. Because that dude could use it. He could use all your thoughts, your good mojo, your prayers, everything else. He and his family, just great, great people. I grew up with Kyle, and yet we were not friends until we were adults. We both grew up in Fremont Dragster, which his mother ran for years. We're only a couple years apart in age. We just lived far enough apart that we weren't really friends, and I know we saw each other at the races, but we weren't really buddies or anything like that growing up. Didn't really know each other until later in life, but good dude. Love that guy as well. So again, big thanks to Holly EFI, of course. These guys, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. I'm building a new house and shop, and I'm going to be calling those guys, seriously. Also, Hughes Performance. They are our daytime sponsor for today. But now it is time, okay, as we are getting into pro round number 3, I believe, is where we're at. And, yeah, so plenty more drag racing left to go. Here we go.
Wisconsin. And you can't say Wisconsin. Yeah. I don't even know if I say it right, but it's from Wisconsin. Where they make cheese. Lots of cheese. Mark Mercer dialed in at 661. Chuck Hawk from right here in town dialed in at 551, and Chuck Hawk will get the win light. Mark Mercer turns it, lose 15 thousandths of a second, goes 671 on a 661, but it was over and done at this end of the racetrack. Chuck Hawk, 009 and 551 on a 551, puts up 11 total. Here in round number 2 of the Super Pro Door Cars. That will bring us to Tim O'More and Funny Car Chris Northup. If you know the character and kind of like the personality of Funny Car Chris, you can only imagine what that TV show is going to be like. 672, the dial for Northup, the car that Sam was driving yesterday, and Tim O'More, 531, the dial in the Roadster. Red light start for Funny Car Chris. He missed the tree by 0.05 of a second. Goes 674 on the 672. Doesn't matter. Tim O'More, 25 green and 535 on the 531. So Tim to round 3. As we'll bring out Andy Morris and Ken Rader. Rader in the 75 bodied Nova out of Tucson, Arizona. That primered multicolor machine dialed in at 720. And Andy Morris dialed in at 624, the racer out of Olympia, Washington. Oh. $63,000 the difference in reaction time. And somehow, some way, Ken Rader gets the win. Rader was 72 on the tree and goes 724 on a 720. Andy Morris was 11 on the tree. Drops it down to 100 miles an hour, and by 0.08 of a second, Ken Rader slips by and gets the win. Ouch. Ouch. He was holding 600, and Rader sneaks by at the finish line. That'll bring up John Lister and Dan McClellan. McClellan goes red by 0.07 of a second. What is going on in round number 2 of Super Pro? Things that should be like locked up, good to go, are going all kinds of sideways for folks. Lister, 005 green, 601 on a 603. This is getting interesting. We'll see if it kind of settles itself down, but how about Ryan Mangus and Kevin McClellan? K-Mac and the station wagon. Final call, Super Pro door car. Final call, Super Pro door car. Kevin McClellan goes red by 0.11 of a second. Ryan Mangus, 048 on the green side and 690 on a 689, but so we've seen a lot of red lights that maybe shouldn't have been. I mean, it is what it is, but we'll see. James Hardixon gets the win light over Joe Kidd Jr. as Joe Kidd trips the trigger 0.26 of a second too soon. 725 on a 723 for Kidd. Joe Hardixon, 603 on the 600. That'll bring up Ken Suio and Brian Lopez. Brian Lopez dialed in at 618. He's got the 84 Camaro out of Tucson, and Ken Suio. Uh-oh, that Camaro is trailing some smoke. Lots of smoke. Brian Lopez bows out. 622 on a 618, no good. Ken Suio, 27 green, and last night's semi-finalist in the 10 grander. Goes 591 on a 590. To get into round number 3 here today. Scott Hess, Dan Bain. Bain's got the Camaro out of Lake Havasu, 557, and Dan Bain goes red by 0.03 of a second. And then runs 556 on the 557 at 125 miles an hour, but the 003 red light ended the day for Dan Bain. Scott Hess 20 on the tree and 569 on a 570. Blue Hayball and Marco Paravalaris next up. Hayball in the door car. We've talked how universally alteringly weird it is to see Blue in a door car, but he is. And the Fort Hall, Idaho runner is dialed in at 629 on the left side of the racetrack. Marco Paravalaris over on the right side, dialed at 504. Red light start for Marco. Seems like round number 2 has been like red light hell. Or I'm sorry, red light heck. It's been horrible. 008 on the wrong side for Blue Hayball. Or 008 on the green side for Blue Hayball. 004 on the wrong side for Marco Paravalaris. Paravalaris bows out. 504 on a 504. Ouch. Blue Hayball goes 628 on a 629. As we bring out Scott Sturm, excuse me, and Dan Fiello. Fiello in the blue Camaro dialed to 633. Sturm dialed in at 660. Hey, here's who we still need to get paid up on the pro side of things for the shootout. Chuck Hawk, Luis Aviles, Leroy Duran, Ron Rios, Tanner Sundstrom, Russ Hines, Chris Stout, Isaac Vigil, Kyle Fritz, and Will Good. Fiello getting the advantage by 13 thousandths of a second, goes 631 on the 633 on a double breakout. Scott Sturm, 657 on the 660. As our next two are lining it up, Dave Veals and Brad Pierce. Hey, Super Pro Dragsters, double ups and green sticker. Double ups and green sticker. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster. Double entries and green stickers. Double entries to 2 and 4, green stickers to lane 6 and 8. Come on down. Brad Pierce with the 033 reaction time. Gets the win light and goes 630 on the 629. Dave Veals was red by 10 thousandths of a second, and we continue that miring deluge of red lights. We got to stop this. We got to stop this. I mean, it's on both sides of the racetrack. It's not like something's going on one side or the other. It's just like, I don't know if people are just overly antsy getting into the second round or what's going on, but everybody's just getting jumpy. It is a Saturday afternoon, racing for $10,000. Everybody's out here. Not a long day yesterday, but it was a decent day yesterday, and for some reason we're rolling in here round number 2 and people are just anxious, like Angelo, anxious. By 3 thousandths of a second, he turns it loose and misses the tree. Jonathan Fiello, 533 on a 527. As we bring out our next couple, which will be Mr. Mazier and Mr. Jacobs. Speaking of like Super Pro door cars, still need Race Kid, Joe Kidd, Kevin McClellan, Paul Lorton, Kevin Shearer, Ryan Mangus, and Alonzo Sanchez to check in for the shootout. And on the dragster side, Hank Pramov, Leroy Duran, Paul Lorton, Chris Lindsay, Dan Lafferty, Johnny Calvert, Jerry Denton, and Brian Howe. We need you to all come check in, please. Again, we are getting down to kind of that crunch time where if we do not hear from you, we may have to give your spot up to somebody else. Dave Mazier dialed in at 511. Jeremy Jacobs dialed in 77 hundredths of a second, slower than that with a 588. Jacobs in the Savoy off and away, and he is red by 3 thousandths of a second. Dave Mazier, 009, and dead on 4. To be 13 total, making his way down the racetrack. 511 on the 511 for Mazier. Jacobs was dead on 3. 588 on the 588. But Jacobs turning it red by 3 thou over on the right side. That's going to bring up Martin Corella and Jeff Burke. All right. No more red lights. We'll just say that. Everybody's antsy. Everybody's yippy. No more reds. So Jeff Burke is staged up and set. Martin Carella rolls in. There we go. Couple of green light starts between Jeff Burke and Martin Carella. Win light is going to go to Jeff Burke on a double breakout. Burke, 693 on the 696, was 21 on the tree. Martin Carella was 13th out behind that with the 034 light. As Carella goes 530 on a 533. Here's C.W. Hofer and Nick Jonoff. And for the longest time, when CW first started coming to Vegas, the only thing I could think of when we ever talked about CW was that song D.W. Washburn. Wasn't that a song? I think it was. But that's what I thought about when he started showing up at the track. Another red light start. Nick Jonoff missing it by 2 thou this time. CW, winner, 053 on the tree and dead on 4. As he takes the Firebird into round number 3. Again, we are in round number 2, the Goodyear round. For our Super Pro category. Jonoff misses the tree by 2 thou, goes 649 on a 652. C.W. Hofer, 766 on the 766. After he was 53 on the tree, dead on 4. Locks up his spot in the next round as Andy Dawson and Cody Robinson. Robinson, the blue Camaro out of Cottonwood, Arizona. And Andy Dawson out of Peoria, 617 the dial for Andy, 646 the dial for Cody. And Cody, talked about a lot of folks missing it on the red side. Cody just missed it on the other side. Reaction time unfortunately started with a 3. Andy Dawson was 19 green. And then goes 682 on a 617. I'm going to look that up. Because, yeah, Rooster, you got that C.W. McCall with the song Convoy, but I was thinking about something else. Convoy was a great song. Breaker is a rubber duck. PJ Giacalone and Daryl Nance. PJ in the big old bad old 55 Chevrolet. Dialed at 605, goes 607 at 113 miles an hour. Turns on the scoreboard by 11 thousandths of a second. Daryl Nance was better at this end of the racetrack with that 16 thou reaction time. Goes 613 on a 606, missed it at that end. Yeah. D.W. Washburn was a song by the Monkees. It is not just another Pleasant Valley Sunday because it's still Saturday, you twit. Oh, we're doing great. Race Kid and Jason O'Terry. O'Terry over on the right side of the track, that 92-bodied Firebird, dialed in at 7.08 seconds. And Race Kid, the car that he and Dad is sharing, or are sharing this weekend. 581 in the dial for Race Kid. Jason O'Terry gets himself a 39 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time, gets to the stripe first by 22 thou and is moving on. 710 on the 708 for O'Terry. Race Kid with an 041 reaction time. This time down the racetrack goes 12 thou above the dial and runs 582 on the 581. O'Terry gets the win light and moves on as Doug Cash and Judge Shoup. Shoup out of Gypsum, Colorado, which Mike Eames says is a very nice place to be from. Very nice place to live. That's what he said. Doug Cash, red light start by 14 thousandths of a second over the left side. 535 on a 534, but Cash let go. And by 014, the red light illuminates Judge Shoup on to the next round. 19 green. And then 536 on the 535. Here's Bob Cordova. Not Cordoba, but Cordova. And Joe Kidd Sr. Duct tape. I gotta find, how'd you get the name duct tape? Nobody knows. Maybe he uses that for like everything. From what I understand, it's good for picking up cereal off the floor as well. 688 the dial for Joe Kidd, 603 the dial for Bob Cordova, and Cordova, after he's 018 in reaction time, goes 606 on the 603, so a 10-thou split. Joe Kidd was 28 green. Bob was 18 green. And by 13 thou, Bob gets there first to be 34 thou above the dial and win it. Joe Kidd was 691 on the 688. As we'll bring up Mark Lalonde. So Mark Lalonde and Emma Duchelle. Emma's got a 601 dial on the pink and black Corvette out of Palmdale. Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona. We got that 408 cubic inch small block Chevrolet tucked underneath the black scoop on the 88 bodied Camaro. And hey, while they get them staged up and ready, hey, we got a racer in need. Luis Valenzuela. His Copper Nova is pitted over by Bill and Joe Kidd out by the Goodyear area. He is in need of a power glide for his door car. So he is in need of a power glide for his Nova. If you can help out Luis Valenzuela with that, he would be certainly appreciative. 4,000 the difference between Lalonde and Duchelle. Win light's going to go to Mark Lalonde, 24 green and 558 on a 557. Emma was 4,000 better in reaction time with a 20 light, but 300 over the dial and 12,000 behind at the finish line. Mark Lalonde will advance. We got Daryl Simpson rolling up in his 64 Nova, looks about like. Phil Garrison, okay. Garrison with a 560 number. Simpson with a 659, and oh my goodness. Phil Garrison, 574 on a 560, tightens it up, so to speak, to a 10th. He was trip zip perfect in reaction time, and Simpson had given him 278 thousandths of a second to work with. And then runs down to go dead on two. You know what? Daryl Simpson, come up here to the tower. You need a friend. We will be your friend and give you a prize. So Daryl Simpson, if you're with Daryl out here, send him up here to the tower. He needs a friend. We'll give him a little bit of a prize to make him feel a little bit better. Mike McBrayer and Kelly Harper. Harper, left side of the racetrack, and the Camaro goes red by a ton. And Mike McBrayer is going to win this one. 635 on a 633 for McBrayer. So again, we've got a racer in need. Luis Valenzuela needs a power glide for his Nova. He's pitted over by Bill and Joe Kidd. Daryl Simpson, come on up here to the tower. We're going to be your friend because you need a friend right now. And Curtis Zinzalita and Andy Morris are side by side. Morris dialed in at 625. Zinzalita dialed in at 666. And it's going to be Zinzalita. Two above the dial, 668 on the 666, gets him there first by 26 thousandths of a second. Andy Morris, 627 on a 625, was 40 on the tree. And no good. As we get to our final Super Pro door car and our first of the dragsters. So with Don Toya dialed in at 5.24 seconds, Kevin Heffington dialed in at 4.53 seconds. And getting confirmation that D.W. Washburn is an actual song. Recorded by the Monkees in the 60s. When Novas were really, really cool. They were actually really cool in the early 70s too. 69, 71, or 69 to about 71, 72, they were cool. Fourth out of the split between Don and the Roadster and Heffington and the Dragster, and Don Toya gets the win. 526 on the 524 for Don. He was 026 on the tree. Heffington had a 30 bulb, goes 456 on the 453. Toya, by 9 thousandths of a second, will advance. We are now into Super Pro Dragster, round number 2. And we're going to do a little announcer swap up here in the tower. Mike Eames going to step back in for a little while and pick up a little trash because I'm just a messy dude. But yeah, Daryl Simpson, come up here to the tower and see us. You need a friend.
Yet again, don't we all? Chandler Mazier, Austin Downing. Chandler, the youngster from Mazier Enterprises. The Escondido. Austin in that white dragster, sans wing. You hear Chandler down there, rip, 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 rip. It might have been like a 10 ripper. 512 for Chandler. It was 17 green. Austin was 50 on the tree. And 2 above is Chandler tightened it up. To 7th out of the stripe is J.R. Learcamp and Calvin Locke. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington. J.R. and Dustin Henchison, that whole team coming on down from Washington, and Calvin Locke out of Chandler, Arizona, like right over there. Calvin Locke is still sitting on the starting line. This is J.R. Learcamp. It was 12 green. And off the gas early, 489 at 118 miles an hour. So Calvin Locke with the parade down that American walk-in cooler side. All right. And Calvin Locke off the big end of the racetrack is Keith Winters and Jordan Stewart. Keith for Tim Figspeed. And HBR Competition Engines. They're for Mr. Winters and Jordan Stewart out of Phoenix, Arizona. Speed Machining team car. So Keith, 469 on the side of that dragster, and Jordan Stewart, 481, going to be leaving first. Green and green, 2,000 separate them. Jordan and Keith Winters. Keith Winters will get the win, 470 on the 469. Jordan Stewart. Better the 2 lights, 22 green to Keith's 24, but then Jordan was 484 on the 481. So Keith Winters, the better of that pair. All right, our best losing package. Our best losing package in Pro, round number 2, California Car Cover Company, is Justin Lamb. Justin, $200 to California Car Cover. Jimmy DeFrank and that team. Got that up here for you. All right, let's get the rest of the dragsters up here. Round number 2, please. Rest of the dragsters. Round number 2 as Dylan Howe and Gary Youngblood. Gary going to get the win. 484. So 484.7 for Gary Youngblood. Dylan Howe was 81 green and 3 above. Sammy Franco the second. And the dragster 543. Going to be alongside Logan War. Logan for Warpath Racing. Pete's Diesel Repair 466 a dial for Logan. Logan is green. Sammy is green. Rip, rip, rip down there. Sammy Franco, dead on 4, is going to get the win. 23 green, dead on 4. Logan is 21 and 468 to get behind by a hun. You heard the rips down there. Logan just didn't have Sammy Franco 2 sticks covered. Dan Lafferty and Brandon Lynch. Dynamite Dan for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting out of Wendell, Idaho, the winged dragster in the left lane. Brandon Lynch out of Roy, Utah for Wild Ride Racing and Discount Tire. Brandon, the whole family down here at Tucson Dragway for the K&N Southwest Showdown. 488 for Brandon leaving first. 5 thou separate him on the starting line. Brandon looking over to the left at Lafferty. Brandon Lynch by 9 thou is going to take the win. 488.5 on the 488. Brandon was 32 green. Lafferty was dead on 9, but 37 thou on the green light start. It was 9 thou behind at the finish line, so Lafferty be bounced in round number 2. Once again, all dragsters, just be in the lanes, please. 6 and 8. Once again, all dragsters should be in the lanes, please. As Brian Weber and Greg Hicks. Hollywood out of North Las Vegas. 480 is the dial-in. The American walk-in cooler side. Brian Weber out of Maricopa. The wing dragster, Race Tech prepared machine, 496. The dial-in, Weber. The wing dragster looking over to the right. Here comes Hollywood. Brian Weber by 2 thou is going to be in front of Greg Hicks. 10 green, 498 on the 496 for Brian. Hicks was 22 green behind at the start. 481.7 for Hollywood, 137. He tried to get behind, and he did by 2 thou. Parker Theobald and Shane Thompson. Parker Theobald, Shane Thompson. Parker, the young man who finished number 6 in the world last year in Super Comp Eliminator, St. George, Utah, Theobald Motorsports team. 502, the dial for Parker. Shane Thompson out of Henderson, Nevada. For Team Silver State. Red light start for Shane by 5,000. Parker will get a free smell of 502, and he takes a big whiff of 502.6. So Shane Thompson, red by 5 thou, then dead on 6. As Parker Theobald will advance. Mark Kidd, Cortland Carter. Mark for Kidd Performance and Dyno out of Twin Falls, Idaho. 463 the dial as we're working our way through Hughes Performance Saturday, and we'll wrap up the day with that Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Kidd alongside Cortland Carter, the runner out of Texas. Mark Kidd, 8 total. Perfect on the starting line for Kidd. 4638 on the 463. That is 8 total. Cortland Carter is 12 green, dead 9, and have a lovely afternoon. You can go take a nap now. Elliot Franco and Cody Weber. Elliot out of La Palma, California, 551 the dial for Elliot, Spitzer Dragster, and Cody Weber out of Kingman, Arizona. So Doty Cornelius Weber, that 461 dial in. What is your Jegs All-Star champion in top dragster? The wheel of Ted and Jennifer Ween's machine. Back there in Indy, Elliot's 001 on the starting line. Cody's 27 green, and Elliot Franco packages up Cody Weber 001 and 1 above to be 18 total, and Cody Weber had no chance to illuminate the win light over the American walk-in cooler side, as Elliot Franco was just better and better on both ends. Thomas Bear. For Lucas Oil Products, Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing was supposed to take on Ethan Bourne, but unfortunately Ethan is not advancing past the water box. So Bear and a data acquisition run here in round number 2 of Super Pro. 510 on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. 5-12-1 for Bear. It's 10 green. They're on the solo as Ethan Bourne can't make the calls. Sean Page. And Dylan Smith. Sean, another one of the very talented Idaho racers down in Tucson this week. And Dylan Smith, the young shot of Buckeye, Arizona. 530 the dial for Dylan. 506 is what Sean Page has thrown on the side of that TNT supercar. Prepare dragster, 506, going to be doing the chasing by about a half a bulb. Be the head start over to Dylan Smith. Green and green. Sean a little advantage on the starting line, and a win for Sean Page as Dylan Smith breaks out by 4 thou. When they got to that 660 finish line down there at the 8th mile, Dylan was there first by 13 thou, needed to be 8 thou in front to move the win light over onto his side. Did not do it. Sean Page. Come back around for round number 3. It's Tyler Murrup and Val Torres Jr. Val Jr. was our winner of the Thursday/Friday Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. It was Val Jr. 479 on the car. Tyler Murrup 501 on the dial for the Jordan Moore Motorsports Pete's Diesel Repair Machine. A little better on the starting line. Val Jr. trying to pull up alongside. Tyler Murrup packages Val Torres Jr. up in a box and pushes him aside. 10 green, dead 4, makes 14 total for Tyler Murrup. Val Jr. was 21 on the starting line and was just burning race fuel and increased wear and tear on the valve train. Nothing Val could have done there. Tyler is better all the way around. It's Taylor Strange. And my little Pookie Bear, Trevor Harkema. Harkema out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. One of Jerry Denton's machines. We know Katie and the kids back there watching. Trevor. Oh, Trevor turns our red by 2,000. Taylor Strange, 29 green and a free time run there for Trevor, 5:03.9. Or for Taylor, excuse me, 5:03.9. With the 5:04 prediction, Taylor Harkema is out in round number 2. It's Trey Vetter and Tim O'More. So Trey, 569 is the dial. 538 the dial for Tim O'More. We talked about Tim. He's driving the Camaro. He's driving the Roadster. Driving the Dragster. Think he might have drove the ice truck around the pit area earlier today. Think between runs he's been doing a couple of Uber rides. O'More's been driving everything. 005 for Tim, 20 for Trey, and Trey gonna sneak around by 9 thou, being dead on 1 for Trey Vetter. Tim O'More was 005 and 540 on the 538, but Trey Vetter stuck the nose of that orange dragster in front by 9 thou, and Trey Vetter will move on. Tim O'More will be a second round runner-up as Rich Nasby. 496 the dial for Rich from right over there in Tucson. Johnny Carter coming out of Hobbs, New Mexico there for Johnny, the American prepared race car. Be leaving first at 499 dial. Nasby's 496 on the American walk-in cooler scoreboard. Red light start for Nasby. Johnny Carter get the freebie. Going 5:01.3 on the 499. It was 37 green. Nasby, after being 47 red, it's 5:02 on the 496. Lindsay Meserve and Don Sefton. Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington, 446 a dial in for that Orange Flame Dragster. And Lindsay Meserve for Theobald Motorsports. The Race Tech Dragster, 466. The dial for Lindsay. Sefton, big starting line advantage in the win. 004 for Sefton. Lindsay was 62 green. Sefton 448, being 2 above, was in front by 300, but that race was over on the starting line as Sefton had about 600 in his pocket. It's Chuck Hawk and Pat Ward Jr. Chuck out of Tucson, Arizona. I think Chuck's driving like 14 different cars this weekend, or at least seems like it. Pat Ward Jr. out of Erta, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair and Warpath Racing. There for Pat Jr. 441 the dial. There for Mr. Ward. 5 thou the difference on the starting line. Ward just a little bit better, trying to run down Chuck Hawk. Pat Ward breaks out by 8 thou. Nom Nom's the finish line down there. Like an all-you-can-eat buffet. 64 thou in front at the finish line, breaks it out by 8. Ouch. Chuck Hawk, 17 green and 5 above, but good enough to light the win light as Pat Ward Jr. breaks out. It's Robert Neighbor and Chris Northup. Funny car Chris for guess who? 530 the dial. Robert Neighbor for Neighbor Trucking. Neighbor Motorsports. New sponsor this week, Chad Neighbor's Trailer Tipping Service. On the side of the Neighbor Motorsports team car, 475 the dial for Rob. Chris Northam is going to win as Neighbor is read by 7th. Northup 528.3 on the 530. Neighbor, after being 007 red, is one above 476 at 146 mile an hour. Jeremy Rapp and Bobby Dye Jr. Rapp, prime time player from Las Vegas, Nevada. He's like dominated the Super Pro category up there. Bobby Dye Jr. for Specialty Fasteners out of Ontario, California. We've already given away our 2 bounties from last night. This is Dylan Howe. And Ron Height were our bounty winners, and Bobby Dye is read by 5,000. Jeremy Rapp gets a solo. 479 on the 477 for Jeremy. It's 29 green, and after Bobby Dye was read by 5,000, he was quick by 8,000. David Dolzal and Gabe Torres. So Deb Dolzal and Gabe Torres, G-Money out of Valinda. Bumping in last, the American Prepared Dragster, 471, the dial for Gabe. Debbie out of Chandler, the Dragster, 494, the dial. Starting line advantage for Debbie, but a win light for Gabe Torres. Debbie was 18 green. Gabe was 42,000, the green light start, and 3 above. Debbie, after being 18 green, was 7 hundredths of a second above that 494 dial, going 5.018. Gabe Torres out in front by a couple of hun. Nick Cobb and Richard McFarland. Nick out of Lake Elsinore, the Jags All-Star rep last year in Division 7 for the Supercom category, and Richard McFarland out of Yucca Valley, California, that super cool shorty dragster. And a great hood scoop Pontiac power for Mr. McFarland. Just a super cool, unique piece over there. And Nick Cobb's like, yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but my objective here is to give Richard McFarland some time to rest and relax today. Big starting line advantage for Cobb, already up alongside and going to get the win. 15 green for Nick, 488 on the 85. McFarland was 62 green and 1 above and a couple hun shy. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. All Super Pro Dragsters should be in the lanes. So final call, Super Pro Dragsters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, attention in the pit area. Parts call. Ethan Bourne needs a remote starter solenoid. Ethan Bourne, remote starter solenoid. If you have one, please let us know. Ethan Bourne would love to make your acquaintance. Remote starter solenoid. Lloyd Savelson and Mark Lalonde. Lloyd for Rich Ford Quick Lane over there in the National Auto Collision Center side. $4.99 the dial. Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, the yellow dragster. 526 on the board. Lalonde, 400s in the bank and a win light. 528 on the 26 for Lalonde, was 31 green. Savelson was hockey sticks on the starting line, 7-7. And then dead on 7, 499.7. Larry Beckner, and Tanner Theobald. Tanner, the birthday boy from yesterday. So once again, a parts call. Ethan Bourne needs a remote starter solenoid. We have the dragster right here in front of the tower. So Larry Beckner and one of the Tom Bear team machines, Tanner Theobald. Gonna get the win. 11 green for Tanner, 492. There for the Theobald Motorsports team. J.R. Learcamp, Marco Paravallaris. This is a pretty good matchup. J.R. Red by 2,000. Marco will advance. 15 green for Marco, 462 on the 461. For Paravallaris, J.R. after being red by 2,000, under by a Hun, 477, 144. Victor Blea and Chance Parker. So we're working our way through Super Pro Dragster round number 2. Hey, Stephanie Langston in the chat bleachers. Hope you're well. Chance red by 47. Victor Blea out of Albuquerque, New Mexico will move forward. 13 green, 528-1 on the 529 for Victor Blea. Chance Parker, after being red by 47, 3 above, going 497 on the 494. So Tony Titone and Jason Dawson. We're working our way through Super Pro Dragster round number 2. Tony out of Mesa, Arizona, the Cameron prepared dragster. Jason Dawson, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Squared left side, Jason Dawson. Over on the right side, Tony Titone. 489 on the 488 was 13 green. Jason Dawson was 45 thou on the green light start, was behind a thou at the finish line, but had to run over, under that 470 dial, going 468.8, still got there second. Peyton Janik and Kelly White. PJ for Dilly Gaff Motorsports out of Las Vegas, Nevada. See Mom Tiffany out alongside daughter PJ. 473 the dial. I'm sure Jug's back in the trailer being a good boy. Big goofy fur baby. Kelly White, Chandler, Arizona. Race Tech Dragster for Kelly and PJ. Peyton Janik. 4th thou going to be the margin of victory. 23 green for PJ. 476 on the 473. Kelly White was 002, but then 5 hun above, and was 4th thou behind at the finish line. That means the Jughead's going to get an extra treat when they get back to the trailer. It's Race Kid and Val Sr. This is a lot of fun. Race Kid out of Boise, Idaho. The Kid Performance and Dyno Dragster, and Val Torres Sr., the young man who finished number 5 in the world in Super Comp Eliminator last year, the TNT Supercar, 479 the dial for Val Sr. Senior is in. Race Kid is in. Tree, away. Red light start for Val Sr. Race Kid, 14 green, and some free data. When he grabs that time slip, he's going to see 478.0. Val after being read by 22 thou. He goes dead on 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages. Pro Eliminator, round number 3. Double entered in 2 and 4, please. Single entry 6 and 8, if you would please. Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator 2 and 4 for round number 3. 2 and 4 for Pro Eliminator, double entered. Round number 3, 6 and 8. All the rest of you. It's Kevin Heffington and Taylor Vetter. Heffington coming down onto Washington, 466 on the dial for the blown car. Taylor Vetter for Matt Co Tools, 496 the dial for Taylor. Heffington left side, Taylor Vetter right side. Taylor Vetter 23 total, 19 green, dead on 4 to get the win. Heffington was 39 green, and it was just some excess wear and tear and a waste of fuel there for Kevin Heffington, as he had no chance. Chandler Mazier and Jerry Denton. Chandler out of Escondido for Mazier Enterprises, 507 the dial in for Chandler. Jerry Denton, 469 the dial. For the Davis Prepared Dragster, Chandler, I'm going to say this is going to be a 6 whomper. But we'll see. It's going to be way more than 6. Chandler was 10 green. Jerry Denton was a $1.24 on the green light start. And I don't think Chandler had to rip it. He just got down there and got off the gas entirely. Well, 509.7 for Chandler on the 509.7 on the 507. After Denton was 124 green, was 468 on the 69, but can't give up a 10th plus alongside Chandler Maziers. Dan Lafferty and Mike Zimmerman, our birthday boy from yesterday. Zimmerman out of Phoenix, Arizona, over in the American Walk-In Coolers lane, 508 the dial, and Dynamite Dan Lafferty for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. If you need some stuff done blown up, no, that's your guy. Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho. Identical reaction times for Lafferty and Zimmerman. Both were 19, and Lafferty toiting down there to 4th out with the finish line, going to get the win. 462 on the 460. Mike Zimmerman was 5'10 with a 4 on the 508. So Dan Lafferty will move on. Cortland Carter and Don Toya. Cortland coming over for from Texas. 508 the dial for Cortland. C squared. Don Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop. Fendered Yancer Dragster. For Don, 488 the dial. Red light start for Don Toya by 18 thousandths of a second. Cortland Carter will move out of round number 2 into round number 3. Going 18 green and 2 above. Don Toya red and then too quick. Like, he broke all the rules. It's Dylan Hout and Jerry Devenpeck. Jerry, 451 the dial in. That blown dragster, 451 on that America Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. And Dylan Hout, part of the Hout Racing team. Junction City, Oregon, 469 the dial in there for Dylan. The youngster who finished number 5 in Division 6 last year in Super Comp Eliminator, what equated to his basically first full year of racing. His mom Mindy back behind her son. Dylan starting line advantage, looking over to the right. Jerry charging hard and gonna run out of real estate. 470 on the 469 for Dylan, was 27th thou on the green light start. Jerry was 51 down there on the starting line. And she got to the finish line first by 6 thou, but he had to break out by a couple of hundredths to do it. So Dylan will go forward as Greg Hicks and Bruce Briscoe. PG Hicks out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Hicks for Team Fig Speed and Silver State Refrigeration, 482 the dial in for Mr. Hicks. Bruce Briscoe out of Pueblo West might be in a bit of a tight spot as Greg Hicks had him dominated on the starting line and one above for Greg. It was 17 green and 483.2 on the 482, and Bruce Briscoe was 61 green. Was under the dial and still got to the finish line second. Logan Orr and Punch Johnson. Logan out of Erda, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair and Warpath Racing. 465 the dial in there for Logan. 590 is the dial for Punch Johnson. Punch out of Seligman, Arizona. Punch red by 4 thou. Logan on a freebie here in round number 2. 464.0 on the 465 was 13 green for young Logan. Punch Johnson, after being 4 red, was 1 above. 591 on the 590. It's Jeff Taylor and Nick Downing. Again, pro eliminator. My double entry cars in 2 and 4. Regular cars in 6 and 8, please. So Jeff Taylor out of Apache Junction. 442 the dial. Nick Downing off and away. Here comes out hard charging Jeff Taylor. Downing, 18 green and 3 above is good enough. Jeff Taylor was 57 on the green light start, dead on 7, but couldn't overcome the starting line disadvantage that he had. Nick Downing being 18 green. And a couple above to be solid is Bailey Neighbor and Philip Harmio Jr. So Bailey with Uncle Chad out in front. Dad Rob out behind. Bailey just finished her licensing procedures on Thursday. Competed yesterday, was defeated in the first round and in the buyback round. Earlier today, picked up her first ever round win in the big car. 503 here in round number 2. Philip Jaramillo out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. 548 the dial for Philip. Bailey in full control, big starting line advantage, and breaks out, going 501.2 on the 503. Phil Jaramillo was 261 green, 554 on the 548. Bailey just in her second round. She'll get used to looking over there and working that throttle a little bit. This is her very, very first weekend of racing in the big car. Just breaks out. I mean, can we blame the crew chief? I think we can blame the crew chief, Chad Neighbor. Like, didn't dial the car right. 100% Chad's fault. We love Chad Neighbor, Jordan Stewart, and Brian Howe. Jordan out of Phoenix, Arizona, 485 for the Speed Machining dragster, 475 for Brian and the Howe Racing team. Brian's like, man, these dragsters, man, you can see way better out of them than you can an alcohol funny car. Brian, red by 14 thou. Jordan Stewart is 10 green and 5 quick. But his win light was already on right when Brian left the stage beams. 478 on the 475 for Brian. Jordan Stewart, 10 green. A little too quick, but totally fine. As Shane Thompson, our competition single in round number 2 of Super Pro. Just that incredible 67 Nova. All right, so wrapping up. On the competition single here. And Shane's just like insanely sexy 67 Nova. I think he's just gorgeous. Shane, free look 512, 511, 5. They're on the 512 for Shane. Is it too early for Wu-Tang? It's never too early for Wu-Tang. Okay. That $50,000 Kid Performance Dyno Shootout will run at the conclusion of our Hughes Performance Saturday after we give out 10 grand to the Super Pro winner and 5 grand to the Pro side of things. Just a couple more quiet moments on the track before we roll out round 3 for the bottom bulbers. Like beyond the last call for Pro Eliminator. Like we're running you like right about now. Right about now, Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. That's Fatboy Slim, right? We'll take one hit wonders for 500, Alex. You know, when you go like one hit wonders, I thought you were going to go into like a little Rock Me Amadeus. Falco? Little Falco. All right, Pro Eliminator round this many. Oh, that doesn't work. Round 3 here in Pro 18. Brandon Umberger, Victor Sandoval. It is round this many -1. Everybody in the chat bleachers like, you two are dorks. What are you doing? Do you believe they'll like pay us a little bit to do this? It's insane. Borderline criminal. So Brandon Umberger in the Jelly Bean for Legal Addiction Racing. That's 77 Chevette. You know, for some reason, I think the folks at General Motors were like, okay, we're going to design this car, and in like 45 years from now, it's going to run like 590 through the 8th mile. And like, that was their key. Victor out of Tucson, Arizona in the Camaro. Going to be Umberger on a double breakout. Brandon 14 green was behind at the start as Victor was 006, but then Victor was under by 13 thou. Umberger under by 11 thou by 0.02 of a second.
And I can tell you why.
Brandon Umberger is going to get the win.
From personal experience.
So, Nathan Hershey saying, from personal experience, a Chevette at 89 miles an hour, like, literally rattles your teeth out of your head. Chris Hall, Brigham City, Utah. Dominic Blea in the El Camino. Give it to Chris Hall. Dead on 8. Taking a thou at the finish line for Chris Hall. Dominic Blea in the Mino Camino was 30 green, 6:42.1 on the 6:41, and was behind by a thou at the finish line. Eric Halsey and Carlos Ortiz. Eric Halsey out of Mesa, Arizona. 7:10 the dial in for Halsey. 6:65 the dial for Carlos Ortiz. Carlos is in a pretty good position. He has 700ths of advantage on the starting line, and Carlos Ortiz 6.669. So he's only evil, but not like evil plus some. Halsey 7:11 on the 7:10, but was 88 green. Carlos better on both ends and will advance. Is Jeff Sfranek. Colt to Arms Mustang had a good run last night. Quarters? Sfranek made it to the quarters last night, right? Oh yeah, because it was Kyle, and Mark. Yeah. Joe Cox Jr. in the Valiant. Out of Peoria. Sfranek in the Mustang. Behind on the starting line. Joe Cox Jr. makes it pay off. 15 green, 1 above. Is good for Joe Cox Jr. Jeff Sfranek was 37 green. Really wanted to get there first. Did so. By 38 thou. There was no way that win light was going to move over into his lane. It's David Beckwith. David Beckwith won a prize today, right?
Yeah. He just hasn't come pick it up.
He just hasn't come to pick it up yet?
If people don't start coming to pick up their packages, I'm going to start just singing on the mic.
Well, I think like singing on the mic from you is a good thing. Beckwith at Rancho Cucamonga in the big Malibu. Joe Accardo. Rio Rico, Arizona, that white Camaro, identical reaction time, 64 on the tree in both sides, 750 for David Beckwith, going to be your winner in the boo. By 0.07 of a second, Joe Accardo, 718 on the 13, but with 7 thou second across the finish line. Final call pro. Final call pro. Seth Polvador and Nick Marconi. Seth out of Peoria, Arizona. That Ford Fairmont, 671 is the dial. Nick Marconi, Glendale, Arizona in the Challenger, 823 the dial in for Marconi. 4th thou coin toss on the starting line. Polvador Marconi. Seth Polvador, 673 on the 71 to move forward. Nick Marconi We'll go into round number 4. 8:28 on the 8:23 for Nick Marconi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, payouts from last night. Well, technically, the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race are over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Payouts. If you have money coming to you, payouts are over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer from both the Stimulus Race and yesterday's Lucas Oil Friday event. So Remy Reynolds and Larry Pittenger. Remy in the Vega. Pittenger in the Camaro. Remy Reynolds lights up a win light. 601 on the 6 flat. 58 green for Remy. Larry Pittenger. 668 but 96 on the tree, and that was a problem. Real good matchup here on the starting line. Ryan Mangus, Jonathan Fiello. Mangus in the Nova. Fiello for Team K&N out of Ukaipa. Wow, both guys big red. And on a true start win, we'll go to Ryan Mangus. Mangus was 33 red. Fiello was 85 red. Mangus leaving first, but is the lesser of the offenders. He's less offensive. Less egregious on the double red light. All right, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. That was fun. From the helicopter. Got a water buffalo jackknifed. Good morning, Vietnam. So Super Pro door car. My double entries up in 2 and 4, please. Everybody else 6 and 8, please. Super Pro door cars, get your rollins. Tim O'More and Tony Marconi. Marconi's 001 and 603 at 113 miles an hour down there for Tony Marconi. And it might have been a little frisky with that left pedal there for Tony Marconi. It's Tim O'More, 22 green. 6061 on the 607, Marconi. Jeff Ford and Sasha Hofer. Ford out of Mesa, red light start for that challenger, Jeff Ford. Sasha Hofer gonna get a free look at 766, 7639 for Sasha at 88 miles an hour. Yeah, and Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. My double entries in lane 2 and 4, please. Single entries 6 and 8, pretty please. Howard DeVore, Jeremy Jacobs. Howard DeVore going to advance 67 green, 2 above. Jeremy Jacobs, 737 on the dial, was dead on 4, but was 95 on the starting line and ended up being 100th behind at the finish line. Tim Arnswald and Curtis Zinzalita. Curtis has moved off the evil dial-in that he had earlier today. Here he's 668 in that big 68 Roadrunner out of Flagstaff. Tim Arnswald, 767. Wow. Zinzalita is in a real tough spot. Tim Arnswald's 007, Curtis is 89 green. Arnswald, 770 on the 767, a pretty easy one there. Curtis Zinzalita, 89 green and 3 above, and well, that was not pretty. Kind of like me. Not pretty. At least I'm self-aware. Matt Hawk, Manny Blay III. Mustang on Mustang crime. Matt out of Tucson, Arizona. Another one of the Hawk Mustangs. Do the Hawks have like a Mustang factory at their house? It's a corral? It's a Mustang corral? I like that. Every once in a while they let them go in the barn. Manny Blay III out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, in Manny's Mustang. And Manny's Mustang is a little bit better than Matt's Mustang. 768 on the 767. It was 50 green for Manny. Matt Hawk was 95 thou at the start. Gave up 400 and just couldn't make it up. It's Chris Stout and Manuel Blea. Chris out of Marana in the Vega. Manuel Blea, Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Nova. 71 model year. 643 for Manuel. Green and green. Manny's big green and not a winner. Chris Stout, 28th on the green light start, 706 on the 701. Manny was 119 green, one above, and still behind 500 at the stripe. It's Mark Kidd. Lindy Lindholm. Kidd, our runner-up last night to Kyle Rizzoli in the pro category. .582 the dial in for the Kidd Performance and Dyno 67 Nova. Lindy Lindholm in the Copo. Newport Beach, California. 626 a dial for Mr. Lindholm. Lindy, a little bit late. Mark Kidd already up alongside. Gonna get the win. 587 for Kidd on the 582. It's 29th out on the green light start for Mark. Lindy was 74 green and 4 above. And when you do the math, let's see, we got to write the standard order of operations. Add, subtract, multiply, divide. There's like parentheses, all that stuff. Lindy short. Marcos Ocampo and Steve Moss. Steve, that little unique altered out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. 579 to dial in for Steve. Marcos Ocampo. 68 Mustang GT out of Glendale. 658 for Marcos. Green and green. Moss giving up a little on the starting line, trying to reel in the Mustang. Not going to get there. Marcos, 15 green, 4 above. 662 on the 658 is good. Steve Moss is 30 green, 3 above, and was a hun behind at the stripe. It was Ron Height. It was our bounty winner, taking out Kyle Rizzoli in round number 2. Get that bundle from Specialty Fasteners. Ron Height, Ron Rios. Rios, 68 Camaro out of New Mexico. I guarantee, Nathan Hershey, I guarantee Ron is going to win. Tell me I'm wrong. You're a liar. I think Ron Rios might pull it off. Rios, 16 green. Ron Height was 136 on the green light start, and Rios 685 on the 677. Ron Height, after a 136 start to his run, goes 744 on the 742. So Paul Polito. And Tim Seymour. So Paul Polito was working on the burnout, backed up. Tim Seymour and the Copo has already got the pre-stage bulb on. So Paul's going to hurry up. And that 621 dial in for the Vegasaurus. So Tim Seymour in his Copo out of the Leo Glasburner camp. Both are staged, 593 the dial. Paul Polito has Tim Seymour dominated on the starting line. And a light the win light up as well. 6:24 for Paul Polito. After being 003, Tim Seymour was 74 green. Try to get down there and stick the nose in front, but was shy by 3 hunt as Paul Polito will move forward as Mike Reed and Chris Hall. Chris out of Brigham City, Utah. 69 Nova for Chris out of Brigham City. 590. The dial in there for Chris. Mike Reed out of Peoria. Dodge pickup truck, 79 model year. Away and away. 75 leaves first. Wow. But Chris Hall is going to get the win. 90 green for Chris. Just, wow, missed the tree. Dead on 9 for Chris Hall. Mike Reed, 75 green and 3 above. And I'll be out of here in round number 3. Chris Hall be back around as Leo Glasbrenner and Austin Downing. Leo and his Copo for Remac Transmissions. 6:13 the dial for Leo and Austin Downing in the dragster out of Tempe. Downing family team car. 6:24 for Austin off the bottom. Dragster advantage. Leo trying to make a payoff. Leo 6:15 gonna get the win on a breakout. Austin breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. When they got to 660 feet, Austin was there 47th out. Needed to take 42 or less to move that win light over in his lane. Did not do it. Samantha Kidd and Brandon Umberger. Big check, Brandon. Grand Junction, Colorado in the Jelly Bean. As he's double entered in this car today. 591 the dial for Umberger. Samantha Kidd out of Murano. In the Nova, Samantha looking to left. Here comes Umberger, and Samantha Kidd by a thou takes out Umberger. 007 for Samantha Kidd, and 1 above. Umberger was 19 green, dead on 3, and Samantha Kidd got there by a thou. So Samantha 007. Umberger was 19 green. Samantha Kidd being 1 above is good enough. As Brandon bows out in one of his entries here in round number 3 of Pro. All right, as we get ready for Super Pro Door Car, I'm going to move out of the way. Nathan Hershey has a very important public service announcement.
That we do, Mike Eames. While it is quiet, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please, racers. For those of you who are going to be participating in the shootout, if you have not yet gone to the trailer and confirmed your spot, you have until 2:45 p.m. to do that. So essentially, you have between now and 2:45 to confirm your spot for the shootout. Also, if you are not in the shootout and would like a spot in the shootout, you have until 2:45 to get up and let us know that you want an alternate spot. So essentially that's about 20 minutes from now. You've got 20 minutes to get up and confirm your spot for the shootout. If you have not yet confirmed your spot in the shootout, you need to do so now. At 2:45, those that we have not heard from, we will basically need to make the assumption that you are now no longer interested in the shootout, and we will open up your spot to somebody else. So again, racers, we just want to ask you, if you would please, you have until 2:45 to confirm your spot for the shootout. If your spot is not confirmed at 2:45, it will be made available to somebody else. So please just keep that in mind. Also, we've got our prizes up here for Justin Lamb, Cortland Carter, our best losing package in Super Pro round number 2. You've got Goodyear certificates. J.R. Learcamp, Greg Hicks, David Beckwith. Freaking guys. Come on. Come on. So come on up here and claim your prize if you haven't done so yet. Mike Eames is going to be the one taking care of that now. So if you guys were just avoiding that so you didn't have to deal with me, I'm on the mic. He'll do the prizes. So come on up. There's Chuck Hawk and James Hartvigsen. Hartvigsen, 22 on the tree in the Barracuda and will not advance, even though he is dead on 1. Chuck Hawk, 009, dead 6, taking an 8 foul stripe. Final call, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. This is going to be your final call. Final call, final call. Super Pro door car. In what is now round number 3. Right? Come on. Door cars, if you're still alive, make your way up here. Final call. We're in the Jags round, right? We're in round 3? It is round 3. That means it's Jags. Judge Shoot, 13 green and 536 on a 536. Dead on 7, taking a 27,000 stripe. Gets the win over John Lister in the Monza. Lister, 602 on a 599. He is 3 above the dial, 14 at this end of the racetrack, and no good. Judge Shoot. Shoop-be-doop. Moving on to round number 4 as Ken Rader and a blue Hayball. Hayball 65 GTO. I think that was one of the 65-year cars that somebody said was the coolest car out there in the 60s era. Hey, dragsters, your attention, please. Super Pro dragsters. First call for you. We'll take our double-entered cars to 2 and 4, single-entered cars to 6 and 8. Super Pro dragsters, your attention in the pits. It's your turn for the Jegs.com, round number 3. Ken Rader's dialed in at 724. The Nova out of Tucson, Arizona, going up against Hayball's GTO. Advantage went to Rader. Win light goes the same way on a double breakout. Ken Rader under by 0.02 of a second. Blue Hayball under by 0.04 of a second. That 2,000 differential decided that Ken Rader will bring the multicolored Nova back into the game in round number 4 for Super Pro, as we are in Super Pro door car. Bob Cordova and Ken Suio. Last night's runner-up in that orange 72-bodied Capri. The Steve LaBarber pointed out to me that I never really thought about it, but the Capri actually looks like somebody took a Camaro and like shoved the rear end in on it. It actually does look pretty cool. Bob Cordova, 009 on the red side. Ken Suio continues to roll again. Suio, 592 on a 591, was 20 leaving this end of the racetrack. Cordova's 009 reaction time ends his day earlier than he would have liked it to. But a 609 on a 605 to finish up the run, as we'll bring out Daniel Fiello and Scott Hess. So let's see here. Justin, $200 to California Car Cover Company. Got that gift certificate up here for you. Cortland Carter got a gift certificate for a brand new set of Goodyear Racing Drive tires. Greg Hicks, we've still got your... Yeah, why am I even calling Greg anymore? He's ignoring us. David Beckwith, we've got yours. Blue Hayball just made his way down the racetrack. And Leroy Duran. Again, I'm warning you guys, if we don't start having folks pick up their prizes, I'm just going to start singing on the mic. Scott Hess and Daniel Fiello, 10 thou separated them at this end of the racetrack. 4 thou was the difference at the finish line, and margin of victory for Daniel Fiello. 632 on a 632, 18 this end of the racetrack, dead on 8 to be 26 total. Scott Hess was 28 on the tree and no opportunity for advancement. Over. So Fiello lights up the bulb as C.W. Hofer and P.J. Giacalone. C.W. and P.J. Giacalone 606 is the dial for the 55 Chevrolet. And for C.W. Hofer, the Firebird 766 is the dial. Away goes C.W. and here comes P.J. C.W. is in control. P.J. is in trouble. And C.W. seals the deal. 009 this end of the racetrack. 767 on a 766 for CW. PJ was 085 on the tree. And that one hurt. But again, Super Pro door cars are on the racetrack. Super Pro dragsters are headed into the staging lanes. At least that's what should be happening. So Dave Mazier and Brad Pierce. This is a heavy hitter matchup in the Division 7 ranks. Brad Pierce, Riverside, California, the Corvette, gets the head start with a 630 dial. Dave Mazier giving chase in the Roadster. The Cavalier can't get it done. Brad Pierce is 18 green and 25 thou above the dial. Gets him to the stripe first by 26 thousandths of a second. Mazier, 15 green and 5 off the number. Puts a 517 on top of a 512. As Mark Lalonde and Mike McBrayer. Lalonde, right? We go from a D7 Super Gas race to a D7 Super Street race. McBrayer in the 86 Corvette, the Tomato. 635 is the dial. Lalonde giving chase with a 557 number on the side of his 88 bodied Camaro. Ready. Winner's going to be Mark Lalonde. Mike McBrayer was 043 on the tree and was late comparatively with Mark Lalonde's 009 reaction time. Lalonde, 558 on a 557, one above the dial, gets the win light. Mike McBrayer was 632 on a 635, and Lalonde gets to the stripe first by 1,000th of a second as we bring out Ryan Mangus and Jeff Burke. Burke's dialed 694. Mangus is dialed 300 quicker than that with a 691. Just a thou between them at this end of the racetrack, and it is going to be Jeff Burke, 21 thou above the dial. 027 on the tree, gets there second. Ryan Mangus was 28 green, taking a 33 thou stripe, and breaks out 13 thousandths of a second. Had 20 thou to spare, but breaks out, bows out. Jeff Burke moves on as Andy Dawson and Cody Robinson next two. Once again, racers, I'm going to continue to kind of give that reminder. We are down to about 12 minutes left to check in for the showdown race, for the shootout. If you are going to be in the shootout, if you have not yet confirmed your spot, you have 12 minutes left. Andy Dawson is in trouble. Cody Robinson was not stellar on the tree, but he was much better than Andy Dawson. Cody, 22 green and 645 on a 645 to be 25 total. Andy Dawson, unfortunately, left the starting line with an 090 reaction time. That hurts. Goes 679 on a 682. So Robinson, the blue ride, into round number 4. Again, we are in the jegs.com, round number 3 for Super Pro. Our Super Pro dragsters are headed back into the staging lanes. At least you should be. Hint, hint. Hint, hint. Jonathan Fiello and Tim O'More. How about this matchup? Tim in the Roadster, Fiello in the topless Camaro. Since the wind has died down, we can go back to having things being like topless instead of open cockpit. Jonathan Fiello, 528 is the dial. Tim O'More dialed in at 531. Whomp, whomp. I heard a couple of quick whomp, whomps. Tim O'More gets the win light, 534 on the 531. 300 over the dial, was 11 on the tree and taking a 3 thou stripe. Jonathan Fiello, 032 green, 530 on a 528. As Jason O'Terry and Don Toya. Don's Hot Rod Shop, represented on the side of the Roadster, which is kind of like the source for speed and parts and all the good stuff here in Tucson. Got his name on a few race cars, and there are plenty of folks here in the area that I'm sure frequent his facility. Jason O'Terry over on the left side of the racetrack. 7.10 seconds is what O'Terry predicts he is going to run in the Firebird this time. Hey, hey, hey. Chris Forsyth's made several appearances here in the tower. He's just like making sure everybody's taken care of. He's taken well to this management style. Don Toya bows out, 528 on a 525. Jason O'Terry, 710 on a 710. He's 25 on the tree, dead 5 to be 30 total. Don Toya was 11 at this end of the racetrack, had a little room to work with, but could not catch O'Terry down to the big end of the racetrack, as that is going to bring up Shane Thompson and Curtis Cinzalita. Zinzalita, the 68 Roadrunner. Thompson, the 67 Nova. 512 is the dial for Thompson. Big head start to Zinzalita with a 669 number. As the countdown continues. You now have 9 minutes to check in for the shootout. Whoa! Zinzalita did not move. Shane Thompson zips through and goes 5'11". Actually, make that Zinzalita lurched. It was over. Lurch. So Thompson 5'11" on a 5'12". Zinzalita, unfortunately, issues here on the starting line, prevents him from leaving, and Thompson will get the win light. So again, racers, 9 minutes left to check in for the shootout.
All right. So, I talked a minute ago and I said that Chris Forsyth has made his way into the tower. He's been up, down, in, out, at the trailer, at the tower, in the staging lanes, at the concession stand, and playing dad all at the same time. But we've got a shootout that is going to be happening later tonight that is unlike anything else that we've seen here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. And Chris, you picked up the microphone. Let's talk a little bit about what's going to be happening later on tonight.
Well, I think it should be more than obvious. Kid Performance $50,000 shootout will be this evening. This format was designed to see a door car dragster final. And if you're not quite clear on the format, because you're on the fence whether or not to make your way to the trailer, I'm going to paint a very clear picture for you. We have a 64 car field for the dragster side. The 64 cars on the opposite side are broken into 32 Super Pro door cars and 32 Pro cars. Semifinals will be our 32 car winner in Pro, our 32 car winner in Super Pro door car, and our 2 dragster semifinalists. $595 cash is going to see $50,000 cash go to tonight's winner. If you're also curious as to when and how we are going to start this race, we have every intention of being prepared to start the first round of this race immediately following Hughes Performance Saturday's main events. Now, some of you are probably asking yourself, well, why would I go get in? I lost first round, had an unfortunate case in the buyback round, but I feel like I got a good car, but I don't want to go into a $600 entry blind. Well, that's not going to be the case either. For this $595 entry, we feel as though it's nothing more than fair to ensure that you all get a time run at the racetrack prior to that. So when we get down to the latter rounds of our main event, we will start calling time runs for the Kid Performance 50K race to the lanes. And we'll fill that in prior to the main event's finals, and then we'll jump right into the first round.
All right, so as Gary Youngblood bows out to Chandler Mazier here, again, Chris, you were talking about the fact that the way it's broken down, 64 dragsters, 64 door cars. The 64 door cars broken into 32 Super Pro door cars, 32 Pro cars. So essentially, semifinals in door car is going to be a Pro car versus a Super Pro door car.
That is correct.
Semifinals in dragster will be dragster versus dragster.
Correct.
Final round guaranteed door car versus dragster. That's the way it's designed.
That is correct.
For somebody who's thinking about getting in, if they have not seen the racetrack for a while, feeling like, well, these guys have been down the track all day long, I haven't been out there for a while. Pause for burnout. Oh, womp, 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 womp. Win light to Victor Blea. Cortland Carter ends up going 517 on a 511. Blea was 45 on the tree and 530 on a 528. That one was odd in multiple ways, as Cortland gets 5 thou behind, as Jordan Stewart and Marco Paravalaris back up. So again, if somebody hasn't seen the racetrack in a while, they've paid $595 to get into a race, we are going to get them a time run before we get into the big dollar shootout by working those time runs in between the latter rounds for the main event.
That is correct. And I don't think I can stress enough how excited I am about this. First of all, we got the wind starting to play in our favor a little bit. Got plenty of heat today, which is going to make for a wonderful night. We're live on bank shift. And we should have 128 hungry racers ready to be that one collecting 50,000 cash.
That is a big, big move. I mean, 50 grand in cash. It's one thing to be handed a check. It's another thing to be handed a backpack full of money. I don't know how you're going to deliver it. Is it going to be a backpack? Is it going to be just, because I think it's too thick for an envelope. We talked about if we could go to the casino. Marco Peravalaris getting the win, 006 and 463 on a 462 over Jordan Stewart. I thought, 300 to 400 pounds in nickels. I was way wrong. If we converted 50,000 in cash to nickels, Mike Eames did the math, it would be over 11,000 pounds of nickels. You'd have to get a semi-truck to take it home.
So you mean to tell me Mike Eames has a very good calculator?
Yeah, he's got a good phone. But yeah, so I mean, you're putting cash in somebody's hand that they get to take home and.
Well, you got to remember, there's payout back to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but it's still a big chunk of cash.
It's a very big chunk of cash. So whoever rolls through tonight and collects money, it will be in cash. This will not be an Amazon Prime delivery. I can assure you of that.
There you go. Oh. Dan Lafferty doing the chasing against Austin Downing as Downing is out front. Lafferty cannot catch him. Austin Downing 26 on the tree and 6:26 on a 6:25. Getting their first 0.06 of a second. Lafferty was 22 green and 461 on the 459. So yeah, there's payouts more than, it's not just like one guy's going home with 50 grand. People are going home with money. Your $600 investment or $595 would turn into or could turn into more than that.
100%.
So it's worth it. It's worth it. Again, we are down to a couple of minutes left to get your spot confirmed. So again, if you were already signed up or had a spot in that race and you haven't confirmed it yet, get over to the trailer, get that locked down. If you want an alternate spot, get over it. Let us know your name, because if there are folks that do not show up, we want to make sure you get an opportunity to get into the game tonight for $50,000. Nick Cobb and Ethan Bourne down the racetrack. It's going to be Nick Cobb picking up a victory here. 24th out of the reaction time to Ethan Bourne's 0:33 as Cobb goes 487 on the 485, and as Brian Weber and Don Sefton are backing up for the burnout. Chris, I know we've got the big deal going tonight, but we had a fantastic race day yesterday. I mean, our Lucas Oil Performance, $10,000 to win and $3,000 to win Friday. I don't know that it could have gone much smoother than it did. Maybe a little hiccup here or there, but it was a great, with the wind and everything, it was a great race day.
I don't think there's any doubt, Nate. If anybody was paying attention to the scoreboards, you would have seen that the wind didn't appear to be much of a factor in anything, because the racing here down at Tucson Dragway this weekend so far has been flat nasty.
Hey, Don Sefton getting the win there, 006 on the tree. Brian Weber just kind of missed it at this end with an 071 reaction time, put him behind, and that's where he ended up at the stripe, as now Phil Jaramillo and Sean Page back up from the burnout. Page left side, dialed 506, Jaramillo right side, dialed 550, and this morning it was probably breezier than it was yesterday morning, but that has died down, and looking at the weather, like you said, tonight, the wind's going to be about this or less throughout the remainder of the evening.
Yeah. And we've been blessed with a ton of sunshine this year, which, in years past with this event, we've always had to fight that little cloud icon on the iPhone. And if I haven't said it enough, or if I haven't seen you or approached you, I got to thank each and every one of you for being here. I've always said that if you guys keep coming, we'll keep building. And after a year and a half of not being able to put one of these deals on for all of you, I guess we're going to be in business for a little while longer. So huge thank you to each and every one of you that are here. I wish all of you the best of luck, and just really looking forward to providing you the weekend we promised through the rest of the day, this evening, and obviously tomorrow. So again, I appreciate each and every one of you.
Well, it's certainly good to have you guys doing all this. You talked about not being able to race for about a year and a half. You obviously remained very, very tight with the sponsors that are on the sheet. I mean, Hughes coming in here. We've got that best winning package. We've got everybody that's on the board. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Last chance. But the prizes, I mean, we've got stacks of stuff here that essentially somebody's walking in the door. We're going, hey, you want a prize?
Well, that's a big, thank you to each and every one of these sponsors. You see both on the flyer and across the fence line in the staging lanes and along the starting line there. this type of event, the vision that we've had and that other promoters obviously have set the precedent for, being Peter and Kyle, this is about trying to build bracket racing. And when you have 35 plus sponsors in the industry wanting to back events like this, and then we set a record after a year and a half with 294 entries today, it gives me chills. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of promoters that are probably, they bat an eye at 300 cars, but I'll tell you what, it's a tough sell over here, but it's something I'm passionate about and something I'm trying to embed in everybody and make sure that we give them what we promise. And I can't thank everybody enough for giving me that opportunity.
No, I mean, you make a very good point. 294 cars on property. And when we talk about West Coast racing, there are a lot, and I mean a lot, of miles that need to be traveled to get to a drag race. So a lot of these folks have come a very, very long way and have pretty much made their way here to be part of this event. So 294 cars on property. Nicely done to each and every one of the racers for being here.
Well, with that, we want to thank Chris Forsyth for stopping by here and spend a little bit of time on the microphone. Appreciate that, sir. Mark Lalonde breaks out, 526 on a 527. Trey Vetter, 470 on the 469. Gets the win light there. How many cars did we say? 294 is what we said. Miss Sally. As Keith Winters and Gabe Torres going to be our next two. Gabe over on the left side of the racetrack. 474 for the Valinda, California-based car. Little shout out to Blea Racing from the New Mexico Freedom Team in the chat bleachers. We'll do a couple of shout outs from here and there, but not a whole bunch of them. As Keith Winters lines up left side out of Las Vegas, dialed in at 469. 3 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. Make it 2 thou. Make it 2 thou. And at the stripe, Keith Winters, 470 on the 469, gets the win light. Gabe Torres was 19 green and goes 476. On the 474 is now Jeremy Rapp and Tanner Theobald. Talking about like your average Saturday night at Las Vegas. Jeremy Rapp based in Las Vegas. Tanner from just up the road, about 2 hours with the trailer. I don't know how long it takes him to drive with the trailer. I know for me it takes, I don't know, maybe an hour and 20 minutes to get to St. George, sometimes less, depending on what the, police activity looks like between there on the I-15. Just saying, maybe. Tanner dialed in at 489. Jeremy dialed in at 480. Winner's going to be Tanner Theobald. Double breakout. Tanner goes 488 on a 489. Under by 5 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Rapp, 479. Under by 10 thousandths of a second. And Jeremy Rapp will check out. Tanner Theobald will return as Parker Theobald and Peyton Janik. Speaking of the continuation of another Saturday night at the Strip in Las Vegas. PJ for Team Dilligaff. And I gotta say, every time Mike Eames would say, hey, I'm gonna run over and get my kisses from Jughead, I was not putting 2 and 2 together. I'd forgotten that PJ's dog was named Jughead. Peyton's dog name, I'm like, who is this you're talking about? Yeah, I get that. I get that. But yeah, Jughead the dog. Parker Theobald, who has got like maybe maybe the largest contingency of like supporters here on property. Parker and Tanner and Lindsay and the whole Theobald crew, they are out here in force. 19 thousandths of a second between them in reaction time, and Peyton Janik, 002, 476 on a 475, gets the win light. Parker Theobald was 21 green and then goes 504 on a 503. So that 19th thou difference at this end of the racetrack. Costly at that end. Logan Ward, 004 on the tree, and 469 on a 466, taking an 8 thou stripe to get the win light. For J.R. Learcamp, he goes 480 on the 478, was 20 on the tree, and checks out once again, final call for Super Pro Dragster. You should be back here in the lanes for your jegs.com round number 3. So as Chuck Hawk and Johnny Carter make their way down the racetrack, we will take Pro to the staging lanes, please. Pro, round number 4. Pro bracket, round number 4. Come on down. Pro bracket, round number 4 to the lanes, please. Win light goes to Johnny Carter over Chuck Hawk. Carter was 11 on the tree. To Chuck Hawk's 14 green, Johnny 501 on a 501. He's 11 dead 2 to be 13 total against Chuck's 14 light. Chuck had nowhere to go with that. And Brandon Umberger coming up here to the tower and see us. We've got a $200 Jegs gift certificate for you. $200 Jegs gift certificate for our best losing package in jegs.com. Pro round number 3. Race Kid and Taylor Strange. Race down 481, quick little whomp of the throttle, and Taylor Strange will light up the scoreboard. 24 green and 504 on the 504. Taylor Strange goes dead on 0. Race Kid was 16 green and 3 above, 484 on the 481. As now funny car, Chris Northam and Dylan Howe. Howe, who collected the bounty in round number 1 by taking out last night's main event winner, is now lined up against funny car Chris. Chris getting the head start with a 531 dial. You can see that helmet swivel already as Chris looks over the shoulder, but Dylan Howe on a double breakout continues to roll through the field. 470 on a 471. He's under by 2 thousandths of a second. Funny car Chris runs 527 on a 531. Chris was 2 thou better on the tree. Dylan Howe had the 021 light. As now Elliot Franco and Tom Bayer. Bayer, 514 is the dial for Bayer on the right side of the racetrack, and Elliot Franco, the winged dragster out of La Palma, California. Lining up on the left side. 552 the dial for Elliot, 514 the dial for Bayer. Again, pro round number 4. the Clay Smith round in the pro category. We'll take you into the staging lanes. Pro round 4, come on. 2 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time as down the track they go. Advantage slightly to Elliot Franco, but Tom Bayer, 5:15 on a 5:14. He was 10 on the tree and cuts it down to an 11/10,000ths stripe. Bayer for the nod and the win. Elliot Franco was 008, 22 thou above the dial. And there we go. Now it's Sammy Franco II and Tony Titone. Titone, 488, the dial on the right side of the racetrack out of Mesa, Arizona. And for Sammy Franco, 544 out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Yeah. So the 544 to the 488 head start belongs to Sammy Franco here on the left side. Again, our Super Pro dragsters combating it out here in the wrap-up of our Jegs. Jegs.com. Round number 3. Advantage on the tree goes to Sammy Franco. The win light, there you go. 006 and dead on 2 to be 8 thou total for Sammy Franco. Tony Titone was 34 on the tree and had no chance of getting out of that round alive. Sammy Franco locks it down, 8 total. 544 and a 544. Moving on to round number 4. As Greg Hicks and Chandler Mazier will be our next two. Chandler, 508 is the dial for the blue dragster on the left side of the racetrack, and Greg Hicks sitting back here for a little while, just kind of waiting it out. Hicks looking at something there. In the cockpit, Chandler Mazier has rolled up, has lit up the pre-stage bulb. Chandler has staged up the car waiting on Greg Hicks. Little starting line strategy between the two players. Hicks is going to be doing the chasing on this one. Chandler wasting no time, rolls in, stages it up. Greg Hicks is there, and here we go. 007 red for Greg Hicks. Chandler Mazier, 28 on the tree and 508 on a 508. He'll pick up the win light. Hicks missed it at this end of the racetrack by 7 thousandths of a second, and Chandler Mazier gets the win. Mr. Garrison gets the solo, okay? Drugs are bad, but my runs are not. 552 on a 562 for Phil Garrison. So as we wrap things up here in the jegs.com, round number 3, again, our best losing package on the pro side was Brandon Umberger. We have got $200 worth of a nice, fancy little Jegs gift certificate, a gift card that is here for you, already wrapped up in the envelope, ready for you to pick it up. Justin Lamb, we've got your $200 California Car Cover Company check. It is good with your name on it. We've also got our Goodyear Racing best losing package from Super Pro round number 2, Cortland Carter. We've got that certificate waiting up here for you. Greg Hicks, you've got some time now. Why don't you go ahead and come on up here and pick up your prize in the tower. David Beckwith, best losing package in the pro buyback round. You've got a $250 BTE gift certificate coming to you. Blue Hayball, we've got your $500 FIG FTI performance certificate for your best losing package in round number 1. That is the prizes that we have left to claim. I don't know if, I know Ron Height has come up, and Dylan, but we're going to coordinate that with Bobby Dye Jr. So in that aspect, we'll get our bounties coordinated with Bobby Dye a little bit later on. Dustin Wirtz hasn't showed up yet, so we've got a brand new California Car Cover Company dragster cover for you. So Dustin, come on up here and grab that. And I think that's what we have as way of shall we say, outstanding prizes to be picked up. Well, we've got it. Got it. 294 cars on property that started round number 1 here today. That's really cool. We are getting that 128 car field finalized for the $50,000 shootout. You heard Chris Forsyth up here talking about it. 50 grand, it's going to be paid out in cash. Cash money. They're taking the buy-ins in cash. They'll be taking the payout in cash, which is pretty darn cool. And we are getting our pro cars back into the staging lanes for the Clay Smith Cams, round number 4. Clay Smith putting up $200 for the best losing package in this go-round. Again, it is a Hughes performance. $10,000 to win main event in Super Pro, $5,000 to win main event in Pro. What do you say? 21 cars left? Okay. Got it. So, see, Mike Eames is starting to do math up here, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do the math. Don't want to worry about the math just yet. But we are getting down to it. And again, remember, as Chris said, the format for the shootout race. When we get into the ladder rounds a little bit later on in our main event, we are going to offer up the time hits for those that have not seen the racetrack for a little while. So again, if you came up here in round number 1, it didn't go the way that you wanted, you ended up bowing out in the buyback round, or you bowed out in round number 2, there will be a chance to get up. We will start working in time runs for the $50,000 shootout when we're in the ladder rounds of the main events today. That way we can get a jump start on that. But somebody is going to get a whole pile of cash by the time the day is over, and that is going to be really, really cool. Again, we want to say thank you so much to Kid Performance and Dyno for presenting that West Coast Bracket Races $50,000 shootout that's going to be happening tonight. Again, the format is 64 dragsters, 64 door cars. The 64 door cars broken down into 32 pro cars, 32 super pro door cars. We'll race those down. Semifinals on the door car side will be the pro winner versus the super pro door car winner. Semifinals on the dragster side, we'll have the 2 dragsters, and then we'll bring them all together and run for that big old payday. So we've got that happening. Also remember that Coffee to Cones is back there. You can swing by, grab yourself, especially with it being a little warmer. I think that's the first time I've seen the flag laying down on the flagpole here at Tucson. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. But with it being warm out there, a little bit of ice cream in your hand would be absolutely wonderful to go along with the fantastic kettle corn and whatever it was that you have grabbed or are yet to grab for lunch from the concession stand. So we've got all of that stuff. But as we do a little track prep, cleaning up here in the water box, the Super Pro or the Pro cars coming back for round number 4. Again, we are still looking for that best winning package of the event that will run all the way through till Sunday. As of right now, it is a 3-pack that is determined the tiebreaker by reaction time. We actually had Jason O'Terry and C.W. Hofer, who both ran a total of a 3-pack. C.W. Hofer had the 001 reaction time, so that is the tiebreaker on that one. Again, that's going to be good for the Hughes Performance torque converter of your choice. Of course, the bounty awards for today have been claimed from Specialty Fasteners. We'll have additional bounty awards up tomorrow based on who wins in Pro and who wins in Super Pro tomorrow. We've got Taylor gift certificates. I think we've had the first of those has been claimed. Jeff Ford picked up that one. The other 2 Taylor gift certificate we're going to give during the shootout. So again, our first perfect reaction time during the shootout in Pro, we'll get that $200 Taylor Motorsports gift certificate. The digital delay certificates, we gave away our first one this morning in Super Pro to Matt Larson. The second one we will give away during the shootout. Imagine that Customs and Race Quip coming together to provide our Super Pro Points champion with a custom painted helmet from Race Quip. And that custom painted helmet, of course, will be done by Imagine That Customs. We've also got Lincoln Welders, Pro Points champion, going to get that new PM 140 MP welder and welding gear. $200 gift certificates from Lindsay Products, or Lindsay Racing Products, we're going to be giving away. Chad, thank you so much for putting that nice and big right up there in the middle of that bankshift.com live feed so that those at home can see what all of this good stuff is that we're giving away. And, of course, I wish, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I can get Mike Eames to take a nice shot of these custom-built trophies that the Theobald's put together. We'll text it to you, and I don't know if you'll be able to, put it up on the screen or not, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we can. But it would be really good to be able to show the fans at home these awesome trophies that the Theobald's put together. I mean, those things they're gorgeous. They would make a very, very nice addition to anybody's trophy case. Several of them have already been claimed. Kyle Rizzoli. He said send it via Facebook Messenger. Mike Eames says he's going to send it exactly the way that you'd like him to. Maybe he said that a little different. But, yeah, so we've got the trophies. We've got a whole bunch of cool stuff that we're giving away. Kyle Rizzoli claiming the win last night in Pro for $3,000. Mark Darso claiming the win last night in Super Pro for $10,000. And Val Torres Jr. claiming the win last night in the Silver State Refrigeration Stimulus Race. So, again, like our bonus race winners are also going to get trophies. Val got his. We've got the winner of the $50,000 shootout that will get theirs tonight. It's just pretty cool. Pretty cool. I hear cars rumbling around the corner, and that means that Pro round number 4 is here. And in round number 4, Chris Hall and Carlos Ortiz are going to start things off. Hey, James Hartvickson, you've got a $200 Jegs gift card waiting up here in the tower for you. We're the best losing package in Super Pro round number 3. Super Pro round number 3, James Hartvickson. Come on up, grab your prize. Carlos Ortiz on a 666 dial will bow out. He runs 670 and ends up 4 above the dial. Chris Hall, 593 on a 590, was 051 in reaction time. Ortiz checks out. Chris Hall takes the Nova into round number next as Joe Cox Jr., the 66 bodied Valiant, and Brandon Umberger. Umberger with a 592 dial. He was Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for round 4, please. Super Pro door cars. Make your way back into the staging lanes, please. For round number 4, Manny Blea dialed in at 767. Marcos Ocampo dialed in at 659. Ocampo with a 007 reaction time goes 661 on the 659. Gets their first 43 thousandths of a second. Manny Blea 768. On the 767 was 60 on the tree, and all those 60s added up to, you're done. Remy Reynolds now and Tony Marconi. Marconi in the Aero from, surprise, Arizona. He's got a 602 dial. Remy Reynolds dialed in 2/100ths of a second quicker than that. And again, Super Pro door cars, your attention, please. Super Pro door cars in the pits, come on down. We're going to get you up here for round number 4. Both drivers 00 in reaction time. Tony Marconi was 005, Remy Reynolds was 007, and on a double breakout, Tony Marconi will move on. Remy gets to the stripe first by 5 thousandths of a second, breaking it out 8 thou. Tony Marconi was under just 1 thou as he goes 6:019 on the 6:02 dial. So Marconi advances is now Ron Rios and Seth Palvidor. Rios, the 68 Camaro, 400 cubic inches under the hood, dialed in at 677. And Seth Palvidor, how about the Ford Fairmont for Tres Amigos Tequila, dialed in at 671. Big head start on the starting line for Seth Palvidor by about 600ths of a second. He had all that in his pocket. He gets to the stripe first by 900ths of a second. 034 on the tree and 681 on a 671 for Seth Palvidor. Rios' car did not cooperate. Not only was he 092 on the tree, on a 677 dial, he ends up running 690. And that just wasn't a good thing. Just wasn't a good thing at all. Paul Polito and David Beckwith will be our next two. Polito, 624 dial for the Tucson Asphalt, sponsored Vegasaurus. It's a Vegasaurus. $7.44 the dial for Beckwith. Beckwith getting the big head start, but Polito's closing in fast, and David Beckwith will hold on for the win. 0.56 on the tree for Beckwith and 7.44 on a 7.44. He runs a right on the number. Paul Polito, 6.22 on a 6.24, gets there first 38 thou and breaks out by 12 thousandths of a second. As now Sasha Hofer and Mark Kidd. Hofer on the right side. In the Firebird, 767 the dial for Miss Sasha. And for Mark Kidd, the dial is 586. Again, semifinalist from last night. Cool story about Mark Kidd's Orange Nova. The very first race he took it to was a Las Vegas Thanksgiving race and won it. First time he took the car out to a racetrack. Ended up winning the race in that one. Not going to be there today, though, unfortunately. Does that count as the announcer curse? I hope not. I hope not. 18th thou on the red side. Sasha Hofer was 58 green. Goes 761 on a 767. Chris Stout now and Tim Arnswald. Chris Stout on a 701 dial. Tim Arnswald on the 769. Stout was 005, and it's another double breakout scenario. Stout under by 8 thousandths of a second. Tim Arnswald under by 45 thousandths of a second. Win light's going to go to Stout as Arnswald was 036 on the tree. That's now Leo Glassbrenner. And Howard DeVore. Glassbrenner in the Copo, DeVore in the Nova. And I do. Every time I see Hound Dog on the side of his car, I'm just like, makes me think of like Lady and the Tramp. Or no, not Lady and the Tramp. Fox and the Hound. I'm a hound dog. Well, Howard DeVore sniffs out another victory. 679 on a 679. He's 33 on the tree and dead on 6, taking a 13 thou stripe. Leo Glassbrenner was 40 on the tree and goes 615 on a 614 to be 13 thou short. Did you see that? 15 on the 14 to the 13. Is there a 12 in here somewhere? There is. There is. Chris Hall is J712. So we went 15 to 14 to 13, and now we got 12 on the line. There you go. Chris Hall out of Brigham City, 590 is the dial, and he's 50 on the tree compared to Ryan Mangus's 002 red. Mangus goes 690 on a 6. 2 thou red and dead on 3 to a 50 light in the other lane. That is a shame. Is Chris all 2 of those? 2 of the 11 that will be coming back? How about Samantha Kidd? She is tearing things up here today in the pro category. 724 the dial for the Outlaw. This time she's 053 on the tree and 723 on a 724. Dialed it in within 2 thou. Not bad. Not bad at all. So that should wrap things up in pro round at number 4. That $200 Clay Smith Cams gift certificate. We'll figure out who is our best losing package and who will be getting that to go along with Brandon Umberger's $200 jegs.com certificate. James Hardvigson's $200 jegs.com gift certificate. Of course, Justin, Cortland Carter, Blue Hayball, David Beckwith, and Philip Hicks. Isn't there one more down there? Or did he finally? Nope. Yeah, nope. Finally came and got it? Okay. Nice. Nice. We'll see where we go. So our Super Pro door cars, you should be back in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars. Round number 4. Need you back in the staging lanes, please. Did you see that spectacular display of athleticism? I mean, that was like, that put steeplechasers to shame. That's one of those things that, holy cow, if that were an episode of Cops, they would never catch you. They would never catch you. I almost wish that Chad would like do those on Bang Shift a favor. I know he can hear me, but everybody on Bang Shift, the next time Chad does have to jump the fence, have him turn the camera around just so you guys can watch. It was awesome. Let me tell you something. That is one of those things that, you know, I've certainly been in situations where, like a gazelle, the slightest little thing, your head swivels around and you're looking around like, wait, what? I understand, Rooster. I already missed Chad, too. We'll just wait. We all know where Chad was going, though. So, Chad, how is it going? Okay. So, we'll talk a little bit about, like, some stories. Because Sally, the Parker, is, you know, I mean, everybody knows Sally Martini. If you're out here, you know her, how wonderful, fantastic, and it's like, everybody appreciates the fact that when you first come through the gate, you see this bright, beautiful, smiling face, greeting you, helping you, like find your parking spot, all of that kind of stuff. Everybody knows and loves Sally. And my son included knows and loves Sally. And Sally was nice enough to let him pick the name for your cow, or the calf, from a cow that just had the baby. So I was trying to, give my son ideas for what the name should be. Oh, wait. We got to watch Chad come back over the fence. Gravity makes it a whole lot easier this time, doesn't it? So my son decided, because the cow kind of has a little bit of a chocolate color to it, that he would name the cow Hershey. But I tried to get him to name him things that were a little bit more appropriate, like Chuck or Tasty. Like I gave him some names in Thai, like, name it Nhua, which, stands for meat, or Roy, which means delicious. He wasn't going for that. He was not going for that at all. But, you're not going to let me pick a name for your horse? Well, nobody's planning on eating the horse. I'm just saying. The horse is not exactly the viewed upon as like, dinner. What? Aroy. It's not, you don't exactly look at it like, ahan. All right, so Cody Robinson and Brad Pierce are going to kick things off for us here in the Super Pro Door Car category. The 58-bodied Corvette of Brad Pierce will fall by the wayside as Cody Robinson goes 11 on the tree and then runs 647 on a 647 dial. Brad Pierce, 629 on a 631. Gets there a little bit too quick. The other name that I gave Sally that she could have named her cow was Usta, spelled USDA. I thought it would be a good name for Usta. What's your cow's name? USDA. Daniel Fiello and Tim O'More. Tim, the roadster, on the left side, dialed in at 531. Daniel Fiello on the right side, dialed in at 632. Just about a second head start going to Daniel Fiello, the roadster, giving chase, and here it is. 534 on the 531. Tim O'More, 008 on the tree, 3 above, gets himself a win line against Daniel Fiello. Fiello was 43 green and 1 above the dial to end up 17 thou behind at the stripe. As we bring up the battle of the orange ride, Shane Thompson, 67 Nova. Again, I've said it before, I've got the softest spot in my heart for the 67 model year Novas, and especially if they're orange. Love that car. Ken Suio's orange car qualifies as well. That awesome little 72 Capri. Once again, Super Pro door cars are on the racetrack. As Shane Thompson, 006 on the tree and dead on 4. He is 10 total down the racetrack. Ken Suio, 594 and a 593. Last night's runner-up gets dumped. Ken was 24 on the tree and 1 above. No good. Here's Phil Garrison and Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby Dye, 694 in the white ride. Goes 699, no good. Win line's going to go to Phil Garrison, 22 green. And 552 on a 552. So 22 green, dead on 5. 27 total for Phil Garrison to get the win as Jason O'Terry and Judd Shoup. Shoup, 70 dart, dialed in at 536. O'Terry, the Firebird, dialed in at 709. Hey, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragsters, go ahead and start making your way back into the lanes for round number 4, please. We're getting into the Hoosier round for Super Pro. Super Pro Dragsters, come on back. Super Pro Dragsters, come on. O'Terry, who is one of the ones that put up a 3-pack this weekend. But by courtesy of the reaction time tiebreaker, going to come up a short by 1 thou. 3 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. Judge Shoup on the chase, and the win light's going to belong to O'Terry. Another, wow. Side by side, dead on 0. Judge Shoup, 536.0. Jason O'Terry, 709.0. O'Terry was 17 green. Judge Shoup was 20 green, and that exact 3 thou difference at this end of the racetrack is the 3 thou difference at that end of the racetrack. Understood. I mean, Mike Eames is like, it's okay. I mean, you're supposed to be running dead on 0 every time. I mean, why wouldn't you just do that? I mean, why wouldn't you just like be 00 and run dead on 0 every time? I mean, how difficult could it be? Yeah, well, logic, I mean, it'd make more sense. If you did that, you'd win more. Ken Rader, 31 green and 724 and a 724. He is dead on the money. 33 total. Getting there first by 34 thousandths of a second. Mark Lalonde, 27 green, and then goes 561. On a 557 dial is Chuck Hawk and C.W. Hofer. Hawk in a pickup truck. See, Mike Eames? There's one car that the Hawk family has that's not a Mustang. It's not even a Ford, which is strange in my mind. Just strange. C.W. Hofer, the 87 Firebird, he's dialed in at 767. Chuck's dialed in at 552. Head start goes to the gray car on the right side. Right, Rooster. It's all easy. Red light start for C.W. Hofer by 39 thousandths of a second. C.W. turns it loose and checks out of the game. And C.W. is going to look at that slip and go, you got to be kidding me. Chuck's going to be looking at that slip going, you got to be kidding me. What happened? C.W. 39 red. Chuck Hawk was 166 on the tree. And Rooster, you're exactly right. It is easy stuff out here on the racetrack, and the reason that I don't do it is because apparently I never do things the easy way, so it is too difficult for me. It is so easy looking at it from like this side of the race car. Totally easy from this side of the race car. It's kind of like, you know, watching a football game when the quarterback decides to go for option number 2 when, you know, he's got a tight end that's downfield wide open and you're sitting on the couch screaming, why didn't you just throw it to him? Of course, there again, he also didn't have 5 6'4", 322-pound guys in your face.
Okay, Nate started talking about football and lost me altogether. I don't know about the football match or whatever, but I will tell you that this kettle corn here, Nate ain't messing around. This is some stuff, dude. I want to say all kinds of bad words in describing how good this kettle corn is.
Look at that.
But I'm going to be nice. And not.
I know Chad is up there. He's talking on the live feed right now.
Kettle corn.
Chad, how are you doing on the kettle corn? You need more kettle corn? Give me a thumbs up or something. You need more kettle corn. Yes, you need more kettle corn? Okay.
Nate's asking if I need more kettle corn. I just started eating it, but this stuff is so good. I'm going to keep eating it all. What? I know, right?
So,
I don't want it that bad.
we have hit the ladder round. The pro cars.
Fair point.
So my little checklist here has turned out.
I do. Okay.
And advertised or as advertised.
The Mr. Muse, that may be one of the best comments ever.
So our
Chad's beard is my spirit animal. Oh my God. That's something Mike Eames would say.
The next time we get throwback here.
Holy crap. I'm taking a picture of that on the screen.
Sarah Kidd will get Joe Cox Jr.
Because that is too funny.
Beckwith will get Marcus Ocampo. Chris Hall, any non-X entry will get Seth Palmador.
That is
And
great.
Tony Marconi will get
Seriously,
the
dude.
solo shot.
You win. That's awesome. Oh my God.
Could be. So, okay, with 11 coming back on the pro ladder, Chris Hall will take on Howard DeMore. Sasha Oakley
Wow,
will
this is
take
good
on
kettle
Chris
corn.
Allen.
My God.
Derek Gabe will take on Joe Cox Jr. David Beckwith will take on Marcus Ocampo. Chris Hall, any non-X entry, will take on
Just
Seth
like-
Palmador, and Tony Marconi will get the
How's
solo
that?
shot.
Is that better? Oh.
When we come back from pro, we're getting our Super Pro dragsters back in the stage lane lined up for round at number 4.
My beard is way too
Rear round.
like soft and nice for that in the
And I'm
wind.
going to continue to
Oh,
shout it out because we want these certificates to be prizes to go home with you. Brandon Umberger, James Harkington,
whoa.
Justin Lamb,
Almost making a mess.
Cortland Carter,
Okay. So again, big thanks
Dave Beckwith,
to those guys, Hughes Performance, for being our daily sponsor. And of course, these guys, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, for being our live broadcast sponsors all weekend.
right?
And of course, those dudes down there, Holly and Holly EFI, they're our sponsors for every damn thing we ever stream because they rule all. And that's one of the reasons I love them. The other reason I love them is because they make really fun stuff to play with. So, you know, there's that. And then we're also that guy, Kyle Seipel, a.k.a. Big Nasty. My dude of dudes. Seriously, everybody, thoughts and prayers to Kyle Seipel and his family, Peter Biondo, the entire BracketRaces.com family. Speaking of which, whoa, I may or may not have just spit out popcorn. We're going to be live, Spring Fling Million, in a few weeks. Going to be awesome, from Las Vegas. 5 whole days of this, all by myself. It's going to be awesome. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? It'll be just like the old days where I just don't eat or pee or do anything for 5 days straight. It's great. Hey. By the way, what, Neil? Can I catch the popcorn in midair with the wind? No way. It is blowing way too hard for that. But I like where your head's at. I might practice. And now,
Alright, so as we make our way to our Super Pro dragster category,
Super Pro Lawn Darts. Round number 4. Right here.
This is A+. Chandler and Marco, two of the best young racers out here in this side of the world. Chandler from Azir Enterprises, 508 the dial, out of Escondido, and Marco out of Northern California, Sonoma, 462. There for Marco. 2 red light starts. Marco, the lesser of the offenders, 007 red for Marco. Chandler is 11 on the red side. And Marco Pervaleris will move forward into round number 5 in Super Pro Eliminator. Double red lights there. It's Victor Blea and Brandon Lynch here in Super Pro round number 4. Victor out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The Davis prepared dragster, and Brandon Lynch, a Wild Ride Racing Team machine for Discount Tire. The whole Lynch family coming down from Roy, Utah. I know for me, it was about an 11-hour drive to get down here. Towing that truck and trailer, I'm sure it was a little bit more than that for them. And gonna bow out in round number 4 is Brandon, as Victor Blea, 25 green and 1 above, is good enough on the combo. Brandon, 31 green and 492 on the 490. Brandon has entered in tonight's $50,000 kit performance and dyno event is Nick Cobb and Nick Downing. Mr. Cobb out of Lake Elsinore. That Race Tech prepared machine, Renegade Race Fuels, Mickey Thompson tires there for Mr. Cobb and Nick Downing. The Downing family just synonymous with racing here in Arizona. Nick in that all-white dragster, in fact, a couple all-white dragsters with black scoops. Who'd have thunk it? 625 is the dial in there for Nick, as in Downing. 486 the dial in for Nick, as in Cobb. Downing is in. Cobb is in. Tree. And we're away. 2,000 separate the drivers as they leave the starting line. Big end gonna be Nick Downing. 626.5 on the 625. Was 16 green. Nick Cobb was 18,000 on the green light start, and 2 above going 488 on the 486. That's Nick Downing. Advances into round number 5. It's Johnny Carter and Keith Winters. Keith out of Las Vegas, Nevada for Team Fig Speed. Johnny Carter has had son Cortland up here, picking up his prize. Johnny is 502 on the dial-in. A little bit of a mad dash over there behind Johnny, looking at the front of the engine. Keith Winters patiently waiting. Carter, big red light there for Johnny. Keith Winters going to get a free one here in round number 4, 37 green, dead on 5 for Keith Winters. Johnny, that was just, after the burnout was, well, not pretty. It's Taylor Strange and Tanner Theobald. Taylor out of Colorado, the undercover dragster. National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack, 503 the dial. Tanner Theobald out of St. George for the Theobald Family Motorsports crew. The birthday boy from yesterday, 489 the dial in for Tanner. So Tanner, last to stage. Tanner still last to stage, finally gets it in there. Tanner just tattooed Taylor Strange to the starting line. 007 for Tanner, 60 for Taylor Strange, and Tanner Theobald lights the electricity over there. 494 for Tanner on the 489. He'll move in round number 5. All right, Pro ET, Pro Eliminator. Round number 5, I need you in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator. Round 5, if you would, please, in the lanes. Trey Vetter and Don Sefton.
They got it. They're flashing the lights. They got it. They realize.
So word from the track crew Is there some debris out on the racing surface? Oh, yeah, there is. Right there at the 8th mile. Kind of looks like it. You know, if we were really efficient, we would just have Chad Reynolds climb down off the scaffolding and just jump over the wall and go grab that for us. I mean, we saw Chad scurry over the fence earlier. I mean, really, like, maybe my definition of scurry is different than your definition of scurry, but we did watch.
I thought it was more of a flounder.
Chad, I just want you to know that Nathan Hershey said that you floundered over the fence. I said scurry. Nathan Hershey said flounder. Just want to throw that out there. I'll take
It was a
neck collars for $500, Alex.
Yeah, it's a neck collar. Proof that you shouldn't wear one.
Yes, technically it's no longer Alex.
Neck restraint, not a stupid foam collar.
Was it Ken Jennings? Like, Aaron Rodgers is going to be...
If that's not proof of why you should wear either a Next Gen or a Hans or some other actual head and neck restraint device, then I don't know what is. The neck collar that blew off because bracket racers wear them and their belts so loose. That is a sad, sad state of affairs right there. But whatever.
So Trey out of Henderson, Nevada, the youngster, 470 on the scoreboard down yonder. Don Sefton coming down from Washington, the TNT Supercar. Normally runs in top dragster. Sefton will be doing the chasing. Off and away. Wow, 007 leaves second. Trey and Don. Trey Vetter. 006 under by 3 thou. Don Sefton, 007 under by 12 thou. Pretty good drag race right there. Trey Vetter ended up on the right side of the numbers. And will advance. Don Sefton will be around for or runner-up. Sean Page and Peyton Janik. Sean out of Meridian, Idaho, the TNT Supercar. 507 the dial-in. And Peyton Janik, 476 the dial-in for the young lady out of Las Vegas. You see Mom Tiffany back behind the right-hand side for the Dilly Gaff Motorsports team car. 476 for PJ. Again, we're Super Pro round 5. Entered this round with 34 combined cars between door cars and dragsters. We move into round number 5. 17 left. Couple of good reaction times for both Peyton and Sean. Peyton Janik, 004-4777 for the Las Vegas runner. I mean, it's quite appropriate with 3 sevens there. 8 thou margin of victory for Peyton Janik. Sean Page was 508 on the 507, 10 green. But Peyton Janik will move into round number 5. Sammy Franco the second and Logan Orr. Sammy out of Los Lunas, New Mexico, 544. The dial-in. Logan Orr out of Erda, Utah for Pete's Diesel Repair. And Warpath Racing there for young Logan, 468. The dial-in there for Logan. Logan, 003 green in control, 470 for Logan to advance. Sammy Franco the second was 29 green and 16 thou too quick, but he had no shot as Logan had him packaged up. Dylan Howe and Taylor Vetter. Dylan on a double breakout. Dylan 27 green. Taylor was 17 on the green light start. Taylor breaks it out by 17 thou, taking 13, which had no chance. Dylan Hout is going to get the win on a double breakout. 3 thou, the total margin of victory. All right, so on our Kid Performance and Dyno Shootout, just to be clear, you can, as we still have some spots available, you can enter 2 separate cars into the shootout. So let's just say you happen to have 2 dragsters here. You can enter both of them into the shootout. That wasn't overly clear. 2 separate door cars, you can enter them both. So we still have a few spots available. Let's get this bad boy filled. Have 128 cars as we run for $50,000 in cash money. Cash money. So if you have any questions, head on over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer that's right down there, like literally right there. Everybody knows where it's at. So you can double enter 2 separate cars if you would like. All right, as we are getting ready to conclude Super Pro round number 4, after round number 5, we will do some time runs for that Kid Performance and Dyno 50K race as we kind of mix those in amongst our remainder of eliminations here on Hughes Performance Saturday. So once again, you can enter 2 separate cars in that $50,000 shootout if you want to. You are more than welcome to do that. Let's get this thing filled. So looking on the live feed, the great coverage on bank shift. Chad Reynolds threw up the picture of the Theobald Motorsports trophies that Travis put together here for today's Southwest Showdown. Travis, man, he just does a great job putting those trophies together. He does them for races all over the country, and some very nice trophies that our $10,000 and $5,000 winner are going to win here today in Hughes Performance Saturday. The K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway is what was a very breezy and very brisk morning to early afternoon. The wind has calmed down substantially. I don't know what Matt DeYoung did and Jim Hughes, but whatever they did to give us this weather, we greatly appreciate it. So we're waiting for one of our double entered cars to loop back around in Super Pro. We'll go over this Pro ladder again one more time as we'll bring 11 cars back. Chris Hall is in twice of the 11. The X entry for Chris Hall will take on Howard DeVore and that Hound Dog Nova. Sasha Hofer and Chris Stout. Joe Cox Jr., Savannah Kidd, David Beckwith and Marco Sacampo. Seth Polverdor and Chris Hall's second entry, and Tony Marconi has the bye at 11. All right, Howard DeVore, the Hound Dog. You're the only one that we're missing. For round number 5 in Pro Eliminator with 11 cars left. So one pair left in round number 4 of Super Pro. So we had 34 cars in that. Let's see, 34 divided by 2. Munson needs to help me with like this new Common Core math thing. But I think 24 makes 17. So after this 17 round, that gets us to 8, and then we're on a ladder. That's fun. So once again, anybody that is interested in running the $50,000 Kid Performance and Dyno event later on tonight, you can enter 2 separate cars. If you would like, you're more than welcome to do so. Let's get that bad boy filled. I hear rumbling, I hear thundering. All right, word from the staging lanes, all 11 of our, well, technically 10 of our cars, because Chris Hall's got to go back-to-back Jack. Chandler Mazier and Thomas Bear. So Chandler had Marco earlier in the round and was 11 red. Here he's back in his second entry. 510 the dial for Chandler. Thomas Bear 514 the dial in. Bear for Team Lucas Oil and that Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Thomas Bear's done a lot of things in his racing career. I think one of the most impressive things he did was, like 4 or 5 years ago, he was your Division 7 champion in Super Comp and Super Gas in the same year, which is just staggering when you think about how many insanely good Super Comp and Super Gas racers there are in Division 7 to win the championship in both categories in the same year. I mean, that's just something special. Bear dominating Chandler on the starting line. And going to get the win. 516 on the 514 for Mr. Bears. 10 green. Chandler Mazier was 36 green and dead on 7. Chandler just a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button. And Thomas Bear took that couple hunt advantage, timed it up to 12th out the stripe. As we're down to 11 cars in Pro. This is round number 5 in Pro Eliminator, or Autometer, round number 5. We're just going to start with Chris Hall, Seth Polvador. Chris out of Brigham City, Utah. Polvador out of Arizona. The Fairmont. Chris a little bit of an advantage on the starting line, and he's going to make it work. 23 green, 591-1 on the 590 for Chris Hall. Seth Polvador was 39 green, 673 on the 672. So Chris Hall, with 2 cars in this round, has already advanced one of them forward. David Beckwith and Marcos Ocampo. David out of Rancho Cucamonga, the Big Red Malibu. Marcos out of Glendale, in that blue 68 Mustang. Marcos, red light start by 72 thou. David Beckwith, get a free look at 744, 742.4. There for David Beckwith. It's Chris Stout. And Sasha Hofer. Chris out of Marana, Arizona. 7 flat the dial in for Mr. Stout in the Vegas. Sasha 766 the dial for the young lady out of Calamasa, California. 766 the number there for Sasha. So a full bulb and a tick will be the head start for Sasha. So we have 11 coming into this round. We're going to exit with 6. Wow. Sasha Hofer's car died. Did not leave the starting line. Chris Stout was 10 thou red. Chris Stout is going to need like a pack of friends. You know, to win one of these races, you got to have a lucky round, and that is Sasha Hofer's lucky round. Joe Cox Jr. and Samantha Kidd. Joe out of Peoria, Arizona in the Valiant. Samantha out of Marana. The Outlaw 73 Nova. $724 the dial in for Samantha. Man, you got to feel for Chris Stout. Your opponent sits down there on the starting line for several seconds, and you're red by 10. Samantha and Joe. Samantha on the right side, Joe Cox left side. Joe is going to get the win. 20 green for Joe. Samantha was 99 on the green light start. It's the big disadvantage that Samantha had to overcome. Not able to do it. It's Joe Cox Jr. Takes it down to 6 cars. The single at 11 is Tony Marconi. So Tony had a surprise and that lidless 76 Aero. You see 602 on the National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Free rip at the tree. 27th out on the green light start for Marconi. 5991. About exactly where you want to be. Holding a few. So Tony Marconi. We'll take it down to 6 cars. Now, we have one more pair left as Chris Hall is still doubled. He's hustled back around, and he'll have Howard DeVore. So our 5 winners thus far: Tony Marconi, Chris Hall, David Beckwith, Joe Cox Jr., and Sasha Hofer. Looking to join them is either going to be Howard DeVore or Chris Hall. So we have one pair left to conclude round number 5 in Pro Eliminator.
Okay, I'm going back to eating more kettle corn. I had to halt it while racing because it's hard to eat popcorn out of this bag. If the vessel was better, then the popcorn eating wouldn't be the challenge. It's the vessel that makes it the problem. Yummy. Seriously, who invented kettle corn? It's just a little sweet. It's salty. Ooh, buttery. It's all the great stuff that popcorn should be. You know, raise your hand if you went to the movie theater and they had kettle corn. That if you bought the large bucket, you got a refill. Would you get a refill because you'd get kettle corn every time? This guy. What is up, MJ? In the house. So, I just want to stick my face in this bag and just motorboat it. Oh, I've been in the scissor lift too long. I wish the sun would hurry up and go away. But now the wind stopped, it's getting warm. I don't really want to go down and change my clothes. MJ, I'll send a note from your doctor. Dr. Reynolds says that you have a thing wrong with the thing. So because of that, you can't do the thing on the list of the thing. Oh. Zoom. Guy Brown. Popcorn's a whole grain. It is. Look at that. Wow, Chuck, that's early. I like it.
All right, so one here. Girl in here. Background.
I know, Rooster, right? You wanted to take this whole handful of popcorn like this. But then you drop some, and then that's a waste.
We have a super cool California car.
There we go. I will go by it right now.
Nothing works easier for this house.
I like where your head's at. Sit back.
Yeah, Reynolds, don't get ready to back.
Okay.
Reinforcements are coming. Yeah, reinforcements are coming. Don't get ready to back.
Oh, cars.
All right, final pair of pro eliminator. Chris Hall. Already has one of his entries down to 6 cars.
Wait a second. Here we go.
And Howard DeVore. So Chris out of Brigham City, 69 Nova, left side. Howard DeVore, 69 Nova, right side. 678 the dial for DeVore. And Chris Hall is in full control here. Looking over to the right. The rip and the drop. Chris Hall, 38 green. Howard DeVore was 82 thou on the green light start. And Chris Hall is taking that Nova 2 times. Down to 6 cars in Pro Eliminator on $5,000. Hughes Performance Saturday. All right, Super Pro Eliminator, both door car and dragster. You are not on a ladder. Not on a ladder. There's 17 of you left. Super Pro door car and Super Pro dragster. So let's put door cars in 2 and 4. dragsters in 6 and 8. Super Pro door car in 2 and 4. Super Pro dragster on 6 and 8, if you would, please.
Ooh, ooh. Look. Do you guys see it?
All right, all of our friends, we talked about this a few times. So masks, obviously masks super important. Pit speed, super important. And we're having some people taking their quads, etc., and running them through the dirt and grass and all that fun stuff. And if you can do that,
It is, yes.
oh, sorry. Every Super Pro, dragsters in 2 and 4, door cars in 6 and 8. Had that backwards. Dragsters 2 and 4, door cars 6 and 8. Once again, dragster 2 and 4, door cars 6 and 8, if you would, please.
Dude, that's the best kettle corn ever. I mean, like, unbelievable.
So we wrapped up round number 5 in Pro. We're assimilating round number 5 in Super Pro. 17 left on $10,000 Hughes Performance Saturday here at the K&N Southwest Showdown, Tucson Dragway.
Because it's not too sweet. Sometimes it's too sweet. And it's not like perfect. Dude, I know. You know how when you win the lottery's like super big, you always like go, oh, if I won the lottery, I'd get whatever. One of the things that like you never think about is all of the fun food stuff that's weird. Like you can't make that on home, right? Like you have to have a thing, right? So I feel like if you had like $100 million to make, at some point you're somewhere and go, ooh, I want a kettle corn maker. Exactly. Whatever, if it's $3 grand, you're like, how much is the trailer with in it? And how much do you need a year to keep me full of it?
So, a little interesting development. So when we come back around for round number 6 in Pro Eliminator with 6 cars, we re-ladder every round. It's based on reaction time, how everything shakes out. Joe Cox Jr. and Sasha Hofer will meet up. David Beckwith and Tony Marconi will meet up. And Chris Hall will race Chris Hall, is how the ladder shakes out. So Chris Hall's double entry will automatically move into 1 entry. So Chris Hall, how the ladder shook out after that round, is going to have to race himself.
But it's still scary right now since I I know, but yeah, I mean this is a great time of that. It's but yeah, this race is run so well. I like it here. You know,
All right, so the Kid Performance and Dyno. $50,000 shootout. Leroy Duran, Paul Lorton, Jerry Denton, Johnny Calvert have spots. All need to check in for the dragster shootout. There's also 1 open spot for that as well. Door car shootout needs to check in. Bill Kidd, Paul Lorton, Kevin Shearer, Alonzo Sanchez. There's also 4 open spots in the door car shootout side of things. So if you want to get in that, get on it.
They're way heavier. Oh, yeah, exactly. Here you go. But wheel it out one of the carts that you guys have in the casino, where they move the money with and everything, and the chips and everything. That'd be so cool. Yeah. Now that would be actually a cool thing for the Millions, is to get one of the casinos as a sponsor for, like, do the delivery of the winnings would be kind of neat like that, with 2 security guards, like you said, and the showgirls as well, you know, leading the thing. That would be kind of neat, you know. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I can't wait, dude, for Vegas. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right.
On the pro side of things, my Kid Performance and Dyno shootout competitors that still need to check in: Chuck Hawk, Luis Aviles, Marcos Ocampo, Luke Vargas, Russ Hines, Isaac Vigil, Jeff Safranik, and Will Good. As we're moving into Super Pro Door Car. So Super Pro. Round 5 here in the door cars. Chuck Hawk in the S10. 552 the dial. Shane Thompson in that beautiful 67 Nova. Silver State Refrigeration. 511 the dial in for Shane. Chuck, Shane, winner, Thompson, 009, 513 on the 511 for Shane Thompson. Chuck Hawk was 37 green and not good. Shane Thompson will take that door car into the ladder round. It's Tim O'More and Ken Rader. Tim out of Tucson, Arizona, the Roadster, 530 the dial. Ken Rader, 724. The dial in for the 75 Nova out of Tucson. So an entire Christmas tree plus a little more will be the head start for Mr. Rader. Raider going to get the win. 724.8 on the 724, dead on the number. Tim O'More was 12 green and 4 above and just a little shy. So Phil Garrison and Jason O'Terry. Phil out of Flagstaff, Arizona, 552 the dial. Jason O'Terry out of Norco. All right, so Chris Forsyth just poked his head in here and said, with a few spots left in each of the 3, dragster, door car, and pro, you can double enter the same car in the Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. First come, first serve. As long as you can keep up with the program. Once again, you can double enter the same car in the Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. There's a few spot lefts in each, and he wants to fill it up. Jason O'Terry, Phil Garrison, O'Terry left side on the throttle stop. Romp, and a rip down there. 004 green for O'Terry, and 1 above is good. Phil Garrison broke out by 9 thou. He was in front of the finish line by 14 thou. Needed to take 4 to move the win light over in his lane. So we're Super Pro Door Car round number 5. Once again, Chris Forsyth making the decision. He wants to fill these shootouts You can double enter the same car if you would like, as long as you can keep up. So if you want to, head on over to the West Coast Bracket Races booth, get your name and fill it up. Cody Robinson and Nick Downing. So Cody Robinson, that white on blue 70 Camaro. Stroked small block there for Cody, 647 the dial, and Nick Downing out of Phoenix, the Mopar Power Dragster, 626. The dial in there for Mr. Downing. So Nick, in that dragster, not overly used to being the chaser in Super Pro. He'll get a good look at Cody Robinson's Camaro as he looks over to the left. Dragster, door car. Cody, Nick Downing. 12 green, 627 on the 626 is good. Cody Robinson, 18 green and 3 above, is going to fall in round number 5 to Nick Downing. What is it with all these Las Vegas racers running each other today? Peyton Janik and Keith Winters, both out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Keith, that blue dragster for Team Fig Speed. 470 is the dial. Peyton Janik backing up after the burnout, the white dragster, the black and blue accents for Billy Gaff Motorsports. See Mom Tiffany back behind on the right-hand side, daughter PJ. I'm sure Jughead's in the trailer probably chewing on something he shouldn't be chewing on. .477 is the dial for Peyton. Peyton will have the opportunity to leave first based on the dial-ins. Both are in. Keith missed the tree. Peyton in a dominating position and is going to get the win. 16 green, dead on 2 for Peyton. Keith Winters picked a bad time to be 59th out reacting to green, and Peyton Janik will move in down to the ladder at 8 cars as we started this round with 17. I'm completely... How come you didn't correct me on that? Math is hard. Take us down to 9 cars after 17. Victor Blea and Tanner Theobald. Victor out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, 530 the dial, and Tanner 489 on the dial for the young man out of St. George, Utah. The birthday boy yesterday. Once again, Pro Eliminator. My 6 competitors, well, technically 5. Tanner, big starting line advantage, but Victor Blea is going to get the win. Dead on 8 as Tanner Theobald ripped it down there and got behind by 4 thou. Victor Blea was 56 green, Tanner was 19 thou. Victor's dead on 8. Tanner's 4 above and 4 thou behind. Eek. Dylan Hout and Thomas Bear. Dylan out of Junction City, Oregon. The young man who finished number 5 in Division 6 last year in Super Comp. You see mom and dad, Mindy and Brian, back behind son Dylan. Thomas Bear for Team Lucas Oil. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Dylan. Thomas. 4th out. Separate them as they leave the starting line. Dylan and Bear. Bear breaks out. Dylan Hauk dead on 9. It's Brian and Mindy. Slap hands down there. It's Dylan Hauk going to take it down to 9 cars here on Hughes Performance Saturday. All right, attention to the pit area. Phil Oder. Phil, you do have a spot in pro. If you could come up to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer and take care of that entry. Once again, Phil Oder. You do have a spot there in pro is Trey Vetter and Marco Paravaleris. This is like on a scale of 1 to 10, and 10 being good, this is about a 26. Trey out of Henderson, Nevada. Marco out of Sonoma, California. 470 the dial for Trey. 463 for Marco. A couple of young men who are extremely talented at the wheel of these dragsters. Marco, double breakout win. 6 green, under by 9 thou. Keep track of that number, under by 9 thou. Trey Vetter, 13 green, under by 10 thou. On a double breakout by 1 thou, Marco Paravaleris will move down to 9 cars. The competition single with 17 in round number 5 is Logan Ward. Logan out of Erda, Utah. Logan with a free look of 468 off the gas, getting the numbers that he wanted. Once again, Phil Outer. Phil, you do have a spot in the Kid Performance of Dyno Shootout. If you come up to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer, we'd greatly appreciate it. Again, Phil Outer. Get you up there, please. All my pro competitors are up there for round number 6. The RB components round number 6. That wraps up auto meter round number 5. We'll get our best losing packages here shortly and announce those prizes. So I sent a message to Greg Hicks and was like, dude, are you going to come get your prize? And I actually threatened something as well. And he said that, no, he really likes hearing his name being called over the PA. So then it had been a few minutes, and he sent me another message, and he was like, dude, I haven't heard my name over the PA for a little while. So Greg Hicks, come get your prize, or I will follow through on my threat. As Nathan Hershey just pointed out, Greg Hicks likes hearing his name called because most of the time, usually after the second round of eliminations, you don't get to hear Greg Hicks' name called anymore. Now, Hicksy, I just want to point out, that was Nathan Hershey that said it originally. I just conveyed what he said. I mean, it's just brutally hard. Just savage, savage. All right, so pro round 6 is going to be next around the corner. Tag, you're it. I'm going to move out of the way. And the super talented, svelte, popcorn deliverer, Nathan Hershey will move on in.
Well, thank you, Mike. As you did say, I have taken up a new profession in the transportation of kettle corn.
Look who it is.
Oh, my goodness. He does exist. You going to go get yourself a second entry into the shootout? as some will. Again, as we were talking about a little while ago with that shootout, we are down to just a couple of spots left in each category, and as we believe we have given plenty of opportunity for the majority of folks to express their interest in getting into that race. Again, they have opened it up to either double entries with 2 cars, or they've offered it up so that you can double enter the single car. The only caveat there is make sure that, of course, I know your plan is to make it deep, deep, deep into the rounds, and if that's your plan, make sure that you can keep up with the program if you are going to enter with that single car. But that is certainly something that is now available, and if you are interested in doing that, make your way over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer and get yourself entered. Our Super Pro ladder is in for round number 6. We got our pro guys making their way back there. Thank you very much, Mike. You got Joe Cox Jr. versus Sasha Hofer, David Beckwith versus Tony Marconi, and then Chris Hall, who had stayed alive to this point in 2 entries. The way that the ladder falls, based on reaction time, Chris Hall gets himself in the quarterfinals. I don't know who's going to win. I wonder if he's going to allow his... Which one would he feel more lucky with? Just his normal number or the second entry with the X? You know, it's which... Not that it really matters. It's just something else to think about. But as we are looking at that, again, the Super Pro ladder is now in. Down to 9. So an odd number there. We'll be coming back with 5, an odd number there. Coming back with 3. How weird is that? No. It's going to be Logan War versus Nick Downing, Marco Peravalaris versus Victor Blea, Shane Thompson versus Kevin Rader, and Dylan Howe versus Peyton Janik, which means that the odd man out, and I'm sure he is certainly not opposed to the idea, Jason O'Terry, will get the solo shot there, which will be good. Pro will be coming back with an odd number after this round. So we got a few buys out there to think about as they start thinking about how or if they are possibly going to try to kind of redistribute the cash that's left in the pot. Of course, that'll be totally up to them and whatever they decide to do back in the staging lanes. But we'll let them make all those decisions. So again, Pro should be back there. Super Pro getting them ready. And again, as we are looking forward into the evening, we've got that $50,000 shootout coming up a little bit later. Hey, Super Pro, speaking of which, now that we do have the ladders, we'll take you into the staging lanes, please. Dylan versus Peyton, Shane versus Kevin, Marco versus Victor, Logan versus Nick, and Jason O'Terry on the solo. So we will take our Super Pro racers back into the staging lanes as well, please. Again, we are going to go ahead and have Larry Pittenger That's interesting. Can we confirm? Did Tristan Craig drive down here and show up? That's odd. He might have been. So Larry Pittenger, we do have a spot for you in the shootout. Larry Pittenger, we've got a spot for you in the shootout if you want to make your way to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Larry Pittenger, make your way down to the trailer. We'll get you confirmed and paid up for tonight's $50,000 shootout presented by Kid Performance and Dyno. So Larry Pittenger, go ahead and make your way into or down by the trailer. We're going to double check that other one because I do not know that that individual is here. We'll double check it. So again, Super Pro, you've been called into the staging lanes. Pro, you should be back there as we are getting ready to go into our RB components round number 6. Again, I appreciate everybody that has stopped up here to pick up their prizes. Appreciate everybody that has been cooperating and playing along when it comes to wearing your masks, so that we do kind of cooperate with what the local officials have asked us to do. And while we are getting down to the nitty-gritty, while we are getting down to kind of the end of our Hughes Performance main event Saturday with $5,000 in Pro, $10,000 in Super Pro. Of course, tomorrow will be Mosier Engineering Sunday. We'll go back to a $10,000 to win Pro, $3,000 to win Super Pro purse. We'll still have all of our round prizes to give away. Of course, Bang Shift will be live all day long as we make our way down to where we hand out those final trophies tomorrow. Again, just a reminder for everybody that tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m., Team RFC, Racers for Christ, will be putting on a non-denominational chapel service in the main grandstands, the trackside grandstands. That way, we have plenty of room to space out, to spread out, and to remain socially distant. So that non-denominational chapel service will be available in the morning, 7:30 a.m. All right, so racers, if you are entered into tonight's $50,000 shootout, again, we want to make sure that, as Chris mentioned earlier, with that $595 entry fee and with $50,000 on the line, we want to open up the opportunity for racers to take a time shot before we get into that race. Now, listen up. Here's kind of how this is going to work for now, if you would please. We have got our Pro round number 6 and Super Pro round number 6 sitting back in the staging lanes. With us getting down into the nitty-gritty, we will start running the time runs for tonight's $50,000 shootout. I guess I should say this evening's, because by the time we get things done here, I mean, we're going to start running that shootout right after we get done handing out our trophies for the main event. So we are going to start running those time runs here in just a little while. I'll talk about that more here in just a moment. But if you are in the 128,000 or like 128 car $50,000 shootout, you may want to start getting your cars ready to go. Just take that as a, as a hint. Something to think about. If you have not been down the track for a while, you're probably going to want to get your cars ready to go, because we are going to run that time hit, and we are going to start that soon. So if you are in the 128 car shootout, the 50 grander, get your cars to a point where they'll be ready to bring them to the staging lanes. Just saying. Sasha Hofer and Joe Cox Jr. Sasha Hofer, who had like a lucky round last time, gets it done this time and gets it done well. Sasha on a 763 dial goes 021 on the tree and 764 down the racetrack. Joe Cox Jr. in the Valiant was 32 green, and then 733 on a 736, goes under by 27 thou, taking 27 thou at the stripe. Oops. Tony Marconi and David Beckwith. Beckwith in the red Malibu. 742 is the dial, and Tony Marconi, who has parked that car in the winner's circle here at Tucson before at a showdown event, looking to try and race his way into the round of 3. Sasha was what, 21? 21. Just kind of keeping track of that, because we're looking at, I think Marconi's had a bye. He's 27 on the tree, making his way to the finish line. 6:03 on a 5:99. David Beckwith was 0.010 of a second behind that. I don't know if Chris has had a bye. Technically, this is not a bye because he was laddered to race himself. So Chris Hall apparently has decided to move forward with the X entry. Rolls up here on the left side. We'll watch the tree drop. We'll take the green and we'll advance into the round of 3. Because he's running on a solo with True Start, we'll wait until he crosses the finish line. He was 0:59. So we'll find out, as long as Sasha has not had a bye, which I do not believe she has. Could be coming back with the solo here. So Sasha Hofer, looking at the 3 cars that were out there, Tony Marconi had a 27 light. Chris Hall had a 59 light. Sasha Hofer had an 021 light. You think back like a round ago. Sasha's car dies on the starting line. She was pretty much like dead and done. And then her opponent went red. So Sasha Hofer, by way of that best reaction time, should be coming back on the bye as soon as we get the official ladder. We'll go with that. And while it is quiet, we've got our Super Pro cars getting paired up back in the staging lanes. Again, we are getting ready to begin our time runs for tonight's $50,000 shootout. So racers, again, it's going to be just kind of an open deal. We're not going to call you up by class. We're not going to call you up by like door cars, dragsters, whatever. If you want to get a time run in before we get into that 128 car shootout, we will start calling you into the lanes in a little while. Not yet, but soon. So again, if you are looking to get a time run in, we know there are folks that have been able to get down the racetrack several times today. You may not need a time run. You may not want a time run. But if you do, for those who may have been done a little bit earlier in the day, we will offer up that opportunity at a time hit for you before we get into the $50,000 shootout. So we've got this round of Super Pro, and once we get through this round of Super Pro, then we will go ahead and start bringing you up into the lanes. We are missing just 1 car in Super Pro. Raider, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Kevin Raider, need you into the staging lanes. We got everybody else there raring and ready to go as we'll get into our RB components, round number 6. So since we are on a ladder, from what I am hearing is that we are going to go ahead and send our solo out first, Jason Terry. And then we'll start running the pairs as they get here. Again, if you are entered into tonight's $50,000 shootout, start getting those cars warmed up, getting them ready to go. We are going to be calling you to begin time trials, that time shot. We'll be giving you an opportunity at that here in a minute. The official ladder is in, and yes, it is. For Pro, Sasha Hofer will get the bye to the final. Tony Marconi and Chris Hall will battle it out for the other spot in the final round. So Sasha, congratulations on that. As we know that we will see Miss Hofer make an appearance in the final round for $5 grand in Pro. All right, sounds like our Super Pro cars are rolling this direction. And since our Super Pro cars are rolling this direction, if you are entered in to the $50,000 shootout, we're going to go ahead and open the doors for you to start making your way into the staging lanes for your time hit. Again, we will take you in lane 6 and 8. Lane 6 and 8 is where we'll take our time shot for the $50,000 race. Jason O'Terry taking the solo run down the racetrack. He was the bye here in the round of 9 in Super Pro. So again, with our Super Pro cars rolling up here, if you are one of the 128 cars entered into the $50,000 shootout and would like to get a time shot for that race, we'll take you into the staging lanes, lane 6 and 8. Again, lane 6 and 8. So time runs for the shootout, lane 6 and 8. Time runs for the shootout, lane 6 and 8. Doesn't matter. Pro, Super Pro, door car, dragster, doesn't matter. Just bring them up. We'll get you into the staging lanes. We'll start getting you sent down the racetrack. And with our solo shot in Super Pro round number 6, so we're into 8 cars, 4 pair. Jason O'Terry has advanced. First 2 will be Logan War and Nick Downing to battle it out. And of course, we are into the money rounds. There is cash that is adding up. We talk about it other big buck bracket races. Once you get to a certain point, your scoreboard lights up and you can go cha-ching. Scoreboard lights up next time, you can give a bigger cha-ching. And who knows? By the time everything's all said and done, you may roll out of here tonight with several thousand pounds worth of nickels. You know, 50 grand, a million nickels. That's a lot of nickels. That's a lot of nickels. So Logan War, sitting up there just behind the starting line. Nick Downing does the burnout. They went out and took a look at it. Said, no, everything seems to be okay. So a 626 dial for Nick Downing, 468. The dial for Logan War. Nick going to be getting a fairly significant head start here as the tree drops. Oh, goodbye, Nick. And nice little womp womp of a hay. Well done. Logan War, 16 green and 471 on a 468. Logan was handed about 0.06 of a second advantage in reaction time on the starting line, as Logan War will advance into the round of 5 that are returning for Super Pro. Once again, we'll take our time run for tonight's $50,000 race. Again, if you are entered into tonight's $50,000 race, lane 6 and 8, for that time run, we'll take you into the staging lanes, please. Lane 6 and 8. Come on down. $531 the dial for Victor Blea, $462 the dial for Marco Paravolaris. Just 6 down between them at this end of the racetrack, and Marco Paravolaris will not let that one slip through his fingers. 17 on the tree, ends up 5 above the dial, getting there first by 0.05 of a second. Victor Blea, 541 on the 531, and oh no, Peyton Janik's car, got up into the water box, and then they pushed her back. So Peyton, I could see him sitting there in the water box, waving her hands. Tiffany goes running over there. And the next thing I know, they're pushing the car back out of the water box. It'll give Dylan Howe a single on the competition solo. And that is certainly all kinds of wrong on the disappointing factor for Peyton Janik. So Dylan on a 469 dial. Leaves the line. We'll find out as soon as he crosses the finish line what the reaction time was. He goes 472 on the 469 and was 17 green. So Jason O'Terry, Logan War, Marco Paravalaris, and Dylan Howe have advanced. We'll be coming back with 3 dragsters and 2 door cars. Ken Rader. I'm sorry, I keep calling him Kevin. It's Ken Rader. Here on the left side of the racetrack. 724, Shane Thompson dialed in at 511. Away goes Rader. Here comes Shane. Shane. 002 on the tree, dead on 7, goes 9 total. And Ken Rader, unfortunately, had an 061 reaction time. So Shane Thompson seals his spot. And we'll join Jason O'Terry, Logan War, Marco Paravalaris, Dylan Howe, and as mentioned, Shane Thompson will be the 5 cars. Coming back in the Super Pro quarterfinals. So again, time runs for the 50 grander. If you are entered into the $50,000 race, if you are one of those 128 cars, you can make your way into lane 6 and 8. Again, 6 and 8, where we'll start getting you lined up, and we're going to start running those time runs in between our rounds of the main event. Again, the idea here being that by the time we get through all of those cars, we'll start running some time runs for the $50,000 shootout. As we make our way through the time runs, so again, we should have a good handful of our cars already back there. We are going to continue to run through time runs for that $50,000 race. We will kind of interrupt momentarily to run our semifinals for Pro, our quarterfinals for Super Pro. We'll go back into more of the time runs and continue to roll through there. So as we start rolling cars forward for the time runs here, Pro bracket, round number 7, Pro bracket in the semifinals. We'll take the 3 of you back. Go ahead and make your way all the way up to the front of lane number 2. Pro bracket semifinals to the front of lane number 2. Hey, we got a racer in need. We've got a dragster that could use a little bit of a tow back to the pits. He's up there on the return road. So if you have got a pit vehicle or something that you can run up there with and give our dragster on the return road a tow back to the pits, that would be appreciated. Again, we got a little racer in need. Dragster up there on the return road needs a tow back to the pits. If you could help out with that, that would be spectacular. Into time runs for the $50,000 race tonight. Lane Desper in the dragster over to the right side. Seth Palvidor has got the Ford Fairmount here on the left side of the racetrack. And as we are going to run through time trials, I'm going to do my best to remember who's in what car. I've been calling them for a little while. May know some of them, may not. But since we are just getting into some time runs, again, everybody's going to take a swing at the tree, take a trip down the racetrack, get a little extra data before we go racing for $50,000. Lane Desper, 001 red, 522 at 133 miles an hour. Paul Vidor was 27 green, and goes 669, and I believe this is Angelo Valencia in the yellow Camaro, and Jonathan Fiello in the red Chevelle. So we get pro semifinalists. We'll go ahead and take you back into the staging lanes. Pro semifinalists. Go ahead and make your way back into the lane. Sasha Hofer is on the solo shot. Tony Marconi will go up against Chris Hall. We'll take you to the front, all the way to the front of lane number 2 back there in the staging lanes. Again, if you are coming up for a time hit for the $50,000 race, we'll get you back there in lane 6 and 8, please. Lane 6 and 8 for your time run. As Angelo Valencia, 699, 98 miles an hour. I believe that was Jonathan Fiello. Goes 651 at a $104. We got Rick Reynolds over on the right side of the racetrack. We got Jeremy Wilson here on the left side. Wilson's going to run 609 at 112 miles an hour. Rick Reynolds puts up a 603 at 113 miles an hour. 027 on the red side for Rick. 022 on the green side. For Jeremy is the way we go now. Ethan Bourne had some issues with the dragster earlier in the day. Goes down to go 4,900 at 140 miles an hour. After he was 026 on the tree. Is Chad now kind of playing around with a little picture-in-picture down there? Ah. Getting camera.
Step to the orange dragster on the left side. Onto the blue ride over to the right. Again, time runs are underway. This is Parker, 137 miles an hour. 007 on the tree, 445. For Don Stepton, down the racetrack. Backs up on the burnout. Remy Reynolds, Black Pinto. Rolling up from the burnout. So Remy on the left side this time. Down the line, the drag this is kind of just a test and two-tank format, not separated into pro or super pro door car or super pro
dragster, whatever it is. If you are entered into the 128 car shootout, just for the time run, obviously the program is going to be run very, very differently. The program will be the 64 dragsters, the 32 super pro door cars, the 32 pro cars. That'll be run very differently. But during time runs, it's pretty much just come up, let's get you a hit. And let's get you down the racetrack. It was a 004 493 for Kelly White. 081 and 602 at 111 miles an hour for Remy Reynolds. As now Jordan Stewart brings the Speed Machine dragster up to the starting line on the right side. Tim Arnswald rolls up on the left side in his Camaro. That was weird. Jordan Stewart puts up a 2:36 reaction time, goes 4:83 at 143 miles an hour. Tim Arnswald was 24 on the tree and 7:68 down the racetrack, as we'll bring up Steve Valdez in the Vega. And Miss Kimmy in the T-Bird. That 1971 body T-Bird in the game for $50,000. Because again, Chad, I think it's a perfect time. You're right. How about Steve Valdez, 007? Leaving the starting line on this shot, 672. Kim goes 627 at 108 miles an hour. And that's got Jason Plyer and his Nova rolling out of the water box. Against him is Jason Dawson, I believe, should be behind the wheel of that dragster over on the right side of the racetrack. Again, we got 128 cars duking it out for $50,000 tonight, thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno. How about that? That should be good for some free stuff. Jason Plyer puts up a trip zip reaction time in the time run, as Plyer goes 6:20 down the racetrack. Jason Dawson 0:19 and then 4:69. I think, is that Gary Youngblood rolling up there on the right side of the racetrack? One of those Division 5 players, and Brandon Umberger. I'm sure these two have lined up a time or two. A couple of Division 5 players side by side. Umberger in the Jelly Bean, 46 on the tree and 590 down the racetrack. Gary Youngblood, 200 on the tree and then 484. So again, as we continue to roll through our time runs, again, we are going to be kind of going back and forth. Is it Lance Parker on the left? In the Dan Man's car is what it says on the side, Dan Man. That's Dad, Dan Parker. Dad Man. Got it, Dad Man. All right, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So Lance Parker, 002, 488. Right side's going to be 11 on the tree and 514. So we got Judge Shoup rolling up in his Barracuda, and I believe that is Chuck Hawk. backing up in the dragster. So a time runs underway again. We've got our Super Pro semifinalists headed back into the staging lane. So it'll be Sasha Hofer on the solo, Tony Marconi versus Chris Hall. And our ladder is in for Super Pro. And in Super Pro, round number 7, it's going to be Marco Paravalaris on the solo shot, Logan War versus Dylan Howe, and Shane Thompson versus Jason O'Terry. The door cars are going to have to duke it out. We'll be down to 1. The dragsters of Logan War and Dylan Howe will have to duke it out. Marco Paravalaris will be moving on courtesy of the bye run. Before everything is done. And speaking of that, Super Pro dragsters, well, and door cars, just Super Pro. We'll take all of you back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, come on back for round number 7. Super Pro, round number 7. We'll go ahead and take you back into the staging lanes. Our 3 Pro cars are back there. We'll take our Super Pro cars back. We'll interrupt our time runs for a little while and move ourselves one more round deeper into the main event here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Tim O'More, the familiar blue Camaro, rolling up here on the left side of the racetrack, and Miss Emma Duchelle, graduate of the junior program, regular runners out there at Bakersfield, based out of Palmdale. She and her brother Ricky. Along with her dad, spent a lot of time running around the country to racetracks. 003 on the red side for Emma in that split windowed Corvette. She goes 604, 114 miles an hour. For Tim O'More, 25 green, and then 607. We still got some stuff to give away up here, Mike. We need to give it away. How about even here in time runs? Let's give away some good stuff. We still got car dusters and polishing kits. So I know we've been through a few cars, but let's just do this. The next car that the reaction time is between 003 and 009. 003 to 009. Maybe we'll do like the next 3 cars. Something like that. How about 555? 124 miles an hour was 13 on the tree. All right. Marcus Ocampo, 61 green, and then 659. But yeah, the next 3. The base, hey, you know what? We'll just do like we did earlier. 10 or better. 10 or better. Because why would we go ahead and like take somebody out of the game if they're like 002, 001, or trip zip, right? Don't want to do that. Identical reaction times, both were 029. Hey racers, we need a parts call for a racer in need. Peyton Janik needs a Jessel exhaust rocker, 1.80 ratio. If you have a Jessel exhaust rocker, 1.80 ratio, we have a racer in need. We are in need. That's Peyton Janik. Team Dilligaff, they need an exhaust rocker. Jessel, 1.80 ratio. If you got that, let's help out Peyton. Let's get the car put back together and get him back on the racetrack. There we go. PJ Giacalone. We're going to have some goodies up here in the tower for you. I got to start another sheet here. But PJ, 003 reaction time. You need to come up here and claim one of these awesome car dusters and a Clay Smith t-shirt and a hat and a koozie. We'll just start loading people up with stuff because I think tomorrow they're going to deliver us more stuff. Super Pro. Round number 7. We are looking for you back in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro. Round number 7. We are looking for you back in the staging lanes, please. So I believe that's what, Jeremy Jacobs? Left side of the racetrack, I think. Kevin Johnson on the left side. And PJ Giacalone, when you get a chance, come on up here and say hello. We're going to put some cool prizes in your hand. You were 003. We're getting like 5 guys or gals all hooked up with some cool stuff. 5090 after a 101 reaction time for Kevin Johnson. Jeremy Jacobs was 17 green and goes 753. Down the track, and is that funny car in the Camaro this time? And Jack Sadler in the fixed speed ride. Sadler. Let's see, who else can we get down there in the 10 or better range to get him some cool prizes from the folks at California Car Cover Company? Hey, PJ, just a little heads up. Just a little heads up. Well, there you go. Jack Sadler. We'll put Jack Sadler down with a 003 reaction time. Hey, PJ, if you are struggling, Miss Peyton, finding your rocker, the exhaust rocker, they think they got one back at the trailer there at Fig Speed. So they believe they've got one back at the trailer at Fig Speed, as we've had a couple of our nice little racer appreciation prizes from California Car Cover Company claimed already. Can you claim a California Car Cover Company? We need to find something that starts with a C. Comp? I don't know. Dustin Wirtz and Ricky Duschel. Ricky on the left side, Dustin on the right. 2 have claimed their little California Car Cover Company bonus prizes. Barn, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. I mean, it's cool to experiment with like different cams, different views, different options, but nobody wants to see that. Ricky Duschel puts the tires straight up in the air. And then goes 629 down the racetrack after his 035 on the tree. Dustin Wirtz, 463 at 149 miles an hour. But yeah, I mean, I think a cone cam would be pretty fun if you could go ahead and like keep it from getting blasted at some point during the race. I mean, if you're willing to kind of risk that, I think it'd be awesome. Some of the other options might be pretty cool as well. But the one that Barnes suggested, we won't go with that. Ken Suio left side, John Schur right side. Suio 20 on the tree. John Schur is 024 on the tree. As Schur goes 671 at 100 miles an hour. Ken Suio puts up a 593 at 114 miles an hour. And we are going to take a quick little pause in the time trial department. And we are going to get into our pro category semifinals for Hughes Performance Saturday. $5,000 on the line. Tony Marconi and Chris Hall, the two that will fight for the opportunity for a date with Sasha Hofer in the next round. And I know CW knows exactly what I'm talking about when I say date. This is our version of speed dating. We'll match you up. We'll get you set up with your partner. And if you two are not compatible, we'll bring you back for another round and set you up with somebody else, if and only if you win. Just saying, if and only if you win. So Tony Marconi asks and confirms. The dial is 598. On that left side of the racetrack, Chris Hall dialed in at 0.07 of a second quicker. And a 33-thou split between them here at this end of the racetrack. Chris Hall with a couple of whomps down there at the finish line. Goes 594 on the 591. He was 20 on the tree to Tony Marconi's 053. But Chris Hall gets it done and will come back to take on this lady here, Sasha Hofer. Hofer dialed in at 761 in the Firebird. Sasha Hofer, 15 green. And then 761. Gives her lane choice in the final. Oh. Oh. Holy cow, do we get to work with some geniuses. Oh, goodness. Oh. Well, we're getting back into our time runs. We got Shelby Williams over to the right side and Val Torres. Val, who's already picked himself up a nice little payday by way of the Silver State Refrigeration stimulus race that was run last night. Is he trying to be like the bonus race master? And again, Val Torres also, kind of like both winners last night in Pro and Super Pro, Kyle Rizzoli became the first winner in all of West Coast bracket run races to become the first driver to win at both Fontana and Tucson. Val Torres last night in the shootout race became the second driver to win a race at both Fontana and Tucson last night. Val Torres was 25 on the tree, 478 down the racetrack. Shelby was 075 on the red side.
Are you looking to add an in-tank fuel pump to your ride, but you're afraid it's a little too complicated to do on your own? Well, Holley has a solution for you. It's our universal retrofit fuel pump modules. Follow along, and I'll show you how to make the switch to EFI with a retrofit fuel pump module from Holley. With pumps capable of flowing 255, 450, all the way up to 525 liters per hour, Holley's sure to have a fuel pump for your EFI needs. Now you can convert your factory tank or fuel cell to an EFI-style in-tank fuel system with return or returnless setups. The first thing we need to do is to determine the best location to mount our fuel pump module in our fuel cell or fuel tank. To mount the module, you'll need to cut a 3 1/4 inch hole with a hole saw similar to this. Identify things like where the vehicle's fuel tank straps and frame rails will contact your fuel tank. That way we can avoid these areas. Now evaluate the position of your fuel level sender float. Removing the existing unit, if yours has one, will help you determine the float arm path. That way you can cut your new hole without interfering with it. Be sure to look for and avoid any bowls or baffles internally in the tank as well. You'll also want to look and determine the best routing position for any supply, return, and vent hoses may be required for your unit. Once you've determined the best possible location for your pump module, drill the 3 1/4 inch diameter hole in the tank with your hole saw. Remember, gas burns but fumes explode, so don't become a statistic. If you plan to reuse a fuel tank, make sure that all the fuel has been removed and consult with a professional about degassing the tank before cutting or drilling. Once you have the hole cut, use a file or some emery cloth to deburr the edge of your cut. The thick foam gasket supplied with your fuel pump module can compensate for ribs up to 1/4 inch thick in the fuel tank surface. If your tank has deeper ribs or the ribs are perpendicular and have sharp edges, you'll need to use some additional sealant, such as Dow Corning's 730 RTV. Apply the sealant between the foam ring and the tank surface to seal it properly. Remove and clean any debris that may have fallen into the tank during the hole cutting process before you start the installation. Next, we need to measure the tank depth from the highest part of the fuel tank to the very bottom of the floor directly below. The maximum tank depths that our pump modules can accommodate vary from 12 to 13 7/32 of an inch, depending on which pump module you choose. And minimum depth requirements range from 7 to 9 inches depending on the model. Now take this tank depth measurement and insert it into the chart found in the instructions. Subtract your depth measurement from the supply hose specifications listed for your specific model to get the proper length for the supply and return hose. Now measure and mark your return hose, starting with the end of the tape at the end of the hose and pulling back towards the module. Once you have your mark, you can cut the hose to length. Now cut the supply line that's already pre-attached to your fuel pump using the same method, pulling from the end of the hose back towards the fuel pump, then mark and cut. To determine the length we'll need for our pump hanger bracket, you'll use the same measurements that we used earlier for our return and supply lines. Using your measurement, place a mark on the hanger bracket, then cut the hanger at the mark. Install the pump hanger bracket to the flange boss using the 2 screws and lock washers supplied with your kit. Install the bracket so that the groove is facing your fuel pump. You'll have to remove the foam ring in order to access both holes. Install the pump hanger bracket to the flange boss using the 2 screws and lock washers supplied with your kit. Then torque them to 12 to 18 inch-pounds. Don't forget to reinstall the foam gasket. Slide the screw clamp over the supply hose and push the hose outlet onto the hose barb found in the pump module body. In order to gain better access to the clamp screw, you can remove one of the clamping lugs. Next, rotate the pump until it contacts the hanger bracket. Then slide the hose clamp towards the pump and over the hose barb. Tighten it to 13.5 inch-pounds. Now install the 2 2-inch diameter screw clamps around the pump module and mounting bracket. Place a clamp at each end of the foam sleeve on the pump. If you've chosen an EFI system that's capable of being run returnless, why not choose one of our returnless fuel pump modules? The installation is the same as before, but be sure to check the chart included in the instructions since the base measurements change with the returnless style pump modules. When you go to install the hydromat filter onto your fuel pump module, position the hydromat so that the shortest length of the filter is closest to the wall of the fuel tank and the longer section is pointed towards the center of your tank. You'll also want to avoid interfering with the swing motion of the fuel level sender float as well as any internal baffles or bowls. First, remove the caps from the pump inlet and the filter outlet. Line up one of the holes found in the filter mounting tab with the locating pin found on your fuel pump. Be sure that the fuel filter is going to be orientated correctly once it's installed into your fuel tank before you proceed. Once you're sure it's in the correct position, push the hydromat onto the pump inlet until it bottoms out and locks into place. If you're installing one of our retrofit fuel pump modules into a polypropylene tank, better known as a plastic tank, we recommend that you use one of our stiffening shims. Separate the shim at the slot and spiral it through the tank opening. You can apply some adhesive compound like Loctite 571 between the shim surface and the tank to hold it in place. Use clamps or tape to keep the shim against the inside surface of the tank opening until the adhesive sets up. Position the shim so that it's not visible in the opening and wipe away any excess Loctite that protrudes into the tank opening. Before installing the pump module into your fuel tank, Install any adapters or ports needed for your supply, return, and vent lines. Now's also a good time to go ahead and install the preferred electrical connector. Now we're ready to install our pump module into our fuel tank. Make sure that the foam ring is installed on the flange of the pump module. Slide the longer side of the hydromat into the tank opening first. Then fold the shorter side, just enough to allow you to get it through the whole opening. Now lower the universal pump hanger into position. If you can, look to see that the hydromat is in the desired position and that it's not interfering with any internal obstructions. If it is, you can rotate the universal pump hanger assembly as needed. Make sure that all the swing out mounting lugs are in the closed position, then lower the module the rest of the way down into the tank. Press down on the module and compress the seal against the tank surface. Then tighten the assembly screws in a clockwise motion to swing the mounting lugs out into the open position. Then gradually torque the 5 assembly screws using a crisscross pattern until the torque of 40 to 60 inch-pounds is achieved. Finish your install all the way to the engine bay with one of our fuel system kits. We have several to choose from depending on your needs, and they include hose, pumps, regulator, fittings, filters, and clamps depending on which one you choose. To complete your installation, make all the necessary connections for your fuel, vent, as well as the electrical connections and the fuel sending unit. Once you have your tank up in place but not fully secured, it's a good idea to go ahead and power up the pump. That way you can check for any leaks. If you're leak free, go ahead and raise it in its final position and secure the tank. Make sure that you don't pinch any wires or crush any fuel lines though. And remember, all vent lines must terminate at least 6 inches above the top of your fuel tank. That wasn't so bad. Now you can convert your factory tank or fuel cell into an in-tank EFI system quickly and easily, all on your own. For more great fuel system solutions and how-to videos, visit us at holley.com. So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI with the versatility of an externally mounted ECU? Then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in 2 versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8 injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards at 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100-pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1500 naturally aspirated and 1250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at holley.com.
kind of done taking a look at the scoreboard for the time being. We are going to roll back into some time runs. So Jeremy Davis on the right side of the Savoy. Larry Becker. Okay, Conveyor dragster over here on the left side. We are continuing on with our time runs. And Brian, they are getting them situated back here. Larry Becker, 87 on the street, at 135 miles an hour. Jerry Davis, he was 13 red. And then goes 593. That's going to reach Justin Lamb. One time, I want to go for a ride in a super shocker like that. Let's let me do a little wheel stand. Once it sets down, calms down, I'll get out of it. But that just looks like so much fun. 26 on the street for Justin Lee. 566, 118 miles an hour. Drag from the other side was 025 on the street, 495. Jerry Dent gets that 575. Sean Page was 11 on the tree at 510. Down the drag strip. We got Dan Lackery. Rolling up here. We got Jeremy Wilson over on the right side. Got the dragster. Did they take a little bit earlier? So Bernie Palmador and Dan Bain give you the next two. Okay, continuing on through some time runs. $2,000 on the red side for Dan Bain, 22 green and 558 down the racetrack at 122 miles an hour. 548, 131 miles an hour. For Baltimore. you, sir, at this time. They take a look at some things down there on the scoreboard. We're going to take a quick pause. Not that as pause, quick pause. Today for our bounty winners today, Ron Height and Dylan Howe. Your gift certificates have been delivered up here into the tower for those specialty fasteners and product bundles. So Ron Height, Dylan Howe, at your convenience, go ahead and stop out here by the tower. We'd like to get these gift certificates in your hands. Again, Ron Height, who took out Kyle Rizzoli, who was round number 2. And then Dylan Howe got things done in round number 1 against last night's Super Pro winner. So Dylan Howe, Ron Knight, we've got your gift certificates up here in the tower for your bounty that you collected. Did Rizzoli win a bounty? That's true. That's true. Munson does make a good point there, but there is no bounty for Get Back a Bounty. At least not right now. Jack Sadler, Parker Theobald, Rob Neighbor. We've got some additional kind of racer appreciation prizes for you as part of the time runs that you were out here doing. So it's for convenience. Come on up and grab that. Jack Sadler, Parker Theobald, Rob Neighbor, and Dustin Works. We've got your California car cover company, Dragster cover. And then as we do get into tonight's shootout, we've got some additional prizes that are going to be handed out. We've got another one of those digital delay certificates that's going to be going out for our first perfect reaction time in Super Pro, another of those Taylor Motorsports $200 gift certificates that's going to be going out for our first perfect reaction time in Pro, and we know that Mazier Enterprise is going to be giving out the best losing packages in both Pro and Super Pro. Got some additional certificates for that. All right, got a couple of folks picking up their prizes. We'll get that taken care of. We'll let you know. So again, we're going to be just a little bit quiet here while they're working on the scoreboards down there, and we'll get back at it soon. So we've had PJ, Jack Maloney's come up here. We've had Jack Sandler, Parker Theobald, have all stopped by. Rob Neighbor, when you get a chance, come on by. We'll get you hooked up with your bonus prizes as well. Well, we have just been handed our round of 4 best losing package. For our Super Pro category, round 4 best losing package for that set of Hoosier Racing tires, Judge Shoot, Judge Shoot. We got you back up here, or can get you back up here to the tower. So again, Judge Shoot, we got a gift certificate for your set of Hoosier Racing tires. You have the best losing package in round at number 4 of today's Hughes Performance. Super Saturday. We have now got our auto meter. Round number 5, best losing package. Good for that $250 gift certificate. That'll be Tim O'More. Tim O'More, Super Pro. Yeah, I don't know which car it was, but Tim O'More, you got your $250 gift certificate from Autometer, our round number 5, the best losing package. See, and I know Matt was just waiting on this. As soon as we were feeling accomplished and had like our big stack of certificates almost out the door, all of a sudden he throws like 5 more over here, and he's just over here like there's an evil grin on his face, like, ha-ha. You thought you had made progress. Seth Waldor, best losing package, round number 5 in Pro, with $250 auto meter gift certificate. So Seth Waldor, you got yourself that auto meter $250 gift certificate. Tim O'More, you got a auto meter $250 gift certificate. And Judge Shoot, you got a certificate up here for a brand new set of Hoosier. You've also got Ron Knight, Dylan Now, we got your gift certificates up here. Still got Justin Lamb and David Beckwith's gift certificates up here. But when you guys get a chance, come on up and we'll get you hooked up with your goodies. should have our best losing packages. Ken Rader in round number 6, our best losing package, $200 gift certificate worth of RV component products. So Ken Rader, we've got your $200 gift certificate up here in the town. Go ahead and come on up and grab that. Ken Rader, we've got that for you. So Seth Waldor, Tim O'More, Jeff Shute, Ken Rader, we got your goodies up here in the town. Thanks again to all of the sponsors on our best losing package. FBI sponsoring round number 2, Jags.com, round number 3, Hoosier Tire, round number 4, Auto Meter, round number 5, RV Components, round number 6, as we go through each and every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's really funny because I am not making this up. The song that Nate is playing right now on the radio is I Was Born a Rambling Man. And I thought it was time for me to talk to you. So the delay is obviously not something any of us wanted to be seeing right now, but the track crew doing an awesome job. The scoreboard on one side of the racetrack is not working correctly, and it was just doing weird readout apparently. And I guess all the timing equipment in the tower is right and all of that, but it's got some weird glitch going on down there. So they are working on that right now to get that set. And in the meantime, we will hang tight. They don't want to send cars down the racetrack while the crew is down there. Again, the timing equipment is working correctly, so that wouldn't be a problem. But you can't really go trying to fix that stuff while people are down there at the top end. So anyway, here we are. So now is the time that we like to call Ask Chad Anything. So lay it on me there, big boys and girls. I know it's dinner time for a lot of you, so you're probably doing that, although there are a bunch of you watching still right now. So, hey, we're here. We're having a good time. The weather's great. I have stayed out of the sun, everything except 2 spots that I did not think about. And I think I'm going to be all right, but I'm going to have to apply more sunscreen tomorrow. My hand, I've been wearing a hoodie because except for like an hour today where I was like, God, I should take my hoodie off. It's not been warm enough to care up here because the wind's blowing. So, or it's been downright cold. So I'm sitting up here, staying completely covered up, and I've got my hoodie on and up tight so that I don't burn my face and all that stuff. So anyway, we are sitting here now, and like the sun is over here. It's about 52 minutes away from setting, and it's that's unfortunately the low side of the valley too, where there's hardly any mountain there. So about 52 minutes and the sun will go away, but right now it's beating on this side of my face, which I don't like very much. But that's okay. Brenda Cox, what is up? I love you, Brenda Cox. Brenda Cox is awesome. She great racer herself, and her and Daphne used to run each other all the time. And I don't even know if I've ever told you this, Brenda, but there was a time where Brenda's car was running like 12.0s or something, and all Daphne wanted to do was run as quick as Brenda's car, or quicker than Brenda's car. And so even when we weren't at a race or at Fontana doing test and tune or whatever, when Brenda was there, it was always still like Daphne's thing. And when she finally ran quicker than Brenda's car with her wagon, she was giddy like that. It was awesome. So yes, very cool. Brenda, great people. And so T.Y. Gaynor, Ty, sorry. I'm doing good. Up here, you guys, for those of you that are new that don't watch Bang Shift Live broadcasts very often, we like Motor Mania TV is another great live streaming service that we love. We know Mark and Joanne very well. Worked with them many times. Have known Mark for, wow, I don't know, 10, 12 years, something like that. And great people. They do an amazing job. They do, 4, 5, 6 cameras, dudes on the starting line with wireless cameras and all kinds of stuff. And we do that on occasion, but the big difference is it's me. Just one of us, that's it. I'm running the system, the cameras, the everything as a one-man band. So sometimes you guys are like, oh, why is he just locking the camera off? Because I need a break real quick. So that's why, but doing good. Guy Brown, yes, I am a racer as well. So I have a couple of different cars that unfortunately are all torn apart at different levels. The most famous car that you guys would know of mine actually belonged to my late wife, Daphne, which is a white 66 Bel Air station wagon, like Impala station wagon. And it It is, or was in the last season of The Fastest Car on Netflix. It makes way more than 1,000 horsepower and has traditional small block with a Pro Charger on it. It's a big giant station wagon, weighs 4,600 pounds with me in it, and it's not going to tell you how quick car, but it's fun. So yeah. Hello, Shasta. Hello. Yes, we are doing burnouts. Now, again, this is just time trial, so don't worry, folks. You're not going to miss out on anything right now. But just a time trial. Yes. Just a time trial. So we are good to go. And in fact, I'm going to set myself up so I know exactly where we're at. So anyway, if you are just tuning in, dude, please like and subscribe. And if you are a regular or not, dude, hit the thumbs up, hit the like button on this video. It does matter. I will tell you straight up, we do not make a bunch of money like YouTubers from this because you don't watch commercials. You only see a commercial when you first start. It doesn't play commercials all the time. So it's not the same as a YouTube video. The live stuff, we don't, I mean, literally, like, the biggest live broadcasts ever make a couple $100. So I bring this up because it does matter, though, that you like and subscribe and all of those things. Those things help us, not from a monetary standpoint, but from an exposure standpoint, because then YouTube will be more likely to show them so that more people watch. So please go click the like button, ring the bell, subscribe, do all those things. It's awesome, and it really does help us. So so thank you. Tracy Hawker, hello, nice to see you. Arnswald Media, awesome. Glad your family is here racing. Very, very good. Brenda talking about Daphne running in the 11s the first time. Yes, 11:53 at 108 mile an hour in her big giant wagon. It was awesome. And that was on a nitrous pass with the small block no blower, so it's pretty cool. Wade Hall, dude, it's not that expensive. Wade Hall in the chat is asking how much it costs to have us come out and cover a race. It's not that expensive, Wade, but really, I'm not going to get into all the details here because it is detailed. There's sort of a menu of what options you want to do. I say that we don't have a bunch of cameras. The truth is, if you want a big production like that, we can do that. But the truth of the matter is, we typically like to keep it to 2 or 3 or 4 cameras. The cost is just a lot better. So, Wade, email me. It's chad@bangshift.com. Again, chad@bangshift.com. Send me an email. Tell me about your race. You and I will get on the phone, dude, and we'll talk about it. And depends on where it is. That totally is a big deal because if it's close, not that big a deal. Yblog71, rock on from the Great White North, dude. Love it. And everybody, please get on social media and tell everybody we're live. Tonight's going to be 50 grand, dude, on the line. This is a big race, so it's going to be cool. Ellen Corkery Williams looking for a 66 Bel Air 2-door. I assume you mean a hardtop, not a wagon, because they didn't make 2-door wagons. And I would say what you want to do is you're just going to want to look at. Ooh, that was no good for that dragster right there. What you're going to want to do looking for a 66 Bel Air, dude, you're just going to have to check Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, all of them. It's one of those things, man. I can't tell you the number of hours a week I look searching for cars I can't afford to buy. I have a bunch of projects. For those of you that are new and don't know, I have a 1993 S10 Blazer that's got a Chris Alston's Chassis Works back half in it. Not a back half like a big tire back half, but a big 275 is what we're putting on this thing. It'll hold a 295 without cutting up the outer, much. It is getting mini tub with his Builder Series tubs, and it's a triangulated 4-link back half cage, LS swap, totally emissions legal, and going to be a 9-second daily driver. It's a fun deal. And then also I have a 69 Camaro convertible that's an ex-NHRA stock eliminator car that's just sort of my street strip thing. Right now it has no motor in it. The Blazer is not finished. It has about 2/3 or 3/4 of the cage done, and we've got to finish the rest, but I am in the middle of building houses and a new shop and stuff because I just moved to Texas from California. So we're like way underwater doing all kinds of crap. I also have a 56 Chevy station wagon named Rusty that's an air ride, bagged on the ground. It's a Caprice chassis swap into that car. It was the very first one ever done way back in 05. And that car is actually going to get the 400 small block out of Daphne's 66 Bel Air wagon. It's going to get the 400-inch blueprint small block with more compression so that it runs on methanol and E85 exclusively, and F1X Pro Charger. And we're going to use it for no prep stuff. We're going to put a 28-10-50 under the back of it. So we'll mini tub it and cage it. It'll be fun. And if you're going, I don't have a bunch of money, not even a little bit of money. But I am doing a shop, which I've owned a shop before, but doing a shop for my parents and I, and that half of it or a third of it is going to be set up as a fab shop area, and the rest is workshop. And so, I'll be building all my own chassis stuff and doing all of that. We're going to have tons and tons and tons and tons, and then tons more of cool video content for you guys to see coming out of the shop here in the next 6 months. It's going to be great. So very cool. Don Morris, good to see you too, brother. I will not be at Eddyville this year. T. Stein, I'm sorry, but Tyler, I'm not doing Funny Car Chaos events. It doesn't look like. Guy Brown, 9-second daily driver. Yeah, well, we've done some really fast street cars. So, the 5-second truck, Larry Larson's truck, the S10, is a project that he and I did together. So, we know how to do fast stuff. So it's fun. Chris Silman, it's been awesome being able to share the live view with my friends out of town when I'm making passes. Hey, awesome, dude. Thank you. Seriously appreciate it. That's why we do it. We are, Bang Shift, we're racers, man. This is why we did it. The first time I did this was at Bakersfield at Famoso Raceway for a California Hot Rod reunion, just because I said, I wonder if we could pull this off. And we were already doing video production, and me and Dustin Gould did it, and it was awesome. And by awesome, I mean, we were able to live stream for like 4, 5, 6 minutes at a time before it would shut down, and then we'd have to restart it all. And it was epic, and we didn't care. It was really, really good. So yeah. For those of you that don't know, bangshift.com, we post anywhere from 10 to 14 brand new blog items a day. And they could be YouTube videos, they could be build series, they could be car show coverage, they could be live streams from races, photos of ours from races, whatever. Tons and tons of cool content every single day. And if you go on there and sign up for a newsletter as well, that's a good deal. We got lots of stuff that goes on the site all the time, and it is super fun. We couldn't do it without great sponsors. This weekend, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC has climbed on board as the presenting sponsor for West Coast Bracket Races Live. And of course, Hughes Performance is the daily sponsor today. Yesterday it was Lucas Oil Products. Today, Hughes Performance. Tomorrow, Mosier Engineering. And right here, right there, my boy, Kyle Seipel, Big Nasty, dude. Everybody send your thoughts and prayers to Kyle's family. Oh, and we got cars running. I know we've had cars running, but now we're really.
Jason Terry, 5,000 red, and off the gas early. Dylan out. And roll forward. Pro final. We can get the lanes all the way forward if you would, please. Pro final, all the way up. Dylan out, 469 to dial. Open warm, 468 the number. Dylan, the young shredder, Oregon City, Oregon Lane. Logan's 21-22. He's like the senior member in this paradigm, like 4 or 5 years. Dylan finished number 5. Division 6 last year in Super Comp. Logan for Pete's Diesel Repair. Warpath Racing there for Mr. Logan. Last stage. To be 8th out in front for Logan Orr. Dylan Howe, pretty good run today, but he's dead on 9 and not good enough. So Logan Orr is 007. Shane Thompson is 13. Now Marco needs to take a shot at the tree because this is Marco's single. I'm really sure Logan Orr has a single, and I know Shane Thompson has a single. So Logan's 007. Going to be 461.4,
but the important number here is 20 green. So looking at it, we believe all 3 winners have already had a single. So we think that Logan Orr is going to have the solo at 3. That is unofficial. That is unofficial. But Nathan and I, now, despite what a lot of you think, we actually do pay attention. Well, I mean, we do sort of. So, back into the time trials for the 50,000 shootout race. Joe Kid, Brad Pierce. It's again, my pro final should be in the lanes and all the way forward. It's again, Sasha, Chris, Hall, Hofer. So Daniel Fiello over on the American walk-in cooler side. Heffington over on the left-hand side, Kevin. So this is time trial run here for our 50 grander. They'll kick off here in just a little bit. We're running the time trials in between for the rest of our eliminators. We've trimmed the field down to 3 in Super Pro. And our final in Pro should be heading up in the lanes. Should be a good one with Chris Hall and Sasha Hofer.
All right, gang. So back into time trials. The Pro final is coming up here in a minute. One of you guys, Don Morris, said keep the sound the way it was. That was on just an atmosphere mic. Then you can't hear the announcers. But if you guys need more volume on the cars, dude, just let me know. I can make that happen. I can turn that up. That's no problem. I will turn up the audio on the cars, dude, for sure. Always remember, as long as you guys, if you have suggestions, you have questions, whatever, we're totally good with that. As long as you keep it constructive. If you're a jackass, then we'll just not listen to you or ban you or whatever. But if you go, hey, dude, if you could turn the cars up a tiny bit, or, oh, man, I loved it when you did that. Dude, we love that. We want to give you guys what you want. So we will turn it up a little bit on the cars and help you out with that, because the womp womps are the big deal, dude. I love it as well. So no question. Now, just so you guys know, if you're just tuning in now, we are doing time runs right now for the 50K race in between rounds of today's 10K race. So the 10K race, we have the final coming up for $5,000 in Pro. Yeah, we have the final coming up in Pro for $5,000. And then we have The semifinals, I'm pretty sure it's the semis. Should be 3 cars. The semis in Super Pro, in between Super Pro, semi, and final, we are going to continue running time runs for the 50K, and then we're getting it on. Okay, so we're going to get it on with the 50K. Honestly, we're 30 or 40 minutes behind schedule right now because of that the issue with the scoreboard, but that's okay. We're going to catch up. We're going to jam. We got 128 cars. I will explain more about the 50K race as well if you guys do not know what all is happening. So, here's how things are working today. For the 50K race is 128 cars, okay? Last I heard they had like 125. But anyway, so 128 cars. The 128 cars is made up of half door cars and half dragsters. So 32 door cars in Pro, meaning no electronics other than a trans brake, and 32 door cars in Super Pro, meaning they can use delay boxes, throttle stops, whatever they want, all the electronics. Then all the dragsters are obviously Super Pro dragsters. They are all allowed all the electronics. Pro will run on its own until there is 1 Pro car left. Super Pro door cars will run until there is 1 left. Okay? Those two will race each other to be the door car. To be the door car that goes into the final. Okay? The dragsters are all going to sit there and run each other until one of them is left. The 1 door car left, whether it's Pro or Super Pro, and the 1 dragster left will race for the 50 grand. A door car is in the final every single time, and it's going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Barn in the house. By the way, I want to give a big thanks to Barn. You guys look at him. He's got the little wrench next to his name in the chat because he is the moderator. I wish that we could change the wrench to a hammer because he wields the fan hammer like a mother. Let me tell you, dude. He's the nicest mean guy I ever met, dude. He will hammer you like, wow! He does not care. He's not as nice as I am. He's way nicer than I am. But he will totally ban you. If you screw up, he will ban you. It's awesome. So, big thanks to Barn, dude. Barnalicious, as I call him. He's the man. I love it. He does such a good job for us, and I pay him exactly what he's worth. Actually, no, I pay him 0% of what he's worth. But he is great, and he moderates for us and for Motormania TV and everybody else, and he's just the best. So, big thanks, Barn. Everybody give Barn a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To all of you that are tuning in, dude, seriously, we appreciate it. You guys are going to get to talk to me a ton tonight because as we get into later rounds, early rounds, I won't say nothing. Well, let them go. Let's rock and roll, baby. Roll these cars through. Boom, 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 boom. We get into later rounds. We get into later rounds, then we got to wait. So, when we wait, I'll let you just chill and watch Cool Holly videos, some of it. And then other times I'll sit here and go, okay, ask Chad anything. And you can ask me whatever you want. Except if it's about politics, because if it's about politics, I'm just going to want to stab you in the throat. And if it's, or if it's something that would be inappropriate, not cool to be talking about on a live stream, who somebody's kids might be on. See what I'm saying? So, yeah. What? Wait, is it Barnes? Dude, Barnes' birthday today? What? How did I not know this? Oh, because I haven't been on Facebook today. Ugh. Barnalicious, dude. Happy birthday. I would sing happy birthday to you, but I like you too much for that. Dude, Barn, you're the best, dude. Seriously. Happy birthday to Barn, our moderator of all moderators. Dude, that's so awesome. So awesome. I didn't know you were 70, old man. No wonder you're so good with the band hammer. Because you're a crotchety old man. Why am I so crotchety? I'm only 48. Oh my God. Can you imagine me at 70? Oh my God, it'll be bad. I'm going to be the guy with, I won't even have lawn, and I'll still sit out there with the hose and want the kids to come so I can hose them off and yell at them. It's going to be awesome. All right. So, yeah. Barnalicious, dude. Happy birthday, man. Seriously. All right. We're in time trials. You're not missing any racing. I have a lot more kettle corn because Nate Hershey brought me some. You'd think a guy named Nate Hershey, though, would bring us chocolate, but it's not that spelled that way. Yeah. Exactly, TD McLeish. Dude, get off my lawn! I love it. Dude. Okay, oh, and for those of you that were asking, like, do I race or whatever? Yes, so I do some racing, not nearly enough because I'm always doing this for you people instead of racing at events. But I've driven NHRA Pro Stock, Super Comp, Top Dragster, Stock Eliminator cars, Super Stockers, street cars of all kinds. Never driven a funny car or like an alcohol dragster or anything yet. Have not driven a Pro Mod yet. Steve Valdez, the burrito, was better today even because I got to eat it while it was still warm. So it was awesome. So yes, yes, Phoenix Steve, we can't talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about that. So, yes, I've raced all kinds of stuff. Oh, I also, we had a guy in here earlier, DJ, and he was mean and, well, he wasn't mean. He just, dude, I liked the guy, and then he got all carried away and started being argumentative. Anyway, not with me, because I don't listen to anybody. It's my house. But he was a road race guy, and he which is awesome. I road race, I autocross, I do all of that as well. So while if I had to choose only one kind of racing, then it would be going in. Hold on.
Heard it at 8 cars, 475 at 145 a mile an hour, 531, 128. There's a couple more.
Okay, so but if I had to choose one kind of racing, it'd be drag racing. But I do like road racing a lot, and I'm pretty good at it. Autocross as well, super fun. I like things that are fast, off-road, all of it. I'm in. So yeah. So there you go. I feel like I haven't done this in forever because of COVID, but it's so awesome. Yes.
Is going to be your pro champion tonight. Sasha's 007 red, Chris Hall 22 green at 117 miles an hour for Chris Hall. So congratulations to Chris Hall from Brigham City, Utah. Our winner tonight on Hughes Performance Saturday, taking on that $5,000 paydays. We're back here in the middle of our time runs for our $50,000 shootout. Super Pro semis. You need to be having an extra hitch when you giddy up. And make your way up in the staging lanes, please.
So funny car Chris Northam taking over the left side of the racetrack as we continue on with some time runs here. And we'll take our Super Pro semis. Super Pro semis. Go ahead and make your way back to the staging lanes, please. It's Kyle Rizzoli driving Bobby Dye's car. 15 on the green side and 4.800 at 142 miles an hour. For funny car, it's 526 at a $128. Making his way down the racetrack. And as we do continue on with our time runs here, getting ready for the $50,000 shootout that's going to be taking place coming up very soon. Again, Super Pro semifinals will take you back into the staging lane. Super Pro semifinals. We'll take you back into the staging lanes. And again, Super Pro semifinalists will take you back as well as Chris Hall. Rolling in front of the banner here at Tucson Dragway at the conclusion of our pro category in a Hughes performance, $5,000 to win Saturday. I believe we got Race Kid, Daniel McClellan on track right now. McClellan has got the Roadster over on the right side. Kid's got his familiar dragster here on the left. Race 005, McClellan to 016. This race is going to go 479, 143 miles an hour. For McClellan, 543 at 120 miles an hour. Again, Super Pro semis. Logan War sitting on the solo. Shane Thompson and Marco Paravalaris slated to battle it out for the opportunity of that $10,000. As Mark Kidd gently bumping the Nova into position on the starting line with Kevin McClellan in the wagon. Over on the opposite side, Mark with an 0:39 reaction time. The Nova goes 581, 117 miles an hour. McClellan in the wagon, 662. At a $104, Trey Vetter now backing up from the burnout. And Jeff Taylor. Taylor on the right side from Apache Junction, Arizona. And Trey Vetter rolling into the water box, getting it pre-staged. The racer out of Henderson, Nevada. Former NHRA Division 7 Super Street champ. Before he sold his Nova, grabbed the dragster and Jeff Taylor hits the gas, 006 red. The tires broke loose a little bit. He gets back into it, and 517 at 149 miles an hour for Trey Vetter. He ends up going 007, 467. Down the racetrack, but they're going to step out there and take a look at it. Well, it looks like free and clear. in with the racetrack looking to be free and clear. Shane Thompson. Or is it Shane? In the blue car, because Shane should be back in the staging lanes getting ready to run his dragster. So who is in the blue car then? I'm trying to take a look and see whose helmet that is. Can't really tell from this vantage point. Kyle Rizzoli. Got the dragster up on this side. As we're in pre-staged and set. Ready? Time trials continuing on for what is going to be a $15,000 for 147 miles an hour. And for the Camaro, we end up with a 40 light and 649. Chandler Mazier rolling up to take a solo shot. And then after Chandler makes his run, we're gonna have a little winner's circle celebration down here with our pro champion. Chandler in set, 21 on the tree. And then 5:06 at 136 miles an hour for Mazier. We'll take a little break from the time runs as we get ready to go for that Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Mike Eames has joined Chris Forsyth down here in front of the tower, in front of our Southwest Showdown banner. We've got our pro champion that Mike Eames is going to be talking to here momentarily.
All right, down here in the winner's circle on Hughes Performance Saturday. This is just like a regular old Rocky Mountain Raceway's reunion as Chris Hall takes home $5,000 today. You know, driving your dad's Nova, when you jumped in this thing, you know, it's just a pretty good hot rod.
Oh, you know, I never thought it was that consistent. You know, he never could get it down the track. It was all over the place, and I get in it, and it prints off time slips. It's pretty cool. If you could see the smile behind this mask, guys, I'm telling you what. But, you know, my dad passed away a little over a year ago, and I miss him. I wish he was here. I know he's here. I know he's here, and my mom's here enjoying this moment with me.
You know, you've won several national and divisional events. But to win a big money bracket race in a car that your dad drove for a long time, and not only that, in the final round, you have Sasha Hofer. Sasha, who's represented Division 7 on how many occasions at the Summit Finals down there in Pomona? You know how tough she is, and to get a win like against her in the final just means a lot.
Well, you know, there are so many tough drivers out here. This is the baddest of the bad out here right now, and I just can't believe that I'm associated with it, to tell you quite honest truth. I'm still just that bracket racer back from Brigham City, Utah. So, you know, thanks, guys. Thanks, Chris.
It definitely makes the tow back to Brigham City a little bit easier.
Oh, buddy, 850 miles, you know, to a lot of guys, that ain't nothing. But for me, in a one day, that was quite the haul. So, yeah. Yeah, the haul, get it? Yeah. So, this phenomenal race, this really reminds me a lot of Rocky Mountain Raceway, this track. So, yeah, it is a reunion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our winner tonight on Saturday, Hughes Performance Saturday, off the bottom, Chris Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm good. No. I got a Gatorade. If I drink it all, I guess I could, but I don't know that anybody want to see that, though. You give me too much credit, but I appreciate it. Dude, and they have been. A bunch of people have pulled in over the last couple days. A little while ago, a lady pulled up, her and her little boy, and turned the truck around, backed up to the fence. He gets out of the truck with 2 big drinks.
Well, all right, so as we are taking care of some photos down here in front of the tower, Chris Hall
on the tailgate and sat there eating
joining
pizza and watching the race.
Kyle Rizzoli,
Pretty cool. That's a good
Mark
ball
Darso,
right there.
and Val Torres Jr. as folks that have stood in front of the banner here this weekend so far at the Southwest Showdown. All brought to you by K&N. Again, we've got, I believe, the majority of our time runs are complete for those that have signed up to run in tonight's 128 car, $50,000 kid performance and dyno shootout, all part of the West Coast Bracket Racing Series. Again, we've got the majority done. We've still got a couple that we're going to get through, but just about everybody else is taken care of. And again, as we
I hope not.
continue to draw closer and closer to a conclusion of our main events, of course, the Hughes Performance main event Saturday.
On Thursday night,
Pro is done. Chris is down there collecting up his goodies and
when they let him do a time
getting his
trial in the
pictures
middle of a
taken.
shootout,
Super Pro,
and
we're
he
down to
went-
3.
he didn't crash, luckily, but oiled the whole racetrack.
2 dragsters and a door car, guaranteed. We are going to have a dragster in the final round as Logan War. Again, same situation that we had last night. Last night, we rolled into the semifinals in Super Pro with 3 cars left in category, and all 3 of those cars, and I guess to say we rolled into the quarterfinals. Coming out of that with 3 cars left in category, ends up that all 3 of the cars that won in the quarterfinals and advanced into the semis had already had a bye. So essentially it came down to what their reaction time was on their winning run in the quarterfinals that would determine how the ladder would stack up for the semifinals. Same situation tonight. Rolled into the semifinals, and our 3 winners had each had a bye run as we made our way through the day. So it came down to their reaction times to determine who was going to get the solo shot here. Logan War had the best of the bunch, ended up on the solo shot, and Shane Thompson and Marco Paravalaris will end up running each other. So they are back there in the staging lanes having whatever discussions it is that they need to have. I know we've still got a couple of cars left to do time runs, but once we get through this main event, after we hand out our $10,000 check, to whoever ends up the last man standing in our Super Pro category, we're pretty much going to be ready to roll right into round number 1 of that 7-round, 128 car shootout for $50,000. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. We still got some prizes up here in the tower that we've got to get into the hands of those that have earned them respectively. Leo Glassbrenner, we've got your $200 in cash, thanks to Clay Smith Cams, by way of being our best losing package in round number 4. Ken Rader, we've got your RB components, best losing package in Super Pro. We've also got Seth Palvidor, your best losing package in round number 5. Tim O'More, best losing package in round number 5 for Super Pro. A couple of Autometer gift certificates there for Seth and for Tim. Of course, we've got Dave Beck with $250 gift certificate to BTE from yesterday. Also a reminder, racers, if you are one of those that are expecting a payout from yesterday, we don't have anything from today just yet, as we still got to get all of that figured out and worked out, but if you are expecting a payout from yesterday, those checks are available at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. So if you've got checks or money coming to you from yesterday, they've got that all set up if you haven't been by to pick that up just yet. Sun, of course, is starting to set, that same beautiful orange sunset behind the tower here at Tucson Dragway. From what I'm seeing wandering around down there in the staging lanes from the view on the Bank Shift live feed, and from what I'm hearing, hopefully those are engines roaring to life back there in the staging lanes for our semifinals in Super Pro. And given the fact that I see Lela Paravollara standing down here in the water box, I think that's exactly what it is. So dragster versus door car in the semifinals of Super Pro. It'll either be dragster versus dragster or dragster versus door car in the finals, depending on what happens here. Marco Paravolaris out of the water box. What do you say about Marco that hasn't already been said? I mean, when he popped onto the scene, the team from up there in the San Francisco Bay Area, Petaluma, California, started out kind of driving the roadster, super gas race and things like that, moved up into the bigger dragsters, picked up a big check win at one of the fling races in Vegas, and since then has been one of the hottest drivers. He's had trouble, a little consistency, but has been one of the hottest drivers out there. And right now, for the Paravolaris family, guarantee you, a little burnout therapy is doing them some good. Shane Thompson on the opposite side, been racing around through Vegas. The first time that he went on the road to race at an NHRA race was in Phoenix, and he ended up Marco Paravolaris bows out. Shane Thompson gets the win light. Paravolaris was 12 on the tree to Shane Thompson's 041. Marco Paravolaris got down to the finish line, took a 48 thou stripe, and goes 459 on the 461 to break out by 14 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson, 41 green and dead on 5'11". On a 5'11", Shane Thompson will be back in the final to take on Logan War. So it will be dragster versus door car in the final. Logan War, you said he's what, 21, 22 years old? Somewhere around there? Lining up the car, knowing that his next trip down the racetrack will be racing for 10 grand against Shane Thompson. 035 on the tree and 465 at 147 miles an hour. Logan War ones it through. We've got a couple of cars left in time runs. It's like Sasha Hofer. Is going to be rolling up here to race in the pro contingency for tonight's $50,000. .513 at 135 miles an hour. after the 004 reaction time. Sasha was 20 on the tree. And then 762 at 88 miles an hour. So for Sasha and the crew, they've been kind of racing around that 761, 762 number all day long. 762 is good. Wes, yes it is. It is the Nate Hershey. That guy. Goofy mother. Me. Just saying. Should be down to our final few cars in time runs. We'll be bringing back our Super Pro Finals. After they get an opportunity to cool them and fuel them back in the pit. Then we'll start looking about racing or looking at racing for that $50,000. Oh. So I believe we have got just about, and as I said earlier, kind of in a way to be a little bit efficient here and make sure that everything's taken care of. We wanted to get all of our entrants who are going to be taking a shot at that $50,000 shootout an opportunity to make their way down the racetrack for a time hit. Again, if you have not yet had a time hit, just make sure that you get up here and let us know. For everybody else, you should have had an opportunity to make your way down the racetrack by now. And I believe our time runs are pretty much done. But again, if you were one of our late survivors that may have just bowed out, if you feel like you need a time run, please come on up here and let us know. But everybody else has made their way down the racetrack. And at this point, pretty much going to be bringing back our Super Pro finalists, and then we'll be ready to go for round number one. Oh, some of the behind the scenes in the tower gets a little, it's not iffy, it's good, it's cool, it's great. It's great. No, definitely not PA. That's why all microphones should have a very functional switch. If you got one of those, there's several microphones, you got to go hunting for the switch to make it actually shut off and you don't catch things in time. This one, it's got a nice roll to it. So it's pretty easy to get it clicked off when, you know, Munson starts talking and we know that it's not going to be a PA safe. But I do hear a couple of more motors rolling and roaring and ready to go. Rumbling. I do have a question. So we got a whole bunch of folks that are kind of like, back in the chat room, days like this, obviously when you're in the tower, you're paying attention to everything, you're doing that, but if you get a little bit of time off the mic, you're stepping away for a second, does anybody else find that like racetrack noises actually serve as a better lullaby than most things? Like as long as cars are going down the racetrack and you hear the throttles come up and you hear them roll and you can sleep right through that, it's like it just that soothing background noise, and as soon as it goes quiet, you wake right up. You wake right up like, what happened? What went wrong? I mean, the chat bleachers, is that the same for you guys out there? When you're at the racetrack? Like as long as you got cars going down the track, you can be chilling out in the trailer, everything's good, everything's comfy. You hear that background noise, that white noise that's happening, and then all of a sudden, when it stops, you wake up, what happened? I mean, it's true. I think it's true. I think it is. I believe that's Hank Pramov. Little Vega over on the right side of the racetrack. Again, getting down to the end of it. We got a few stragglers that are rolling in to get their time hit, but with $50,000 on the line. We want to make sure that those that are looking to get that time hit in before we get into that round number one get an opportunity to do so. Charles, I believe that. I believe you did just wake up from a nap. So our pre-stage bulbs are lit. Pramov in that Vega. Little right dragster here on the left side. Tony Marconi. 20 on the tree for Pramov and 574 at 121 miles an hour. For the dragster, it's a 502. And then 603 at 112 miles an hour.
Do what? Okay. All right. Nice. Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, exactly. So we are, again, just kind of getting things ready to go. We are kind of at that transitional period. We are transitioning. we are transitioning from the conclusion of our Hughes Performance main event. I'm just saying. I don't know. So Marco Peravalaris has gone back into the pit after his recent run in the dragster. Grabbed his door car, rolled out here to get his final time run taken care of. To get ready to go. Chad Reynolds is on fire with the text message. On fire with the text messages going back and forth here. Yes. 005 and 502 for Marco Peravalaris. Dave, I can do that. You know, every once in a while we'll do some shout outs up here for the tower as folks in the chat bleachers say, hey, say hi to so-and-so. Hey, give our best wishes to, you know, whatever team that's out here racing.
Yeah.
For the Tucson Dragway staff, particularly our starting line crew and staging lane crews. Hey guys, the folks in the chat bleachers wanted to send a shout out to the starting line staff for an excellent job all weekend long so far, and they just wanted to tip their caps to you guys. So for our guys that are out there on the starting line in the water box back in the staging lanes, those that are watching along on the main shift live feed, want to give you guys a big tip of the cap and a pat on the back. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Nicely done, well done. And on behalf of all of the guys in the chat and gals in the chat bleacher, good job. Good job. We're getting ready to get into our $50,000 race, but we've still got our Super Pro Finals to run for $10,000. So as soon as our finalists are ready, we'll start getting ready to go with that. Eric Halsey checking in the chat bleachers. He's been out here running with us the last couple of days. He's got the most excitable crew. Got the most excitable crew out here. Light up the scoreboard and they are leaping off the ground. Eric, it's good to have you out here racing with us. Love it. Love it, love it. All right, so as we are getting closer, just one more time, run through the format of what tonight's West Coast Bracket Race $50,000 shootout will look like, presented by Kid Performance and Dyno. Again, it was open to a 128 car field, 64 dragsters, and then 64 door cars. The door cars were split into 32 pro cars and 32 super pro door cars. So you get 32 on the pro side, 32 on the super pro door car side, which makes the other half of the 64. As we are going to make our way through the night, pro will run pro, super pro door cars will run super pro door cars, and dragsters will run dragsters. By the time we get down to the semifinals, the idea is that we'll have one finalist left in pro, or excuse me, one car left in pro, one car left in super pro door car. Those will be our two semifinalists on one side of the ladder. On the opposite side of the ladder, the 64 car dragsters will have whittled their way down to two. Those two dragsters will race it out. And ideally we'll be left with one door car and one dragster in the final for the $50,000. Mike Rock checking in from up in Idaho with the traffic cone. You know what? He said he wishes he could be here, but he'll see us in a couple of weeks in Vegas. Well, that doesn't stop you from coming down. I'm just saying. You could come be social. You could come hang out and, you know. Just saying. I see that. I did notice that. If you, you know. Check to see who's been keeping good track on the cleanliness around the facility. We got the initial CF kind of posted all over the place. But yeah, it'll still be a couple of weeks. Again, it's good to start getting some of this high dollar bracket race going again. It's been way too long to be able to come down here to Tucson and do a little bit here with the Southwest Showdown. Of course, Chris getting things put together here. Thank you very much. And we, you know, had everything kind of fell into place the way that the restrictions are starting to loosen up, giving us an opportunity to be here. Of course, it's loosening up. It's not completely gone. So again, just a quick little reminder, subtle hint, that anytime we are out and about on property, we do need to have those face masks on. All right, so the public announcement portion of that is now done. But, you know, we were able to get 294 cars here on property this weekend, proving that people are, you know, chomping at the bit, wanting to get back out there. I think it bodes well for what's going to be happening over the next few weeks. Of course, a couple of weeks from now, we are going to be up in Vegas. The fling race is going to have all of that happening. But it's really just kind of starting to kick things off. The East Coasters, as they start to thaw out from some of the winter weather that they've been experiencing over this year, they're going to get the opportunity to head down to many of those big buck bracket races that are going to be planned all across the eastern half of the United States and throughout the Midwest. So that's going to be cool. But it is good just to get cars down the racetrack again, listen to the rumble, smell the burning rubber, see our friends, hang out with our race family, and just get out of the house a little bit, enjoy a little vitamin E and fresh air. Haven't been able to do that for so long, and it's just been good to be able to do that up to this point. Speaking of being up to this point, Super Pro finalists, if you are not quite headed back into the staging lanes yet, we'd love to get you back there. Super Pro finalists. They are pulling all the way forward to the front of the lanes, and with our Super Pro finalists headed forward to the front of the lanes, hey, Pro. For the 50K shootout. Pro cars for the 50K shootout, you are on standby for round number 1. So if you are a pro car that has entered into the $50,000 shootout, you are on standby. It's going to be just a couple of moments before we call you into the staging lanes. Again, our Super Pro finalists have made their way in. And Pro round number 1. For the $50,000 shootout, you are on standby. So Pro cars on standby. Super Pro finalists are in the staging lanes. So our Super Pro finalists back in the staging lanes. Again, Pro, we've put you on standby, getting ready to go with round number 1. Going to be just about a moment or so before we call you into the staging lanes. If we have any double entered Pro cars, So pro cars, if we've got any double-entered cars, we'll take you to lane 6 and 8. Double-entered pro cars for round number 1 of the shootout to lane 6 and 8. Pro cars, single entry to 2 and 4. Okay, I reversed it. Pro double-entered to 2 and 4. Single entries to 6 and 8. I asked you for clarification, Mike. You nodded your head. You nodded your head. You're like, yeah, that's it. So again, just like it has been, sorry about that, double entered to lanes 2 and 4, double entered to lanes 2 and 4, single enters to lanes 6 and 8. Pro cars for round number 1 of the shootout. We will take you into the staging lanes as our Super Pro finalists get suited up and ready to race it out for $10,000. You know, Mr. Ray, looking at the way you type that, when you say the drag strip is the safest place to be, the meth sanitizes the air. I know you mean methanol, but I'm just saying. I hope there's not much of that around here. At least not the way that it, that would also mean that, like, downtown behind the Stratosphere in Vegas is also a safe place to be if all the meth sanitizes the air. Just, you know, just kind of thinking about that. For those of you that know Vegas, you know that the area directly behind the Stratosphere is not somewhere where you want to be. Stratosphere is just fine. It's a ton of fun. You want to be there. But the area directly behind it, not so much. Not after the sun goes down. Even before the sun goes down, you don't want to be back there. Logan War and Shane Thompson. Dragster versus door car. Final round of Super Pro. So again, Pro, round number 1 of the shootout. Double entered cars to 2 and 4, single entered cars to 6 and 8. Come on down, get them warmed up, get them ready. Shane Thompson, the 67 Nova out of Henderson, Nevada. 5.10 seconds is the dial in for Logan War, 4.68. Both drivers lead 3. 18 down between them in reaction time, and the win light comes on for Logan War on a double breakout. Down at the finish line, Logan War is 2 hun under the dial, getting there second by 24 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson was 10 on the tree, taking the 24 thou stripe, and goes 5:07 on the 5:10 as Mike Eames is thoroughly thrilled right now. Chris Hall out of Utah taking home the check in Pro, and Logan War out of Utah taking home the check in Super Pro. Shane Thompson, once again, 10 on the tree, taking a 24 thou stripe, breaks it out by 26 thousandths of a second. Logan War, 28 on the tree, breaking out by 20 thousandths of a second to pick up the 10 grand win in Super Pro. So both main events on a Hughes performance. $10,000 to win Super Pro Day and $5,000 to win Pro Day. Have been decided. Chris Hall picking it up in Pro, Logan War picking it up in Super Pro. And now, as what is the conclusion of the main events. It is the inception of the $50,000 shootout. Again, we should have all of our pro contestants for round number 1, pro cars, round number 1. You should be in the staging lanes, please. If you are double entered in pro, we need you to lanes 2 and 4. Otherwise, we'll take you in lanes 6 and 8. I see the dragster of Logan War headed this direction. Mike Eames, who has spent a lot of time up there at Rocky Mountain Raceway watching many of these drivers, and I'm sure he got the opportunity to watch Logan come up through the ranks as well. He's going to get the opportunity to get down there and talk with him for a little while as we are about to crown our Super Pro winner of the day. Once again, pro round number 1 for the shootout. We need you into the staging lanes. Pro round number 1 for the shootout. Need to make sure that you've made your way back into the staging lanes because we are getting ready to go with round number 1. Super Pro door cars for the shootout. You are on standby. Super Pro door cars for the shootout. You are on standby. So we'll go from pro to Super Pro door car into the dragsters just like we have done our rotation all day long. So a big congratulations going on down there for Logan War as he climbs out of the car, and we're going to collect up the trophy, the check, get it handed to him. Mike Eames is down there with the microphone. And with that, we'll turn things over down to the winner's circle.
All right, so down in the winner's circle here on Hughes Performance Saturday. Tell you what, it's a pretty good day for the state of Utah. There's not a lot of days where we get a double up. We get Chris Hall over in pro and Logan Ward taking home 10 grand in Super Pro. Pretty good day.
Yeah, it was a good day. Just got to thank my dad, my mom, and all my buddies at home.
Sean Hart for painting the helmet.
Yep, painter boy.
Logan is not a man of many words, but I guarantee it's chicken for everybody tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, a little bit more work. You got to go get this hot rod ready for 50 grand later.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep it rolling.
All right, Logan, we'll let you off easy. Our winner tonight, 10 grand. Hughes Performance Saturday in Super Pro, representing the state of Utah. Logan Ward, everybody, big round of applause. Woo!
All right, while they are finalizing things down there in the winner's circle, final call, pro. Round number 1 of the shootout, final call, pro. Round number 1 of the shootout. We need not only y'all, but all y'all back into the staging lanes, please. Every single one of you, it's time. They are getting you checked in. We are going to be firing up cars here momentarily and putting them into the water box to race for $50,000. So pro bracket, final call, pro bracket, round number 1. Need you here into the staging lanes, please. All right, sounds like from what we are hearing, we are just missing one of you, Paul Polito. Paul Polito? Sounds like we are missing you. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Paul Polito. Need you into the staging lanes, please. But we are about to fire them up and roll them into the water box to start our run at $50,000. All right, we are sending our pro cars forward. We've got them paired up back in the staging lanes. We've got, well, pretty much all but one. Paul Polito, we are missing you, my friend. We need you here into the staging lanes now, please. As of all of our pro entries, we got everybody else, and we are putting them in the water box. As round number one rolls forward, again, we've got Pro, 32 cars. Super Pro door cars, 32 cars. Dragsters, 64 cars. 128 of them. Win to stay in for $50,000. First pair in the water. David Beckwith. And what should be Jeremy Jacobs. Jacobs in the dart over to the right side of the racetrack. David Beckwith here on the left side. 739 is the dial for Beckwith. And a 749 for Jeremy Jacobs. 1/10 of a second to split between the two in the dials, and here we go. Red light start for the red Malibu and David Beckwith. Heartbreak right off the bat. 16th thou on the wrong side of the tree, and the dart will advance into round number two. 748 on a 749 as Kyle Rizzoli and Rick Reynolds roll up here to be our next two, and with that, it's kind of that rotate time. So I'm going to slide out of the way, and Mike Eames is going to roll in here to take you through a good portion of round number one.
All right, Nate Hershey, thank you. I'm just excited about Utah. That doesn't happen much anymore, especially because there's no drag strip there anymore. So Kyle Rizzoli. And Rick Reynolds. Rick Reynolds in the fair lane. Rizzoli in the stock. 6:51 to dial in for Kyle Rizzoli. Reynolds down 599 and gave up a bunch on the starting line. Kyle Rizzoli's going to get the win. Dead on two for Kyle. 19 green, 21 total. There for Kyle Rizzoli. Seth Polvador. Sending Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car in the lanes, please. Again, if you're double entered, 2 and 4. Everybody else 6 and 8. Jonathan Fiello, Team K&N. Over on the American walk-in cooler side, 649 the dial in for Fiello. Jonathan Fiello parlays that advantage into a victory in round number 1. 20 green, 1 above, 651 on the 650. Sorry, 651 on the 649 was 20 green and was in full control. Ricky Duschel and Daniel Fiello. Duschel in the white on black Camaro out of Palmdale. Daniel Fiello coming over from California, the 82 Camaro. Double breakout. 3 thou under for Ricky Duschel over on the left side. 627.7 on the 628 was 008 green. Daniel Fiello under by 6 thou. Going to be make a margin of victory on that double breakout. 3/1000th of a second. Curtis Insalita. On Angelo Valencia. Angelo in the Camaro. Zinzalita in the big, heavy road runner. 670 is the dial. Going to be doing the chasing. Angelo off and away. Angelo with the starting line advantage. It's 004 looking over to the left of Curtis Zinzalita and Daniel. Angelo 004 on the green light start, and 1 above is good enough. Angelo Valencia takes out Curtis Insalita. Jeremy Wilson and Tony Marconi. Wilson at a Grand Junction in the Vega wagon. Tony Marconi over there with no lid. The difference right down there on the starting line. Marconi and Wilson give it to Jeremy Wilson. Dead on 9 as Tony Marconi breaks out by 12 thou, taking 17. He had a little room down there in the arrow for Tony Marconi, but Jeremy Wilson will advance. Tim O'More left side in the Camaro. Tim O'More is doing double duty, triple duty, quad duty. I don't know, he's driving a whole bunch of cars this weekend. Dominic Blea and the Mean O Camino. The El Camino, 640. The dial in there for Dominic. Red light start for Dominic. Will press forward. 609 on the 607 for Tim O'More. 114 on the speed. Dominic, after being read by 14 thou, goes 642 on the 640. It's Brandon Umberger and Kim Zimmerman. Kim in the big 71 Thunderbird. Umberger in the Jelly Bean. Chevette for Legal Addiction Racing. See 590 on the scoreboard there for big check Brandon Umberger. Red light start for Zimmerman. 590. We grab the time slips, going to say 5905 and 15 thou when the green light start makes 20 total. As Kim Zimmerman is done in by the red light. Wow. Mark Kidd and Chris Hall. So Chris Hall, your winner from just a little while ago in today's 5 grander. And what do you get first round? Hey, Mark Kidd, here you go. Real good matchup right here. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Chris Hall, you heard that winner circle interview. Brigham City, Utah. Red light start for start, Chris Hall, was red by 4 thou. So Chris Hall going from hero to first round runner-up. Steve Valdez, the Vega over on the left side. Cal Gordon, Mustang on the American walk-in cooler side, 649 the dial in for Cal Gordon. Steve Valdez, 669. The dial in for Steve. Cal, Steve. Give to Steve. Cal Gordon. Eliminated here in round number 1. Steve Valdez. Going 883 at 91 miles an hour. Not only was Cal Gordon late, he was slow. Jeremy Flyler. And John Schur. Plyler in the Nova. Schur over on the Mr. Magoo side. Or in the right lane, 671 the dial. Red light start for Jeremy Flyler. John Schur is going to move forward. 671 on the 671. For John, it was 29 thou on the green light start. Jeremy turns it red by 23 thou and is done for the day. Sasha Hofer, our runner-up, alongside Chris Hall in that final, and Remy Reynolds. Remy in the Pinto. That National Auto Collision Center, side of the racetrack, 593. So Sasha's going to be out there a ways. Will fully drive through the tree. As in drive through the tree. Might be a little distraction for Remy. The lights go out. Sasha, Remy, 8-mile finish line. Sasha, 16 total. 009 dead 7 for Sasha. Remy Reynolds was 42 green and just flat out in the way. Tim Arnswald and Joe Kidd. Arnswald in the Camaro. Joe Kidd in the S10. Fully staged. 635 the dial for Kidd. Arnswald off and away in the Camaro. Starting line advantage for Arnswald and the win for Tim Arnswald. 11 total. Been one of those days. Start adding numbers, things get fuzzy. Arnswald, 009, dead on 2, makes 11 total. Joe Kidd was 48 thou on the green light start, and that's never going to work out well. Tim Arnswald will move forward as Justin Lamb. And Paul Polito. Lamb for Silver State Refrigeration, the 5-time stock, super stock champ of the world. And Paul Polito in the Vegasaurus ride. 618 the dial. Lamb, 567 the number here in round number 1. Red light start for Paul Polito. Lamb gets some free information. 561 for Justin, 119 on the speed. Paul Polito, after being red by 33, goes 620. Lamb was 38 thou on the starting line. So Lamb will make it down to 16 cars. On the pro side of the Kid Performance and Dyno Shootout is Kyle Rizzoli and David Beckwith. Rizzoli, our winner yesterday. Lucas Oil Products Friday. and the Whiteley Superstock Camaro. 607 the dial. David Beckwith in the Malibu. 740 the number. Super Pro door cars, need you please. Super Pro door cars, you should all be in the lanes. Beckwith right side. Beckwith takes out Kyle Rizzoli. Dead on 5 for Beckwith. 41 green, 46 total. Kyle Rizzoli was 44th thou on the green light start and 1 above. And David Beckwith takes out Mr. Rizzoli. He finished number 4 in the world in Superstock last year. But Kyle made it through in the stocker, so he still has 1 entry alive. And our competition solo, Marcus Ocampo. Mustang from right up the road. He's 005. 662 on the 657 prediction, and that's going to wrap up round number 1 of the Kid Performance and Dyno shootout over on the pro side. The format, once again, is 128 cars in this deal. 96 Super Pro and 32 Pro, with 64 dragsters, 32 top bulb door cars, and 32 Pro competitors. Work our way through eliminations until we're left with 1 bottom bulb door car, 1 top bulb Super Pro door car, and 2 dragsters. That'll make up the semifinals. The 2 dragsters will race each other. The bottom bulb and the top bulb door car will race each other. That'll get us a door car versus dragster final for $50,000 in cash money. Because, I mean, Wu-Tang had it right all the time. Cash rules everything around me. That's Dan Bain. And Chuck Hawk. Chuck in the extended cab S10. Bain in the 69 Camaro. 556 to dial in for Dan Bain. He's leaving first. Hawk in the hay hauler. 549 a dollar. The dial will be leaving second. Hawk on the tree. And the ribs down there, and Chuck Hawk gets out of round number 1. Dan Bain was 42 green and 1 above. Chuck Hawk, 10 green, 2 above, is good enough. It's Hank Pramoff in the Vega. And Phil Garrison. Mr. Garrison with 549 on the Chevrolet Camaro. He will be leaving second. Hank Pramoff by about a half a bulb will get the head start in the Vega. 573 on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. It's where round number 1, Super Pro door car, the Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Staged. Looking over the left shoulder, here comes Mr. Garrison. Not going to have enough room. Hank Pramoff in the Vega. We'll move on. 577 on the 573 was 20 thou on the green line start was Hank Pramoff. And Mr. Garrison was 36 green, a little behind at the start, and 4 above, and a hun behind at the finish line stripe is Andy Morris and Brad Pierce. Andy out of Olympia, Washington, in the Henches Camaro, and Brad Pierce in that 58 Corvette that has won all sorts of stuff. All right, dragsters, double entry, 2 and 4, please. Dragsters, double enter, 2 and 4. Regular, 6 and 8, please. Super Pro dragsters, 2 and 4. Regular, 6 and 8. 6 out to separate them on the starting line. Rips down there, and Brad Pierce, 11 green, 2 above, and is 8 thou in front at the stripe. Andy Morris was 17 green and 3 above. Andy, a little slower mile an hour. I didn't. Talked him out of himself on that one. Just looking at the numbers, Brad Pierce will move forward. Andy Morris is out in round number 1. It's Ryan Mangus and Chad Neighbor. Crew Chief Chad Neighbor, Robert Neighbor, Heaven help us if Chad Neighbor was driving. I mean, we saw that before. So Rob Neighbor in the 63 Corvette, Mangus in the Nova. 688 the dial for Mangus, 506 for Mr. Neighbor. Mangus is down there and dump to a win. 5 thou in front is Mangus, 31 green. Neighbor was 21 green, and 2 hunt above. Mangus snugged it up to 5 thou. And Robert Neighbor in the Corvette Roadster is done in round number 1. It's Ken Suio and Marco Pervaleris. This is an outstanding matchup. Suio, that Capri, he's a bad dude. Marco, what else can you say about Marco in that Super Gas Roadster? 502 the dial in for Marco. Suio, 592, the runner from Oregon. He was our runner-up to Mark Darsow yesterday. Lucas Oil Products Friday. Suio, last of stage. Tree, away, Marco, 1 thou red, and Suio was 10 green. 5909 on the 592 for Suio. Marco, 001 red, 5015 on the 502s. Ken Suio takes out Marco Pervaleris. Daryl Nance and Bill Kidd. Nance in the Mustang left side. Kidd in the duct tape Chevy 2. 680 the dial in for Bill. Nance 613. Bill's going to be away first. Pretty close out the starting line. Just 4 thou. Is the difference win light for Daryl Nance. 18 green, dead, 0 for Nance. Bill Kidd's 22 green and dead on 6, 28 total, and it was a $595 100-mile-an-hour lap down the racetrack. PJ Giacalone and Blue Hayball. Blue, 627 is the dial-in for Mr. Hayball in the Page GTO. PJ Giacalone, the young man who finished number 4 in Division 7 last year, Super Street, that Pizzazz 55. Blue is in. Tight on the starting line. And PJ Giacalone is going to get the win. 16 green, 606.6 on the 604. Was out in front by 3. Han Blue. Car was running like 626, 627 all day long. He was 10 on the tree and 6 above. Blue Hayball as a first round runner up. PJ Giacalone gets come back around for round number 2. It's Dave Mazier and Daniel McClelland. Daniel in the family roadster for Team Tuna Tank and that Pump Gas Mafia, Dave Mazier from Mazier Enterprises. And Cavalier, both of these drivers are pretty solid. Mazier, 007 for McClelland and a win light for Peabody. 007 taking 008 down there at the finish line, 3 over for Daniel McClelland. So D-Mac takes out Dave Mazier. Mazier was 36 green, a little bit late, dead on 9 and 8 thou short. So we just saw Daniel McClelland. Here's Dad Kevin McClelland in the wagon for Team K&N, 661. For Team Tuna Tank and that Pump Gas Mafia. And Curtis Inzalita. Big Roadrunner. 669 the dial for Curtis. So can the McClelland family go dose for dose? Curtis Inzalita. Red light start. You saw that Nate Hershey right in that car family go back-to-back winners, 35 green and under by 5 thou. To get the win, Zinzalita is red by 15 and then over by 4, which is all over on the starting line. So Curtis Zinzalita is the first round runner-up. It's Jason O'Terry and Emma Duschel. Emma in that split window Corvette out of Palmdale, California, 601 for Emma. O'Terry, 708 the dial. You'll see Jason leave that starting line. Kill it on the throttle stop, and resume power and continue course. Emma with that 601 dial in, 2 bulbs will be the head start for Jason. But I surmise, as Jason O'Terry comes off the stop, they're going to be pretty side by side. We shall see. O'Terry red by 5 thou. Emma 16 green and a great looking 601. How about 6010 for Emma Duschel? 16 green, that makes 16 total, and O'Terry's red by 5 thou, and he's done in round number 1. Off the gas early, just 880 for those of you keeping track at home. Daniel Fiello and Jeremy Jacobs. Jacobs in that 62 Savoy, 587 the dial. Daniel Fiello, 629 on the board for Team K&N in that 82 Camaro. It's both drivers like pre-stage at the exact same time. Fiello bumps in first to be fully staged. Jacobs follows. Green lights on both sides. Fiello in control and the win. 631 on the 610 was 10 green. Was Daniel Fiello. Jacobs was 52, ripping the finger off the button and breaking those stage beams before he went 589 on the 587. So Daniel Fiello, who was defeated over on the bottom bulb side, picks up a win here up top. Tim O'More in the Roadster. And Andy Dawson on that American walk-in cooler side, the right side of the racetrack. The full-bodied Chevrolet. And he is a winner. And is not going to do the same thing off the top. The Roadster goes down. 007 and 4 above. 3 thou. The margin of victory for Andy Dawson. 13 green and 3 above. Takes out Tim O'More in the Roadster. Seth Polvador and Judd Shoup. Seth, 3 Amigos Tequila. 547 the dial, 533 the dial in for Judd Shoup out of Gypsum, Colorado. Red light start for Seth. Takes himself out here in round number 1. Shoup, 28 green and 535 for Judd. For Judd, excuse me, Judd Shoup. Seth Polvador takes himself out in round number 1, being read by 24 thou. Shane Thompson and Jonathan Fiello. Just Shane in that final, alongside Logan War, ended up on the wrong side of things. Jonathan Fiello for Team K&N, that beautiful Corvette Roadster. So Jonathan Fiello will be leading first. Shane Thompson red by 14 thou. Fiello 002 and 526 to advance. Shane 14 red and then goes 509 on the 508. So Shane Thompson for Silver State. Red lights out himself in round number 1. It's Jonathan Fiello will advance. Chris Northup. The Northup family Camaro was drawn as the odd lot single. You know, odd lot. I think that sums up me and you and Chad. Kind of an odd lot. 667. There for the FCC. Get out of round number 1. All right, as we roll Super Pro Dragsters with Dustin Wirtz and Chad Weber, we're going to trade, but still emotionally support each other. Nathan Hershey, you're it.
Well, all right then. With round number 1 of the Pro Cars and the Super Pro Door Cars completed, we roll into the long ones, the Dragsters. And as mentioned before, our first 2 are going to be Chad Weber and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin dialed in with a 459 here on the left side of the racetrack, 480. Going to be the dial in for Chad Weber. As Dustin first to find the pre-stage and stage bulbs, Chad Weber joins him on the starting line. Tree begins to drop. Found the difference between the 2 in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and Dustin Wirtz will get the win light. 463 on the 459 after he was 004 in reaction time, taking a 7,000 stripe. Chad Weber was 16 on the tree, but ends up 4 above the dial and bows out here in round number 1. As our next 2, Cortland Carter rolls up here on the right side of the racetrack at J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp in at 7 with a 476 dial. Cortland Carter with 507 dial. Again, separated by just a few thou at this end of the racetrack. Cortland Carter is going to get the job done. Excuse me, he's going to bow out here by way of the breakout. 505 on the 507. Win light will belong to J.R. Learcamp. So Cortland Carter and that JX99 ride checks out here by way of the breakout at the top end of the racetrack. J.R. Learcamp advances, and that will bring up Greg Hicks and Jeremy Wilson. Wilson over on the right side of the track out of Colorado. Dialed in with a 474. Greg Hicks in the X entry this time. Again, they did allow the double up entries. Greg Hicks decided to take the opportunity to jump on that. He's lining up left side, 481, the racer out of Las Vegas. And Jeremy Wilson coming in out of Colorado. As the tree drops, here we go. 7,000ths of a second, the difference between them here, and it's going to be Greg Hicks getting the win light. Staying alive in one of the entries, 4800 on a 481 dial, under by 10,000ths of a second. Jeremy Wilson runs 471 on the 474. Wilson behind at this end of the racetrack and got a little ahead at that end to break out by more. Dustin Henches lining up on the left side. And Ethan Bourne, Big E. They had a little bit of an issue with the car earlier on in the day. Had some starter problems. As we got around, I think it was around 2 or 3 or so in the main event. We're able to get that figured out, brought the car back, and we're able to get through a couple of additional rounds. But now racing for $50,000. He turns it red by 3,000ths of a second. And Dustin Henches will move on to round number 2. 004 on the tree, 493 on the 491, ends up 22 thou above the dial. And moves on as Ethan Bourne takes out his entry here by way of the bottom bulb. That is going to bring up what looks to be Taylor Vetter and Kevin Heffington. Heffington here on the left side. 453 the dial for the black dragster that's just basically disappearing into the black pavement here at Tucson. And Taylor Vetter Again, talking about graduates of the junior dragster program. She and her brother Trey both coming up through the ranks, made their way into the big cars and have now been racing at these big buck bracket races for several years. So both drivers here seasoned veterans in the sport of high dollar racing. Taylor's going to be the first one to stage up the car, at least on the pre-stage side. Kevin Heffington rolls in, lights up the bottom half of the bulbs. 494 the dial for Taylor, getting the head start over Heffington's 453. These two separated by just 0.02 of a second. The win light comes on for Taylor Vetter. She goes 495 on the 494. Vetter, after an 0:21 reaction time, gets there second. Kevin Heffington was 23 on the tree. And then 452 on a 453, taking an 18 thou stripe, breaks it out 8 thou, and bows out as Mark Kidd and Gabe Torres. So Torres on the right side of the racetrack. Again, we saw brother Val win in the stimulus bonus race last night. Trying to see if the Torres family can take steps to maybe doing that bonus race sweep. 471 the dial for Gabe, for Mark Kidd. For Kidd, Performance and Dyno, the presenting sponsors on today's $50,000 shootout. Kidd out of Idaho, Gabe out of California, tree drops. Mark Kidd has got all kinds of room to work with and will turn it into a win light. 464 on the 463 for Kidd. 11 on the tree to Gabe Torres' 061. Had 5 hun difference between the two in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and a 464 and a 63 will get Mark into the next go round as we are going to bring out Morgan Rose and Mike Zimmerman. You know, Mike Zimmerman celebrating a birthday here this weekend yesterday. $50,000 would be a perfectly acceptable birthday present, in my mind. $50,000 would buy you tons of candles for next year. Because from what they were saying here at the racetrack, he's going to need tons of candles next year. Because he just needed a ton of candles this year, so next year it'll be plural. 511 the dial for Mike Zimmerman. 464 the dial for Morgan Thompson. Excuse me, Morgan Rose. Both drivers leave on the green side of things, and that one is going to go Morgan's way. She was 002 on the red side. Mike Zimmerman was 005 on the red side. And Zimmerman will bow out here in round number 1. Morgan Rose advances. Goes 465 on the 464. As now Tom Bayer backs up here on the left side of the racetrack. And we'll take on Gary Youngblood. Youngblood, one of the racers coming in out of Colorado. 482 the dial in for Gary on the right side of the racetrack, and Tom Bayer. So Bayer with a 476 dial. Gary Youngblood on a 482 dial. Separated by 7 thou at this end of the racetrack, and Tom Bayer, 478 on a 476. He is 25 thou above the dial, getting there first by 13 thou. Had the 005 reaction time and parlays that into a win light against Gary Youngblood. Youngblood was 12 on the tree and ends up 31 thou above the dial, behind 13 at the stripe, to bow out here in the first round. That is going to bring up Taylor Strange on the left side of the racetrack. And Chance Parker. Parker over on the right, that blue dragster, dialed in at 494. Taylor Strange dialed in at 5 flat, the white ride on the left side. Pre-stage bulbs are lit as we continue to make our way through. Round number 1 of the Super Pro Dragsters here in the shootout. 2 foul the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Chance Parker who gets to move on. Chance was 15 on the tree to Taylor's 17 light. Parker, 28 thou above the dial. Taylor was 32 thou above the dial, and by 6 thou at the stripe, Taylor Strange finds himself on the wrong end of the mat, and Chance Parker moving into round number 2 as we've got Race Kid and Jordan Stewart. Jordan dialed in at 482, Race Kid dialed in at 479. Jordan's got the top 2 bulbs lit on his side of the Christmas tree. Now lights up the 4 yellow bulbs signaling I am ready. Race bumps it in ever so gently. Did that triple tickle to put it into the stage beams. And a big advantage at this end of the racetrack for Race Kid. Takes 31 thou on this end of the racetrack, parlays it into a 10 thou stripe at that end of the racetrack, and 481 on a 479 dial will advance Race Kid into round number 2. Jordan Stewart was 039 on the tree, ends up being dead on the dial, but that was not going to be enough to get around Race as Val Torres, who earned his way into this race by winning last night's stimulus race, and Lane Desper over to the right side. Desper's dialed in at 520, going to be getting the head start over last night's bonus race winner. 4.78 seconds is what Val thinks the car is going to run as he makes his way down the racetrack. Once again, both drivers pre-staged. And ready, steady, go. Neither one of them really stellar as far as the reaction times were concerned, but Val Torres' lane is going to be good enough to get around Lane Desper's 058. Desper was 58 on the tree, taking a 5 thou stripe to break out by 23 thousandths of a second. Val Torres 29 green and 11 thou above as he cuts loose down at the finish line and lets Lane roll through on the loss. That is going to bring out Larry Beckner and Jason Dawson. Dawson racing out of Las Vegas, Beckner part of that Tom Bayer stable of race cars that have found their way onto the property here in Tucson. And yes, Mopar Man, to answer your question, absolutely. Everybody that is running here that you see in this bonus race are all gunning for that $50,000 payday. Advantage on the tree goes to Jason Dawson, and he is going to win at 468 on a 468. How about a 10-pack for Dawson? 009 at this end of the racetrack. Taken 4.5 thou-ish at the stripe. Goes 468-1 on a 468. Dawson on to round number 2. That is going to bring out Victor Blea, sitting on the left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 528. And Jerry Denton, dialed in at 572. Denton right side, Blea left side. Stage, set, go. Oh, Jerry Denton mashed the gas and rolled through the beams. The car would not sit still. He is going to find himself checking out here in round number 1. Victor 529 on a 528, and oh, for Denton, that's certainly heartbreak. He's got something to drink about tonight. Definitely got something to drink about tonight. The car lurched. He runs 572 on a 572. Blea was there. Wasn't going to be easy to beat, but Jerry Denton bows out. Victor Blea advances. Let's go to bring up Dan Lafferty and Chandler Mazier. Chandler over on the right side, part of that Mazier Enterprises crew, who are putting up some bonus prizes. bonus gift certificates here as part of our bonus race. The Mazier Enterprises team dialed in at 5:06. Dan dialed in at 4:59. Advantage at this end of the racetrack went to Lafferty, and 4:06:02 on the 4:59 going to be good enough to light up the bulbs on that left side of the racetrack. 18 green, 12 above, taking a 9,000 stripe. Chandler Mazier was 32 on the tree and goes 5:06 on a 5:06. Again, missed it at this end of the racetrack, runs dead on at that end of the racetrack. And Dan Lafferty will pick up the win light and advance. Sean Page. Rolling up here against, I believe that's going to be Calvin Locke. No? Nick Downing. We'll go with that. There's a D behind that. So Nick Downing, that Bill Luke dragster. Again, during time runs, we saw Nick Downing make his way down the racetrack and shut it off early, pulled it over to the side, was able to kind of limp his way off the top end of the racetrack. Apparently, whatever it was, wasn't significant enough to ruin his day as 3,000 separated him at this end of the racetrack. Downing, 492 on a 495, breaks it out. Sean Page, a 505 on a 508, breaks it out by more. Page, 22 on the tree, gets their first 2,000 and breaks out by 5,000 more than Nick Downing. Downing 492 on the 495 will get him a win light. As we've got reds flashing on the Christmas tree, and we're going to take just a quick little look down the racetrack before things are all said and done. Jack Sadler sitting over on the right side, waiting patiently. And Nick Cobb sitting here on the left side as they take a quick little look down the track. Again, we are into round number 1. Of our West Coast bracket races. $50,000 to win shootout. Presented by Kid Performance and Dyno. So the top end of the racetrack is clear. We're going to fire up the cars one more time. We got Nick Cobb on the left side, dialed in at 485. Jack Sadler on the right side, dialed in at 491. As they gently bring him up into position here on the starting line. thousandths between them at this end. And the win light's going to belong to Jack Sadler. Nick Cobb taking a little bit too much stripe. Got there first by 29 thousandths of a second. Goes 484 on the 485. Took a 29 thou stripe, breaks it out 7 thou after he was 19 on the tree. Sadler with the win light. 12 green and 29 thou above the dial at that end. We'll bring up Lance Parker on the left side of the racetrack. Right side's Bruce Briscoe. So Parker with a 527. Briscoe with a 527. Parker with the 484. Head start goes to Briscoe. Over in the right lane. Just a thou between them at this end of the racetrack, leaving almost identical into the finish line. It's going to be 486 on a 484 for Lance Parker, as Bruce Briscoe runs 529 on a 527. Briscoe was 14 green and 2 thou behind at the stripe. Lance Parker moves into round number 2 as we bring out Jeremy Rapp and Chris Lindsay. Again, big thanks to Lindsay and the crew at Lindsay Racing Products for being part of the K&N Southwest Showdown here, putting up some additional flyers that are being handed out to the racers. He is dialed in at 502, and Jeremy Rapp for that HBR Competition Engines, a multiple-time track champ up there at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Strip in the Super Pro category. 479 is the dial for Rapp, he's in and set. 502 is the dial for Chris Lindsay, he's in and set. Rapp gets the advantage on the starting line, and 479 on a 479 for Jeremy Rapp after his 14 on the tree gets him to the stripe first by 25 thousandths of a second. For Chris Lindsay, he was 037 on the bolt, dead on 9, but not enough to get around Jeremy Rapp in that round. As we'll bring out Tyler Murrup and Trevor Harkema. Harkema with a 494 dial over on the right side. Murrup with a 5 flat dial here on the left. Tyler's just looking for a little good juju. One of the nicest guys in the world is sitting out there on the starting line right now in the left lane. Harkema is also the same, but I'm just saying, he just needs a little good juju, something to blow his way. How about a double red light start, and it's going to go Murrup's way. Tyler Murrup missed the tree by 8 thousandths of a second, legs it out to be 508 on the 500 for Trevor Harkema. He left 53 thousandths of a second too soon. Got a little yippee on the starting line, goes 697 as he bows out of the gas. But Murrup gets himself into round number 2 as we're going to bring out Shelby Williams. And Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the thoroughbred ride here on the left side of the track. Regular runner here at this racetrack. 437, the dial in for Jeff Taylor. And for Shelby Williams, really just starting to dive into the sport of racing the dragsters out here. Has been spending some time behind the door cars. And Shelby goes red by 9 thousandths of a second. Jeff Taylor, I can tell you this, he dodges a bullet. Taylor was 064 on the tree. Not a regular thing for Jeff Taylor. But for Shelby Williams, the young driver has got a very, very bright future ahead of her. She was 009 on the red side and runs 535. So Taylor survives as we bring out Dylan Howe. And Cody Weber. Weber's got a 460 dial. Dylan Howe, 467. Again, talking about one of those things where earlier in the day it was like, Logan War and Dylan Howe were going side by side. Logan was the senior of the crew. Cody Weber, another one of those younger drivers still behind the wheel. I want to say he was, what, maybe 23, 24, right around that same age range. 001 red for Cody. Misses the tree by a thou, and Dylan Howe is getting better and better and better on the bulb as the day goes by. 007 on the tree and 466 on a 467 for Dylan. Gets him into round number 2. Peyton Janik. They rolled up here a little bit later in the day. Ended up having some parts failure on the car. Needed an exhaust rocker. We're able to get the car put back together. And is now back here in round number 1 going up against Don Sefton. Peyton with a 473. Sefton with a 444. Head start going to go to Peyton Janik. Again, talking about some of the cars rolling around here on the West Coast that are graduates of the junior program at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Peyton is one of those. Don Sefton, I think it's been a little while since he's been junior age. Red light start for Peyton Janik by 10 thousandths of a second. Don Sefton was 33 on the tree, goes 442 on a 444. As Sefton will pick up the win light and move on. Peyton ends up 474 and a 473. That's going to bring up Trey Vetter. And Kevin Johnson. So Trey Vetter with a 465 dial here on the left side. Kevin Johnson with a 506. Johnson will get the head start. Running on the right side of the racetrack. Again, we are deep into round number 1 in our $50,000 shootout. Advantage on the tree goes to Trey. Win light's going to belong to Vetter. 471 on a 465. Vetter was 36 on the tree to the 078 of Kevin Johnson. Johnson ends up running 3 above. It's tight at the stripe with just a 7,000 margin of victory. But Trey Vetter walks away with a win light as we are going to bring out Val Torres Sr. and Brandon Lynch. Lynch goes red by 2 thousandths of a second on that 487 dial. Val Torres Sr. 473 on a 474. And the Torreses are going to keep a couple of cars in the game here. As Val and Val move on, 70 or 475 going to be on the left side. For what looks to be Chuck Hawk Sr. And on the right side, Kelly White with a 489 dial. Chuck Hawk, again, another of those regular runners here at Tucson, since, well, pretty much this is home, so why not race at home? It is a good place to race. The Hawk family seems to like it a lot. Chuck doesn't like that. Doesn't like that at all. Chuck was 026 on the tree to Kelly White's 059, and then Chuck goes 479 on a 475 and gives it back. Kelly White 489 on a 489 by 13 thousandths of a second. Kelly White is able to advance. As we're going to bring out Logan War and Robert Neighbor. Logan over on the right side. Excuse me. Yeah. Robert on the left. Robert down 474. Logan fresh off the $10,000 win in our Super Pro category. So Logan is one of those guys that can roll in here right now and go, look. You know what, I'll say that in a minute. 465 the dial for Logan, 474 the dial for Neighbor. Logan's hot. He's hot, 002 on the tree and 467 with a couple of whomps down there at the far end of the racetrack. Robert Neighbor, 18 on the tree and 477 on a 474. 3 above the dial, 18 on the tree. Logan War was 002 and 467 down the racetrack. That's going to bring out Parker Theobald and Ryan Mangus. Mangus piloting Bobby Dye's car here tonight. Parker Theobald, Super Comp Division 7 champ and all of that good stuff. 501 is the dial for Parker. 478 going to be the dial for Ryan Mangus. Both drivers leave 00. Nasty matchup here, and the win light's going to belong to Ryan Mangus. 478 on a 478. He's 5 on the tree, dead 4 to be 9 total. Parker Theobald was 008, dead on 6, and is 14 total. A 5,000 difference between the two. Parker 14 total, and Ryan Mangus sneaks by him with a 9-pack. Ouch. Ouch. That's going to bring up Tanner Theobald. And Alexis Thompson. Thompson over the right side. 469 is the dial. Tanner Theobald on the left side. 488. Theobalds laying their hopes, their dreams, their wishes with Tanner, as Parker just got a 9-pack dropped on him, courtesy of Ryan Mangus. 7,000 the difference between the two this time, leaving the starting line. And Alexis Thompson, 15 green and 471 on a 469. She will get the win light. Tanner Theobald had the better reaction time, was 008 on the tree, took a 45 thou stripe and breaks out by 14 thousandths of a second. Just a little too much nose out in front at that end of the racetrack. Alexis will get the win, as we're going to bring up Dustin Wirtz and Calvin Locke. Locke with a 512 dial. Over on the right side of the racetrack, Dustin Wirtz rolling up here, dialed in at 459 on the left side. Locke is in, Wirtz is in, 13 thou between them at this end of the racetrack, and the stripe says Dustin Wirtz, 460 on a 459. He's 007 on the tree, getting there first by 33 thousandths of a second. Dustin stays in the game. Calvin Locke, 20 on the tree and 515 on a 512. As now Funny Car Chris coming up against Cortland Carter. Pro round two will take you to lane 6 and 8, please. Pro round 2 to lane 6 and 8, please. Advantage on the tree goes to Cortland Carter over Funny Car Chris. The win light belongs to Chris Northam. 31 green and 524 on that 523 dial. Gets there first by 7 thousandths of a second. And Cortland Carter has bowed out in both entries here in round number 1. Funny Car Chris has stayed alive in both entries here in round number 1. Kept the door car in the game, kept the dragster in the game, and that's going to bring us to our final pair of dragsters. We got one solo rolling up here in the water box, and again, pro round number two. If we could get you into the staging lanes, please, that would be phenomenal. Shane Thompson and Greg Hicks, essentially teammates. Both running out of that Silver State livery. Greg Hicks on the left side, dialed 480. Shane Thompson on the right side, dialed 466. And well, at this point, you're Greg Hicks. You're racing for $50,000. You got the guy that kind of takes really, really good care of you at the racetrack over to the other side. And the option is, what do I do? 8 now, the difference between the two of them at this end of the racetrack. And Shane Thompson, 467. On the 466, was 30 on the tree, gets the win light. Greg Hicks was 038 on the bulb, taking a 14th stripe and breaks out 8 thousandths of a second. So Shane Thompson moves on in the dragster, as we're going to bring up our final competitor here in the first go-round. Marco Paravalaris. Got that randomly selected by when everybody's like, hey, pick a number. Somebody said this. Happened to be Marco's spot on the entry sheet as Marco's 009 on the tree. And goes 459 on a 459. How about 009 dead on 2? Marco doing his job on the starting line. Lela doing her job as far as dialing the car in. And Marco Paravalaris will move on. Once again, pro round number two. We're going to take you guys into lanes 6 and 8, please. Pro round number 2. We'll get you lined up back there in lanes 6 and 8. Again, it's random pair pretty much all the way through. Notice it's random pair all the way through. That's what we're doing. So pro round number 2 going to be making their way back into the staging lanes. For those of you hanging out to watch us race for $50,000, whether it's here on property or those of you that are watching along on that Silver State Refrigeration, HVAC, and Hughes Performance, Holly AFI sponsored live feed. We are glad you're out there in the chat bleachers and glad you're spending the evening with us. Again, through round number 1 in what is an 128 car shootout for $50,000 here at Tucson Dragway, part of the K&N Southwest Showdown. We're going to let our pro cars make their way back into the staging lanes. Tomorrow morning, we've still got another full day of racing before we wrap things up here at the 2021 Southwest Showdown. We're going to open the gates up tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Chapel service tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. with Team Racers for Christ. Rich Trimmer is here. We'll be giving the message in the grandstands, appropriately socially distanced, of course. Our new entry time runs will be at 8:30 a.m. and we'll get right into eliminations for our final day of racing on what will be a Mosier Engineering. $10,000 to win Super Pro Sunday and $3,000 to win Pro Sunday. But that is where we're at. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back at it here in just a moment when pro round number 2 is back in the staging lanes. Once again, pro bracket round number 2. Make your way to lanes 6 and 8, please.
So we hear rumbling and grumbling, and that's no longer my tummy, and no longer Nathan Hershey's tummy, because we were famished. So Pro Eliminator, round number 2, Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout here on Saturday night, the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. We started with 32. Take us down to 16 here in Pro Eliminator. And Leroy Duran. And Big Check Brandon Umberger. Leroy, 746. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th car that Leroy's been in all week. Umberger. Big shout out to Don Toya, as Umberger wounded the Jelly Bean late yesterday. But Don Toya, who has a hot rod shop, literally had everything to fix up Mr. Umberger. Umberger, 589 the dial, 746 for Leroy Duran. In the dart, tree, and away. Umberger, gonna have to hustle. Leroy Duran, 747.5 on the 746, 15 green for Leroy. Umberger is dead on 3, but was Reggie Jackson on the starting line? Normally Reggie Jackson is a glorious thing in real life, but not great as reaction time, as he's 44 green. And Leroy Duran takes out Brandon Umberger. Super Pro door car, get you up here please. Super Pro door car, let's get you up here. Is Jeremy Wilson and Angelo Valencia. 001 green, and on a double breakout, Jeremy Wilson will move on. Angelo Valencia breaks out by 11 thou. Jeremy Wilson under by 8 thou. 3 thou the margin of victory. The winner there for Jeremy Wilson is Justin Lamb, 5-time champion of the world. And John Schur. John has 671 on the dial-in. Justin Lamb, 561 for the Cobalt for Silver State Refrigeration. Staged. Schur is away. Lamb in a great spot. 16 green for Justin, and Justin Lamb, 565, 565.6, 114 on the mile an hour. Lamb was 14 green, 97 for John Schur. Justin Lamb takes out John Schur. Ricky Duschel and Jonathan Fiello. Ricky in the Camaro. Jonathan Fiello over there for Team K&N. Team K&N out of California. Ricky Duschel, California runner in the Camaro as well, and Jonathan Fiello takes out Ricky Duschel. Ricky's actually going to be a little disappointed with himself. A little starting line advantage, got down there first by 26 thou, breaks it out by 4 thou, just kind of did to the finish line down there what me and Nathan just did to a bunch of tri-tip. Just devoured it. Jonathan Fiello. Back around for round number 3 is Steve Valdez and Marcos Campo. Steve in the Vega. Marcos in the Mustang. 659 the dial in for Marcos. Steve 670 with the bag. Wow. 82 green gets to go first. But 84 green is going to be your winner. Dead on 8 for Marcos Ocampo. Steve Valdez will bow out in round number 2. Breaks out by 13 thou. Take a 23 at the stripe. There was a little room down there. Marcos Ocampo provides electricity over the American walk-in cooler side, and he'll be back around for round number 3. It's Tim Arnswald and David Beckwith. Beckwith in the Malibu. That red hot rod in the left side of the racetrack, and Tim Arnswald, the Camaro. American walk-in cooler side, 765 the dial, 737 for Beckwith in the Malibu. Off and away. Beckwith gonna have to hustle. Tim Arnswald is 001 and 768 to advance. David Beckwith was 76 green. 76 green. And dead on 9, but it didn't matter as Tim Arnswald was 001 as Mark Kidd and Tim O'More. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno here in the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. 583, the dial for Mark. Tim O'More, 609 the number for the Camaro for Tim. So Mark and Tim. Green and green. Tim and Mark, you saw brake lights all over the place. Mark Kidd on a double breakout, gonna get the win. 56 green for Kidd, 581.4 on the 583, under by 16 thou. Tim O'More was 44 green, under by 28 thousandths of a second. Mark Kidd. 2 wins. Both of them were pretty ugly. But it doesn't matter. As long as win light comes on, who cares? How about Sasha Hofer and Kyle Rizzoli? Sasha was our runner-up tonight. Rizzoli was our winner last night. These two are both real accomplished out here in the West Coast. Red light start for Kyle Rizzoli by 5 thou. Sasha was 41 green, missed it a little. And 762.4 is, wow. Just somebody throw that time slip away before Kyle Rizzoli gets to take a look at it. 005 red for Rizzoli. Had 650 on the car, and as you take a look at that scoreboard, 6500. Dead goose egg. And 5 thou red for Kyle Rizzoli. That's just tough. Sasha Hofer, 41 green and 762.4 on the 763. And that is our last pair in our Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. They're on the pro side. Those of you that aren't fully aware of the format tonight, we started with 32 cars on the pro side. 32 Super Pro top bulb door cars and 64 dragsters. We'll continue to work our way through eliminations, running each 3 of those separately against each other till we get down to 4 cars, which will mean 1 bottom bulb pro car, 1 top bulb Super Pro car, and 2 dragsters will make up the 4. The 2 dragsters will race each other. The bottom bulb door car will race the top bulb Super Pro door car, which will mean the final for $50,000 in cash will be a door car versus dragster final round. So Super Pro door car is back there lining up as we speak. All right, so pro round number 2 has been completed. Super Pro Door car should be filling up in the lanes. All right, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragsters, get headed this way. Super Pro Door Car rolling around the corner. Let's get Super Pro Dragsters up. Remember, we are full rando throughout. We will not be on a ladder at any point. Full random. There's no ladder tonight. Super Pro Dragster, round number 2. Need you up in the lanes, please. There should be 32 of you. As we get ready for Super Pro Door Car, round number 2.
What? We do big ones. We do some small stuff too. Oh yeah. No. Nope. No, next weekend I'm in Florida. Yeah, I'll be there with a team working on a Pro Mod car, so.
All right, Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. Start off with Ryan Mangus and PJ Giacalone, the Pizzazz 55 Chevrolet. Mangus in the Nova. PJ, got to get that driver's side door closed. 603 the dial for PJ. Mangus 686 for that nose dropping Nova. Mangus away. PJ away. Mangus gave up a couple on the starting line. PJ made it pay off. 607 on the 603 for PJ Giacalone. He was 22 green. Mangus was 45 green and 3 above. Mangus will be a second round runner-up. PJ Giacalone head into round number 3. That's Chuck Hawk and Emma Duschel. Chuck in that extended cab S10. And Emma, the 63 split window Corvette. Chuck from literally like right down the road. 549 on the dial, 6 flat for Emma. coming over from Palmdale. Saw Ricky Duschel bow out just a little bit ago in round number 2 of pro. Tree is on all and a red light start for Emma by 4th out. Hawk, 31 green and a look at 549, 551 on the data acquisition at 126 miles an hour. Emma Duschel, after being 4 red, of course, 6004 on the 6 flat after Emma turning it red. Daniel Fiello and Daniel McClelland. D-Mac for Team Tuna Tank, the Pump Gas Mafia and the McClelland Family Roadster. Daniel, affectionately known as Peabody. Daniel Fiello for Team K&N here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. 627. There for Daniel. McClelland in the Roadster. Gave up a little on the starting line, trying to run Fiello down, not going to get there. Fiello going to get the win. McClelland got to the stripe first, breaks out by 5 thou. He took 13. There was a little room down there, but not a lot. 11 green for Fiello and 630 as Daniel Fiello takes out Daniel McClelland. So Ken Suio and Kevin McClelland. Just saw son Daniel go down. K-Mac has Ken Suio, real tough customer in at Capri out of Oregon. 590 the dial in for Ken. 659 for the wagon for Team K&N, Team Tuna Tank. .009 is going to leave second. McClelland, Suio, Big Mac. Kevin McClelland. Well, he's kind of like Mid-Mac, as Nathan likes to point out. 005 dead on 4 is 9 total. Ken Suio is 009 dead 1. That makes 10 total. By 1 thou, Kevin McClelland takes out Ken Suio. It's Christopher Northup and Judd Shoup. Northup for Team Guess Who and Northup Racing. 667 for Funny Car Chris. 534 the dial-in for the dart of Judd Shoup, Gypsum, Colorado based racer. Both drivers away, both pretty good on the starting line. Judd trying to run down Funny Car Chris. Chris Northup gonna get the win as he's evil plus 6. 6, 6, 6, 6. Eek! 14 green. They're on the double breakout. Judd broke out by 9 thou. Funny Car Chris breaking out by 4 thous. Chris Northup comes back around for round number 3. This is Daryl Nance and Brad Pierce. Daryl in the Pinto. BP, 58 Corvette. Sure, Debbie and Alden and everybody watching back there in Riverside. Top bulb, Nance is away. Wow, Brad Pierce must have had some funky numbers in the box because he's 401 on the green light. And Brad Pierce is going to bow out as Daryl Nance gets the win. Hank Pramoff and Andy Dawson. AD in the Nova. Hank Pramoff in the Vega. 1 second, 2 full bulbs. The difference in the dial-ins as you look down there at the scoreboards. 574 for Pramoff. Andy Dawson. 674 on the dial-in over there on the American walk-in cooler side. Dawson, Pramoff, Andy, Hank. Give it to Andy. 675.5 on the 674. Was 40 thou on the green light start. Hank Pramoff got to the finish line first by 5 thou. Broke out by 2 thou. Would have been really tight. Could have made it work, but did not. Hank Pramoff will press forward as Jonathan Fiello On the solo, gorgeous Camaro Roadster for Team K&N. We saw Daniel advance into the next round. So 2 Fielos. We'll take it down to 8 cars on the Super Pro door side. 28 green for Jonathan. And dead on 4 for Fiello. Which will close out Super Pro door car round number 2. That takes us down to 8. So 8 left on the pro side. 8 left on the Super Pro door car side. Which means we have 32 left in the Super Pro dragster side. All right, so to kind of keep the flow going, I'm doing pro, Super Pro door car, Nathan Hershey, all about Super Pro dragster, as I will help keep track of records, like Nathan helped keep track of records for me, because we're doing this the old school way.
We are a little bit. Got lots of the papers up here flowing back and forth and keeping track of everything that's happening down here on the racetrack. Looking at Dustin Wirtz and Don Sefton backing up for the burnout. Dustin here on the left side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 454. Don Sefton on the right side, dialed in at 443. Head start's going to go to the left lane as Dustin Wirtz first to find the pre-stage bulb in this pair. Dustin, kind of still the only man. We talked about adding a couple of additional two racers to the group that have won in both Fontana and in Tucson. Dustin's still the only guy that's raced himself in a final round at a Southwest Showdown. How about Don Sefton, 008 and 444 on the 443 dial. Dustin Wirtz was 31 on the tree and just missed it at this end of the racetrack. So Sefton, 008, moving on. As we bring back our next two, it's going to be Marco Paravalaris over on the right side of the racetrack and Victor Blea here in the left lane. Marco with that 459 dial. Remember, Marco got that solo shot to wrap things up in Super Pro Dragster, was like 009 and dead on 2 to put an excellent lap up on the scoreboard. Victor Blea here on this side, getting a significant head start with that 5.2 second dial, getting himself about 700ths. And a 6 now red light for Victor Blea will remove him from the $50,000 chase. Marco, 24 in the tree and 457 on that 459. Victor ends up running 529 on a 528 dial. But Marco continues to roll his way into the deeper rounds, as that is going to bring out Val Torres Sr. and Chance Parker. Chance on the right side, 495 is the dial. Val Torres in the left lane this time, dialed in at 473. Chance will do the running, Val will do the chasing. So we talked about cutting that field earlier down, leaving just 32 cars. Or from what was originally a 64-car field. 2,000 between Chance and Val Torres Sr. And at the finish line, scoreboard lights up for Val Sr. 14 green and 475 on the 473. Val lights up his side of the scoreboard. Chance Parker was 16 green and 26 thou above. As he is eliminated here in round number 2, that's going to bring back Mark Kidd and Taylor Vetter. Vetter over on the left side, or the right side of the racetrack this time. The racer out of Henderson, Nevada. And Mark Kidd here on the left side out of Nampa, Idaho. So with Kidd on a 462, Taylor on a 495, Taylor's going to get the head start as we've got them both pre-staged and ready to go. Double 05 red for Taylor Vetter. And then goes 492 top end of the racetrack for Mark Kidd, 16 green. And 460 on a 462. So Mark Kidd staying alive in both Pro and Super Pro Dragster here as our next two. Back up for the burnout. Nick Downing over on the right side of the racetrack with a 492 dial on the right side. And Lance Parker dialed in with a 485. So with Lance Parker lining up on the left and Nick Downing lining up on the right. Hey racers, your attention please. We found a set of keys back in the staging lanes. If you happen to be missing your keys, Dale found them back there in the staging lanes. Go back and see him. He may have your keys. So again, if you are missing your keys, get down there and maybe he can get you helped out. 25 now between Lance and Nick Downing. Downing, 30 on the tree, goes 493 on a 492, makes the right decision down at the stripe. Lance Parker was 005, taking 42 thou at the finish line and breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. 484 on the 485. Lance Parker checks out here. Nick Downing advances as our next two backup. Race Kidd and Jack Sadler. Sadler in the fixed speed car, dialed in at 493. Race, part of the team that's got the sponsorship behind this big $50,000 shootout. Kidd Performance and Dyno. Race has got a 480 dial. Jack Sadler dialed in at 13 hundredths of a second slower than that with a 493. Flicker, flicker of the bulb for Race Kidd, and a red light start for Jack Sadler. Sadler, by 3 thousandths of a second, will exit the program, going 491 on a 493. Race Kidd, 007, and 475 on the 480. Pro cars will take you back to the staging lanes, please. Pro, I believe we're down to 8 of you. Pro cars, let's get them headed back this direction, please, for round number 3. Pro, back to the lanes, please, for round number 3. As Val Torres and Kelly White. Torres, again, already a big bonus race winner here on the weekend. Got a couple of those Torres cars in the game still, and for Kelly White, 488 the dial to a 478, 1/10 of a second the difference, and Kelly White goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. Val Jr., 473 on a 478, legs it out at the finish line, was holding a couple in his pocket there, but 490 on a 488 after the 007 red light for Kelly White. Torres stays in the game as J.R. Learcamp and Greg Hicks. Hicks on the right side this time, dialed in at 479. J.R. Learcamp Over on the left side, dialed in at 476, so a 300 difference. Between the dials this time. Advantage on the tree to Hollywood Hicks this time. He's 12 on the bulb and 478 on a 479. Taking a 16th thou stripe, breaks out by 0.02 of a second. JR was under by 13 thousandths of a second, was 0.39 on the tree. And that, let's see here, last round Shane Thompson had to take on teammate Greg Hicks. This time, Shane Thompson has got to take on his daughter, Morgan Rose. Morgan on the left side in the white car, dialed in at 465. Shane on the right side in the blue car, dialed in at 466. Come on, you go from racing your teammate to racing your own daughter. That's one of those things where I know you're racing for $50,000, but there is definitely a trade-off here. Definitely a trade-off here. Oh. Morgan misses it at this end of the racetrack. Shane Thompson was 009. Getting there first by 27 thousandths of a second and goes 469 on the 466. Morgan, again, tardy on the tree at this end of the racetrack, goes 462 on the 465. Morgan bows out. Shane Thompson advances. And that's going to bring up Shane's other daughter, Miss Alexis, sitting on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 470. Dustin Henches on the left side with a 493 dial. This time it'll be Thompson doing the chasing. Henches will do the running. And that Division 6 player rolling forward on the left side of the racetrack. Alexis back from the burnout. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Once again, pro bracket, round number 3. Pro bracket, round number 3. For the Kid Performance and Dyno. $50,000 win race will take in the lanes. This one ends on the starting line. 13th thou, the red light for Alexis Thompson. That leaves Shane as the sole Thompson left in the game, carrying that Silver State livery, trying to race it out for the 50 grand. Over on the other side, it was a 19 green and 489 on the 493 to get it done for Dustin Henches. As we bring out Jason Dawson and Dan Lafferty. Dynamite Dan rolling down out of Idaho. 457 is the dial for Dan. Jason Dawson will do the chasing in this pair. Dawson racing out of Las Vegas. Again, coming down and running with kind of that Thompson and Canavo and Hicks stable of cars that are all out here chasing the dream on the Bracket Racing Series. Advantage on the tree goes to Dawson. Win light goes the opposite way. Dawson was 17 green, and on the double breakout he goes 464 on a 466. Dynamite Dan gets the win light, 21 green, and 456.9 under by just a thou, getting there second. As we are going to bring out Tom Bayer and Ryan Mangus. Mangus laid down a wicked lap in round number 1. Driving Bobby Dye Jr.'s car, that Specialty Fasteners liveried ride. .476, the dial in for Ryan Mangus. 473, the dial in for Tom Bayer. Talking about a California heavy hitter matchup. These two are going head to head. Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Round number 3 will take you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 3 will take you back to the lanes, please. So a 300 split in the dials. Both cars sit in the pre-stage position. Tom Bayer goes ahead and lights that second half of the bulbs on the top side of the Christmas tree as it drops. 300, the split between the two, and Ryan Mangus is on a roll. 17 at this end of the racetrack, taking 30 thou at the stripe, goes 9 thou under on the double breakout to get the win. 475 on the 476 for Mangus. For Tom Bayer, he was 47 on the tree and 9 thou under as well. Oof. Both drivers 9 thou under the dial. Comes down to the difference in the reaction time. Mangus was better with that 17 bulb, as that is going to bring out Dylan Howe and Tyler Murrup. Murrup ending up over in the right lane. He's more comfortable on the left side of the racetrack. That's where we've seen him racing most of the day. Dylan Howe is getting more and more and more comfortable as the day goes by. The young driver getting more and more laps, more and more seat time. Last time was in the 00 range with that reaction time, and on that 466, they've been hovering within a couple of thou of that number throughout the day. Murrup with a 499 dial on the right side. Away goes Murrup. Here comes Dylan. Dylan chopping down the Christmas tree with a 005, and on the double breakout, it's going to be Dylan Howe. 005 reaction time. Getting there first by 4 thousandths of a second. Goes 465 on a 466. He's under by 3 thou. Murrup was under by 4 thou. And that one was tight at the stripe. Dylan Howe walks away with the victory as we now bring out Jeff Taylor and Trey Vetter. Vetter the dragster, left side. Taylor the dragster, right side. Vetter racing out of Henderson. Taylor racing out of Apache Junction. For Jeff Taylor, who spends a lot of time crisscrossing the country bracket racing, this is home. You don't let the invader come in and beat you at home. Oh, Jeff Taylor blows the tires off the dragster, gets in and out of it about 3 times trying to get it to hook back up, but Trey Vetter survives, and I mean survives the round. Vetter was 0.38 in reaction time to Jeff Taylor's 0.16. Vetter a tenth over the dial as he gets out of the throttle, knowing that Jeff Taylor was not there. He was looking over the shoulder, could not find the nose of that dragster. Didn't really know that Jeff Taylor was blowing the tires off of that thing top fuel style. But it is Trey Vetter that gets the win light. Once again, if you lost your keys, go back and see Dale in the staging lanes. If you lost your keys, check your pockets, reach in there. If you don't have your keys, go see Dale. He may be able to save you. He might be able to save you. He doesn't save a lot of people, but he might be able to save you. As we got Funny Car Chris and the dragster here on the left side. Right side, Jeremy Rapp. Jeremy dialed in at 477. Chris Northup dialed in at 522. Head start by about a second and a half. Here we go. 5 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time. Sorry, make that half a second. Win light's going to go to Jeremy Rapp, 476 on the 477. Jeremy under by 2 thousandths of a second. Funny Car Chris under by 5 thou on the double breakout. Chris was better by 5 thou at this end, but Jeremy Rapp gets the win light and moves into the next round as Dustin Wirtz is back. Dustin rolling up again here on the left side of the racetrack, 458. And Logan War just parked that dragster in the winner's circle about, what, an hour and a half ago? Down there celebrating a $10,000 victory, now trying to parlay that into an additional 50 grand to go into his pocket before the night is over. A couple of really good racers here. And a 29 thou difference in reaction time. You heard the throttle work at the finish line. Dustin Wirtz is out. Logan War is moving on. 009, 464 on the 465. He's under by 0.03 of a second. Dustin Wirtz is under 26 thou. As Dustin suffered a delayed reaction time with the 038 bulb. That will wrap things up in Super Pro Dragster round number 2. We are rolling into Pro round number 3, and as Mike Ames had said, we're going to do the whole swap spot thing. He's handling the duties in the door cars, whether it be Pro or Super Pro. I'm handling the duties in the dragsters. I said duty twice. But we got door cars, we got Pro cars, we got Sasha, and we got Leroy. Game on.
Car. Game off. Yeah, we're swapping. Like, we're doing like some serious old school stuff up here. You guys have no idea. Sasha Hofer, Leroy Duran. Sasha, 763 the dial-in. Sasha was the runner-up tonight alongside Chris Hall. Leroy Duran, talked about last round, has been driving like 3 or 4 different vehicles here this week. So round number 3 in Pro Eliminator. Now that we have all that straightened out up here in the tower, yeah, there's lots of stuff going on behind the scenes. We try to make it smooth, but sometimes it's slightly choppy. So Sasha left side, 763 the dial. Leroy Duran, 746 the dial, and in the dart. Red light start for Leroy Duran. That's going to end his hopes and dreams here in round number 3 of that $50,000 payday. Sasha Hofer, wow. Picked up 500, 29 green for Sasha, 758 on the 763 is Hofer. Keeps on keeping on is Jeremy Wilson and Jonathan Fiello. Jeremy in the Vago Wagon. Jonathan Fiello over in the Chevelle. For Team K&N, 647 for Jonathan. .607 there for Jeremy Wilson. Almost a full bulb going to be the head start. Dyslexic reaction times. They're on the racetrack. 32 green for Fiello, 23 green for your winner. Jeremy Wilson, 6086. Takes out Jonathan Fiello's. Jeremy Wilson will take it down to the final 4 Pro Eliminator cars as Justin Lamb and Marcos Ocampos. Lamb, a 5-time champ of the world, that Cobalt for Silver State Refrigeration, and Marcos Campos, a local guy. And that Mustang, 659 for Marcos. Lamb, 563 on the car, with a real good matchup in the burnout box. We'll talk about that shortly. How about 003 leads second? Lamb's 001 ripping it down there. But Marcos Ocampos takes out Justin Lamb. 003, 660 with the 6, beats Justin Lamb's 001, 564 with an 8. When you do the math, margin of victory for Marcos, 0.0008. Marcos Campos taking out Justin Lamb by 8/10 thous. Mark Kidd and Tim Arnswald. That was spectacular. This is a really good matchup right here. Mark Kidd's had a couple of ugly wins. Tim Arnswald's been pretty good in that Camaro. Mark was the runner-up yesterday, 581 the dial-in for Mark. Kidd Performance and Dyno. This is the Kidd Performance and Dyno shootout. Arnswald is off and away in the Camaro. Kidd in the 67 trying to reel in Tim Arnswald. You see brake lights for Kidd and wind lights for Kidd. Gets away with another one. 44 green, 584 on the 581. Arnswald was 34th thou A little bit better on the starting line, 771.5 on the 765. So Mark Kidd, Jeremy Wilson, Marcos Ocampos, Sasha Hofer, our final four in Pro Eliminator. The Kid Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. My Super Pro door cars are all getting paired up back there as we speak. We'll probably have a little bit of a delay in between our Super Pro door cars and our Super Pro dragsters, as the dragster just finished just a couple moments ago. We have 8 Super Pro door cars left. We will whittle that field from 8 to 4. We talked about it before, but those of you that are watching the live coverage on Bank Shift that just jumped on, we started with 32 Pro Eliminator cars, bottom bulb, 32 Super Pro door cars off the top, and 64 dragsters. We'll take the 32 in Pro, the 32 in Super Pro door car, all the way down to 1 and 1. Take the 64 dragsters down to 2. 2 door cars will run off. The 2 dragsters will run off, and that'll give us our final round with a dragster versus door car final round for $50,000 in cash money. How much was it? What was the poundage of nickels? 11,000 pounds of nickels plus. That's, you know, when like Nathan and I are trying to amuse ourselves, you know, how many nickels would that be? Well, we determined that it was 1 million nickels. And it was like 90.71 nickels in a pound. So you do the math. You do Munson's Common Core math. You find out that it's like 11,000 pounds of nickels. Just get a shipping container. Just get a shipping container. How about like taking that to the bank and the coin counter? Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta go get another bag. Probably like a day, solid day. Better yet, I want to see Chris Forsyth go to the bank and be like, "Yeah, can I get I need 1 million nickels, 50 Gurren nickels." Ryan Giacone. Yeah. Ryan Giacone. PJ Giacalone. I don't think so. I could have. I don't know. It's late. It's been a long day. I don't know. It's a Ford. It's dark. We're looking at lists.
We are looking at lists. Like you said, we are doing it old school style up here in the tower. We have got like our list of pro cars, which has been whittled down to 4. Our list of super pro cars, door cars, which is going to be whittled down to 4. 16 left in super pro dragster. So look at this. In our super pro door car side, Chuck Hawk, Kevin McClellan, Dave Mazier, Andy Dawson, Daniel Fiello, Daryl Nance, Jonathan Fiello, PJ Giacalone, and Chris Northup are what's left there. And when we get into the dragsters, again, kind of the big player names.
How are you going to make sense of that?
What, just this basically 2 pieces of paper with like blue scribble marks all over it?
It's just
blue scribble marks everywhere. What, the dragster side, we've still got Nick Downing and Ryan Mangus left, Marco Paravalaris, Jeremy Rapp, Greg Hicks, Shane Thompson. That's what's left, what, on the first sheet, right? We get to the second sheet.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto-dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
Like on YouTube, you know how you kind of get flipping around watching videos. I actually saw a very old YouTube video. Hold on one moment. Super Pro Dragster, go ahead and come on back for round number 3. Super Pro Dragster, go ahead and come on back for round number 3. Super Pro Dragster, round number 3, will take you back into the staging lanes. I saw an old David Letterman interview with Andre the Giant. You remember that one? So Andre the Giant on David Letterman talked about the fact that Andre wasn't drinking anymore, but at one point Andre the Giant had sat down and put down something like 113 beers. Oh yeah, I'm with you with that one. I'm with you on that one, Chad. Those were some monster hands. But our Super Pro door cars have made it here. My games.
All right, 4 pair. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, you should be heading this way, please. Super Pro Dragsters should be up here. PJ Giacalone and Daniel Fiello. Daniel in the Camaro, 82 model year. PJ, the 5.5 Chevrolet. Okay, finished number 4 in Division 7 last year as we're chasing 50 GER. PJ, 603, 627 for Daniel Fiello out of the K&N camp. The stage last. Away and away. 2,000 going to separate them on the short end. 660 feet later, brake lights for Daniel Fiello in the win. Double breakout, under by 1,000 for Fiello. PJ, under by 6,000. So that blue 82 Camaro will move forward. That's Chuck Hawk and Andy Dawson. Andy and Chuck. Andy, 674 is the number. 551 for that extended cab S10 for Chuck Hawk. Bulbs away. Andy Dawson missed the tree by a bunch. And Chuck Hawk makes him pay. 558 on the 551. 30 green for Hawk. 90 green for Andy Dawson. And Andy's going to bow out here in round number 3. Is Daryl Nance. In the Pinot. Jonathan Fiello. That Camaro Super Gas Topless Roadster. Part of Team K&N. Here at the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. We see 526 on the dial-in for Jonathan Fiello. Daryl Nance, 608. That old school Pinot. Four green for Nance and a win. for Nance in the Ford. 6:09.2 on the 6:08. Fiello got to the finish line first, but had to get their 8th thou under the dial in, but had no room to operate.
So we'll have a little bit of downtime just to give our competitors an opportunity to go ahead and get things cooled down a little bit. All right, so as our Super Pro dragsters roll up here to line, Mark Kidd and Don Sefton. Sefton, dialed in at 442 on the right side. Mark Kidd dialed in at 460 here on the right side, and Mark Kidd, if I remember right, still alive in the door cars, trying to keep 2 entries in the game. 25 thou separate him at this end of the racetrack, and Don Sefton allows Mark Kidd to focus on his door car and his pro car only. Mark Kidd 30 on the tree and 461 on the 460. Sefton was 005, 19th thou above, taking 19th thou at the stripe. That'll bring up Marco Paravalaris and Dan Lafferty. Good matchup. I mean, look, there's 16 cars left of this game. Every single one of these pairs is, I'm not going to be like good matchup. They're all good matchups. And they're all going to be fantastic drag races. How about heads up? 457, both sides of the racetrack or the dial, between Marco and Dan. We're going to watch the tree drop. We'll see if one of them leaves first. If you can see it. I can see it slightly, but I think I just might have been looking in the right spot. 457.0 for Dan Lafferty was 006 on the tree. And I think one of our fellow folks in the chat bleachers used the word early, inconceivable. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Marco was 18 green and 458 on the 457, but Dan, 6 thou total to pick up the win light here in the round of 16 for the dragsters. We are going to whittle them down to 8, just like we did with the pro cars and the super pro door cars, as we have got Greg Hicks, Val Torres Jr. lining up here on the left side. 477 the dial for Val. 474 the dial for Hicks. 3 hun is the difference between the two as far as it's showing up on the scoreboards. Val's pre-staged. Hicks is pre-staged. Hicks, first one into the bulbs. And Greg Hicks fouls it away by 27 thousandths of a second. The red light illuminates on the right side of the racetrack. Val Torres, 483 on the 477. After he was 16 on the tree, Torres getting out of the throttle a little bit, letting it coast on through at just 125 miles an hour. Hicks was out of the throttle early. As we've got Race Kid and Shane Thompson. Thompson, who's had to race Greg Hicks, his teammate, had to race Morgan Rose, his daughter, and is now lined up against Race Kid. Kid dialed in at 478. He'll get the head start this time in that Silver State ride. We'll be doing the chasing. Shane's in and set. Off and away we go. 13th down, the difference between the two in reaction time. Advantage on the line went to Race Kid, and he is going to get all kinds of mean and nasty. 007 at this end of the racetrack and dead on 4 at that end of the racetrack. Shane Thompson was 20 on the tree and goes 464 on the 466. There was nothing that Shane was going to be able to do to turn around that win light, put it on his side of the racetrack. Race Kid moves on as Val Torres Sr. rolling up against Jeremy Rapp. Rapp, another one of the racers out of Las Vegas, trying to get down into the round of 8 with the dragsters. Torres down 73. Both drivers leaving early on a double red light start. It's going to be Val Torres Sr. 11 on the red side for Torres, 19 on the red side for Jeremy Rapp. Rapp is 476, dead on 1. Torres is 473, that's dead on 4. But it was decided at this end of the racetrack by 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in the red lights, and Senior is moving on. Yeah, the Munson math paying off. Senior's winning twice. He can count to 2. The Munson math. You got Nick Downing. You did the Munson math. I like that. We're going to do a whole song about it. We'll take Monster Mash and make it Munson math. I like it. Nick Downing over to the right side. 492 is the dial. Trey Vetter on the left side. 466 is the dial. Trey Vetter's got that pre-stage bulb lit up. I do miss the green wing on the car. We're able to call it, and now we just call it what, the route? You can't call it the traffic cone because that's Mike Rock. It could kind of be the pumpkin. 1,000th of a second the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. And a 492. Oh, Dan Lafferty was 6 total. Nick Downing is 7 total. 007 dead on 0. That's not quite Dan Lafferty good, but it's dang good. 007 dead on 0 for Nick Downing. Trey Vetter was 006, taking 3 thou at the stripe to break out 2 thou. That's going to be a tough one to swallow. It is getting wicked mean. As Ryan Mangus and Dylan Howe. I love the reference, the old Will Smith getting jiggy with it. 1/10 the difference between the two in the dial. Dylan here on the left side. Ryan Mangus driving Bobby Dye Jr.'s car on the right. Head start going to go to Mangus. Dylan was 00 last time down the racetrack. 00 the time before that. Not 00 this time, but he still gets the win light. Dylan Howe, 39 green and dead on 2, 465. On a 465 for Dylan. Ryan Mangus was 11th thou on the red side, turned it red, and bows out. Here in the round of 16. 473 and a 475 to finish up the run. That's going to bring out Sean Page and Logan War. Excuse me, Dustin Henches, and Logan War. Logan War getting the starter's attention down there, waving him over. And with a 490 dial, just double checking to make sure everything's right. You got $50,000 on the line. You want to make sure that every number in the box is right. I mean, you'd hate to be missing like that 1 in front of the decimal on it. Not like anybody here on property would ever do that. But I'm just saying you'd hate to like accidentally bump it and have the 1 disappear and you'd be left with like 0.15 in the box, something like that. I mean, who would like that? Nobody would. Dustin Henches drops it red by 0.03 of a second. And Logan War continues to light up scoreboard after scoreboard after scoreboard. That's a lot in a row. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Because that's like a bad thing. So as we mentioned, we are now going to take a little bit of a break here. We have got 16 cars left. 8 on the dragster side of things. And those 8 are Nick Downing. He's the only one left on the first page. Nick Downing is the lone survivor on page number 1. Wow. We'll go ahead and just write his name down on the other one. And for everybody else that was on page number 1, I'm sorry, but that page has been eliminated. So Nick Downing, the lone survivor on page number 1. And on page number 2, we've got Dylan Howe, Dan Lafferty, Race Kid, Val Torres Jr., Don Sefton, Logan War, Val Torres Sr., and then Nick Downing, who we transferred from page 1 onto page 2. So those are the 8 cars that are left on the dragster side. Again, Dylan Howe, Dan Lafferty, Race Kid, Val Torres Jr., Don Sefton, Logan War, Val Torres Sr., and Nick Downing. In our Super Pro door car category, it was Chuck Hawk, Daniel Fiello, Daryl Nance, and Chris Northrup. And in the pro side of things, you got Jeremy Wilson, Marcos Ocampo, Sasha Hofer, and Mark Kidd. Those are the 16 cars that are left. Again, we are doing a little touch-up here on the racetrack. We're going to get things cleaned up. We're going to give everybody a moment to breathe. Give them a chance to go back, refocus, recenter. And then we will bring all 16 drivers. We'll do that whole thing. What was that thing that Sheldon Cooper would do? He called it some kind of throat singing, whatever it was. I can't remember what it was. What is something on Big Bang Theory? I'm sure somebody out there remembers what he called it, but he would sit there every once in a while, and it would sound like some kind of wicked, like Dark Crystal thing from the twisted days of Jim Henson. But it was something like that. Anyway, we're going to give everybody a chance to breathe, give them a moment, and then we'll bring all 16 drivers back into the staging lanes. Give them a chance to do a little discussing back there, as there is, $50,000 to be divvied up. They'll decide if they like the way that the initial swipe at the purse has been done, and if they don't like that, they'll get an opportunity to provide some of the feedback. Maybe they'll bring the Munson math man back there and have him do a little calculating. But either way, yeah, Lafferty is definitely going to have to give a nice hefty tip to Blue Hayball for a little help on fixing the car, for figuring out what happened. Well, get the Munson math going. But yeah, so we're going to take a little breather. We'll let everybody kind of chill for a moment, get the cars refueled, and we will back. What'd you say? I don't remember that. Oh, no, I haven't seen. I saw it, but I didn't remember that they would say goose frubba. Well, as everyone is taking a break, we will do the same. Up here in the tower, we'll take a quick little pause. And at this point, Chad, we've got a little bit of time. If you need to scale the fence again and do your best impersonation of a prison escapee, now would be the time to do that, my friend. Just giving you a little heads up. Or if you want to turn that camera around and talk into the camera while you eat kettle corn again, you're free to do that as well.